Yard. It's been a very, very fun sight to see all the reduced runners, including a new PB.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, shout-outs to all the runners for that fantastic run. I also want to shout out Silent Genius for preparing a commentary guide for us. Very, very helpful, especially for myself as someone who hasn't played the game before. Tornite, any shout-outs from you?
Shout out to the entire Ghostland Yard community, the dev team, the runners. They're extremely passionate about this game, and they are one of the kindest speedrunning communities I've come across to. And if you're interested by this game, go buy it. I cannot recommend it highly enough. The visuals are fantastic. The music is wonderful. The platforming is very, very excellently done.
Yeah, indeed. Shout-outs from me. Thank you to GDQ for having us here to commentate this. You'll get to hear me again. I'll be on in less than 24 hours for Patrick's Parabox. Tornite, you'll be back as well, I believe, for another run-in.
Yep, and also a little under 24 hours, I will be doing commentary for Super Castlevania 4. So in about 20-ish hours or so. So if you like Castlevania, don't forget to tune in.
Yeah, and stick around for the rest of the event. It's an incredible schedule, incredible cause that they're supporting. And yeah, let's just keep hyping up runners in the chat. Thank you all. Stick around for Mega Man 6 coming up next.
Dans la salle, tous ensemble. Vous êtes géniaux, merci. Et vraiment, voilà, c'était une belle race, c'était cool. Je suis content.
Okay. Et vas-y, Sébi, du coup, notre grand gagnant.
Très content de cette race.
Ah bon
Oui.
Étonnamment. Ah bon, on est surpris.
C'est un peu ma spécialité de PB en live.
Oh là là, ça flex.
En tout cas, Tonia, première race en public, et il a assuré, bravo. Et Jarmou, problème technique, et elle a géré aussi, donc bravo.
Eh ben, écoutez, bravo tout le monde encore, merci pour ce spectacle.
Merci à vous aussi. Alors, je vous ai pas entendu du tout, mais
c'était super. C'était super. Et ben, on va pouvoir vous rendre l'antenne du coup.
Merci de nous la rendre et bravo pour cette triple run de haute qualité.
Incroyable.
On a eu des dons, mais on est où là 262. On est où là? On est loin là. On est loin. On est bien loin. On est bien loin des 300 000 €. On rappelle que je ne me casse pas. Il faudra me sortir de là par la force. Il faut donner. Car l'odeur commence à devenir insupportable. Il va falloir donner. On a par exemple Tyrone.
Oui.
Qui a donné 300 €. Petit message pour Shell gratuit. Et Marcadia dans la salle. Il faut aller jouer à Smash maintenant. Je ne sais pas si vous êtes toujours là-bas, mais c'est le moment d'aller jouer à Smash.
Petit Smash, là.
Petit Smash. Oenheim, qui a donné 5 €. J'ai speedrun en province et speedrun aux terrasses. Sous les sièges qui grincent. Et moins fort que les tasses. Moi, je ne vais pas la faire en entier, mais je vois où tu voulais en venir.
Magnifique. On a Marc de la salle qui nous donne 3 € et qui hâte Antoine en disant 3 est un chiffre et non un nombre. Stop la désinformation.
Est-ce qu'il a... Attends. Un chiffre... Attends.
Un chiffre...
Attends, écoute-moi bien.
Je t'écoute.
Tous les chiffres sont des nombres, mais tous les nombres ne sont pas des chiffres.
What the fuck?
Qu'est-ce que je dis? C'est les deux.
C'est un tri.
En fait, 3 est un chiffre et un nombre.
Non, mais vous débrouillez avec ça. Hein. Moi, je lis les dons et c'est tout.
Bah oui, c'est les deux.
Why not both? Finalement. Donc, on a Alex qui nous donne 100 balles. Merci beaucoup, Alex. On a Anconite qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit « Les gars, on est d'accord que le meilleur Zelda, c'est Skyrim ?»
Oui, tout à fait. I'm Zenish qui a donné 20 €. Dimitri, est-ce que tu es toujours dans la salle?
Dimitri?
I'm Zenish qui a envoyé un message à Dimitri.
Dimitri? Ah non, j'ai cru, non.
N'aie pas honte,
non,
Dimitri.
What?
Oh là là.
Wow. Alors là, on vous réveille en
Et honte, Dimitri, du coup.
Ah, il y a quelqu'un qui fait coucou là? Non, en face? Non?
Mais il y a plein de gens,
qui font coucou.
T'as plein de Dimitri dans la salle.
Nous avons Antenio qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit « Le meilleur Zelda, c'est les amis qu'on s'est fait à Speedon. »
C'est tellement
Et
réel.
aussi Wind Waker.
Ah oui, les deux.
Quand même.
C'est ça. Golgot qui a donné 23,26 € et Let's Go, le PB de Sebino.
Oui, incroyable.
Tout à fait.
Nous avons Easy Novada qui nous donne 100 € et qui nous dit « Les fans de Phantom Hourglass sont bien trop riches. Go faire remonter les autres jeux, c'est pas possible là. »
Et oui. Benji qui a donné 10 euros dans la salle avec ma famille. T-shirt sur les épaules, kiffe à fond, mais achète et donne.
On fait, où est
la
Charlie
famille,
depuis tout à
t-shirt
l'heure,
sur les épaules, là. C'est vous là en bas? Bravo. Magnifique. Très bien, très bien.
On a RDB qui nous dit, en nous donnant 10 euros, qui nous dit un bisou à Tonio B. Tu es mon Bred, je suis ton Fred. Ou l'inverse, je sais plus.
Et oui, c'est vrai. Beaucoup. Les petits pingouins, bien sûr. Lise, qui a donné 10 euros. Dédicace à Bébou Satange, qui est dans la salle. Satange?
Satange?
Ouais.
Ouais.
Un peu timide sur.
Ah là-bas, en haut.
Oui, Bébou Satange qui est dans la salle. Le meilleur Zelda est évidemment Twilight Princess. Pensez à Midona et Midna's Lament, voyons. Bourrez les dons pour qu'Antoine, premier du nom, retourne farmer les Pokémon. Attends, c'est bon, calmos. C'est bon, calmos. Quoi. Un petit dernier don, peut-être
Oui, Anonyme qui nous dit, dans la continuité, la bande-son Twilight Princess restera toujours la meilleure. Merci pour cet événement et bourrez les dons.
Bourrez les dons, tout à fait. Nous allons passer, messieurs, dames, sur Megaman 6. Alors, on me dit qu'ils sont prêts, Megaman. Oui. C'est magnifique, on lira quelques dons pendant la run. N'hésitez pas à continuer. On est à combien des 300 000 ? On est à 30... on est à 38 000, 37 500 à peu près. Est-ce que ma team des 10 000 euros, est-ce que vous êtes dans le chat ? Je pense que oui, je pense bien que oui. Je pense bien
la
que
fameuse.
Oui. Mais n'hésitez pas à faire des dons, qu'on arrive à ces maudits 300 000 euros.
Les maudits.
Les maudits. 300 000 euros, ça ferait plaisir. Et on vous laisse sur scène pour Megaman 6.
Bonne run.
Et bonsoir SpeeDons.
Salut mes petits robots masters.
Comment ça va Yamato ?
Oh bah écoute, ça va super bien, super chaud pour me taper le Dr Willy encore et encore là.
Bon, on vous a sauté les épisodes de 1 à 5, mais résumé des épisodes précédents en 4 mots.
Le Dr Willy a encore fait de la merde et il va encore faire.
Hi everybody, welcome back. My name is Avalon Star, along with Time Link here. We're going to be giving you, bringing you the Mega Man 6 run coming right up. How you doing this morning, Time Link? Or morning? I think we're on different sides of the world today, right? I just got up and you're in Germany, correct?
That we are. I'm currently actually in the Netherlands. But yeah, it is 4 p.m. over here, so not quite morning anymore, but I'm doing very well. I'm very, very much looking forward to this run.
Very much so here too.
Because the Mega Man 6 is one of my personal favorites. And it looks like we're already ready to go. That was a very quick setup.
That was really quick.
All right, so we got Oral right here. Pretty long community member. Very good runner. We're already going. All right.
We are wasting no time. Well, Link, if you want to kind of give an overview for everybody of what we'll be watching here.
Absolutely. So this is Mega Man 6 in the any percent category. Mega Man 6 being one of the notable ones to actually have a non-any percent category because this game finally features items to collect. More on that later. Mega Man 6, the lost NES classic Mega Man game, before they moved on to the SNES for Mega Man 7. It was a very, very late NES release. It released on the Famicom in 1993 and on the NES in 1994. And this game got a lot out of the NES's hardware. You can really see the improvement over the games, and especially if you compare this to Mega Man 1, it's a different world, really.
Oh, definitely.
So the boss order is going to be, as in most Mega Man games, you have free choice of which order to do the Robot Masters in. And the most popular route, and the one that Oral is doing right here as well, is going to be Wind first. That's not actually because we want Windman's weapon. It is actually because the most desirable weapon for the early game, and for the game in general, really, is Flame Blast. But Flame Man happens to be a really slow buster-only fight and really inconvenient, and it's not much slower to do Wind first because Windman stage is not really sped up by a lot of weapons. There's not a lot of bulky enemies in the way or similar. And this game doesn't really have any movement utilities such as the Super Arrow from Mega Man 5. We're already the boss. We're going to be using Charge Shot for this fight. That's an ability we gained in Mega Man 4, where after a pellet, you can hold down the fire button and then do a free damage Charge Shot. Oral's also going to be doing the Wind Dance right here, sliding back and forth in place, because every time he slides, that speeds up the charge time of his Charge Shot by 1 frame, and Windman being a very simple fight, you can take advantage of an optimization like that.
Really good patterns,
very well.
Though. And Oral definitely made that look that level look a lot easier than it is. Getting the right jumps off of those turbines during the stage can slow you down if you're not jumping off of them quick enough. So that really smooth work by Aurel there.
Yeah, very, very nice. Now, as mentioned, going into Flame Man, this game, as every Mega Man game, has a consistent weakness cycle. In some Mega Man games, they're more wacky than others, but in this one, it's very straightforward. And there are some Mega Man runs where you do not go just straight weakness cycle. You actually do some different routes for various reasons, but this is one of the games where we get a special weapon from a Robot Master, and we're immediately going to go to the one that is weak to it. In this case, being Flame Man. We're not actually going to use the special weapon that we have from Windman until the end of the stage, the Windstorm, because the stage actually requires you to use not just the Buster, but also specifically charge shots, because these enemies right here, they're called Pookers. You can hit them into the oil and they will form this little cloud for you to ride. And we do want to do that because not only does the oil slow you down, it also hinders your jump height. And so they make it so that you need to use this and carry the platform across to actually get through the stage.
Also, if Aurel lets any of those flame spitters actually spit flames into the oil will become a one-hit kill, pretty much akin to spikes.
Yeah, exactly. One of the more dangerous things about that as well is that does not reset should he die. It's actually a hazard that's permanent on death. So it's pretty dangerous if you happen to die at the end of the stage. These guys will pretty much always light this oil on fire just as you pass by. Doing a very dangerous slide right there, but safely making it into the boss door. Now, as mentioned, we're going to use the Windstorm because what makes Flame Man pretty annoying to fight Buster only is he has one attack where he creates flame walls from the ground, and those do block Buster shots. And he also has, as most bosses in this game, he has moon gravity. So he's going to be jumping a lot, floating in the air for a while. But Windstorm bypasses most of those problems.
Easily taken care of there by
Very
Aurel.
nice.
Very nice. And we're already 2 bosses in.
Something that should definitely be... Yeah, sorry?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Something that should definitely be covered early on in this game is the sliding, because it functions fairly differently in this game compared to some of the other NES Mega Man games, and it's very important to be aware about this. So in all previous sliding Mega Man games, which is 3, 4, and 5, you were able to just jump out of your slide almost at any time you wanted. There's always an asterisk in there, because all of the games behave a little differently, but in general, you could continue a slide straight into a jump. But in this game, that's not the case. If you press the jump button during a slide, Mega Man will just stand up. And this is something that you really need to be aware about when running this game, because there's a lot of situations where it can be extremely dangerous.
Shout out to all the 46 Robot Master runs out there. Whenever you go from Mega Man 5 into 6, it is always very mini learning, like muscle memory learning experience there when you're trying to jump out of a slide at the beginning of Windman's stage. It cannot do so.
Oh yeah. The next thing coming up is a very difficult one if you're going for the optimal strat. This is called Butter because your movement needs to be smooth as butter to get this. The submarine is going up and down on a cycle, and there's a spike ceiling right here. We're going to hope to make this.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Not quite the perfect Butter, but very respectable. Definitely better to not take the death than to die in vain.
Very much so. Are we gonna get bomb skip? We gotta mention him.
I hope
skip.
so. I honestly couldn't see myself going for it in a setting like this, but
nope. Takes the safe route.
Very, very fair. There's a skip called bomb skip right here, where sometimes there's like a pixel beneath that second count bomb. We can just slide into the boss gate and avoid hitting both of those count bombs and waiting for them to tick down. But it is not safe at all. So very respectable choice.
Yeah, Blizzard Man here.
Yep. Lizard Man is unfortunately a bit of an RNG boss. He's treating Aurel very poorly right here.
He really is.
So he can curl up into a ball like this and he'll be invincible during that time. Or he can just shoot his Blizzard attack, and that's what you want to see. But Aurel got treated very poorly right there.
If we got a few more of those rolls, we would have been in danger of running out of flame there.
Yeah, the ammo route for Flame Blast in a lot of stages is actually very tight, because Flame Blast what makes Flame Blast good is that it has a decent ammo supply and it does a lot of damage. Not only that, it like pierces enemies slightly if there's leftover damage. So you can do some really cool shots with it.
Oh, we got everybody's favorite
We're going to be using it. Oh yeah, we're going to be using it as a mid-boss killer very actively. But you'll see that again in this stage too.
So this is Plant Man. Aforementioned, probably one of the more difficult stages for casual runs in this game for reasons that you will soon see in the later half of the stage.
Absolutely. There is a difficult strat involved with that as well. I do believe Oral is going to go for a FIFA route there as well, but there's several different things you can do. You can go completely safe, you can chance some small things. Something to mention about the old NES games, if you're used to like the modern ones like 9, 10, 11, usually by now they have like quick switch options to swap between each weapon instantly, or like 11 even has the weapon wheel where you can just go from any weapon to any weapon instantly, which is very nice and convenient. And it lets you play any given section with like 5 different weapons, and there's a lot of optimizations to be had that way. But in these NES games, we don't have that novelty. We always have to go to the pause menu if we want to swap weapons. So one thing about optimizing these NES games is just we want to stay on a weapon for as long as possible. We want to like optimize our swaps, get the most mileage out of each weapon. So okay, this deserves mentioning. Oral tried to go for something very difficult right there. So these platforms, we like to call them platforms because that's the stage they're in. And they are closed. They have a closed state and an open state. You're supposed to swap back to Buster and shoot them to open them. However, they can be jumped on in the closed state. You have, if you're currently in the middle of movement, 2 frames to jump off of them, and double that if you are letting the D-pad go back to neutral. And ideally, you would not swap off a Flame Blast in that section. You would just keep it on until the boss door. But it's really difficult. You have to time all those jumps, and then there's these fish that come out of the water. And if you're not at full health, they also place the those health refills on those flowers in the background, and it offsets the timing, and it's really, really difficult. This is absolutely not a section to be underestimated. Now, of course, Oral is low on Flame Blast ammo, so across all these retries, he has to go using only the Buster, which is even worse because the checkpoint is quite a bit back, and he does have to deal with this Gorilla mid-boss every time as well, who only takes 6 Flame Blasts and can be done in 1 jump if you're good at mashing, but obviously takes a lot more with Buster.
Indeed. Yeah, this section is super anxiety-inducing if you're trying to go fast on it because of you're having to deal with the amount of height you're getting off the jumps on the springs. You're having to deal with the fish, especially if you forget the fish, and then you have the horizontal beetle or the horned beetle type enemies coming along as well. There's just so much to have to deal with. Goes for the platform there, able to clear it very cleanly, and so we're on the second half of this, which is a little bit, you can take a breather here. You can take a few bounces if you want, but Oral not showing any hesitation whatsoever. Really wanted to get that in 1 shot, and we are at Plant Man.
Yeah, so Plant Man is an interesting boss. Plant Man has a shield and a very strange AI quirk. Hopefully he jumps to the right. I didn't jump to the right. Okay, so there's a very specific trick here called the 6-hit cycle, which needs pixel perfect positioning, unfortunately. Didn't get on the first one, and now it's very hard to get. But basically, Plantman's AI gets very confused if you and Plantman are in the very same pixel after the end of his jump, because he tries to run in your direction, left or right, and he gets very confused if you're on him. So he just ends up running around the arena for a while, and that lets you get in up to 6 hits. Unfortunately, did not get it here. We will have another chance in the refights, of course, because every Mega Man game does have to have those.
Indeed.
So we'll see if we can get it there.
You might have seen that the Blizzard's weapon actually shoots behind you. So there's a strat that Oral did use where you are sort of running away from Plant Man, and you're able to use the 2 snowflakes behind you to hit Plant Man there. And we are on to Tomahawk Man now. I believe we're in the second half.
Yep, we are already in the second half of Robot Master. Classic Mega Man games are always lovely because they they go by pretty fast, and they're very refreshing runs. Very nice, fast pace. We're going to be using Flame Blast for most of the stage. Aura Buster, the first enemy, just to save on ammo, because in this stage, the flame ammo is that tight as far as routing goes. So even missing too many shots would be could be detrimental for the final screen if things do go awry. We will have the possible chance to refill here if Oral does desire. So okay, that's the helpful robot Eddie. Helpfulness varies based on the stage and how much you need certain things.
Very much so.
He always throws you a random pickup, and he can be helpful. He's definitely helped me out of a pickle before in runs.
Shout out to the E-Tank drops.
Elles ne reviennent pas effectivement dans les stages post-Robomaster de la Forteresse. On doit vraiment mieux gérer.
This is actually one of the... Yeah, we were about to say the same thing. You can go ahead. Yeah, there are actually 2 routes in this, and it is one of 4 levels where you're able to, just like in Mega Man 5, we're able to collect the blue bird beat. And in order to, there are actually 2 boss doors in these levels, and if you take one boss door over the other, not only do you get the Robot Master's weapon at the end when you beat them, you also get a letter. So it sort of becomes, there are actually a couple of paths which are, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, a little bit faster to go through them. I believe Yamato Man, his letter is a little faster. So yeah, this is the only game to offer sort of that dual path nature to it. Only one of the originals.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, very much so.
It's specifically only Yamato Man's alternate path, which is faster, but we will be doing that. We'll be taking that, and it is very interesting. Unfortunately, so this is what differentiates the any percent category from 100%, because we do not care about getting beat in this run. Beat, if you remember Mega Man 5 speedrun, he's very good right there. Most runners will get him for fights like the Dark Man and the Wily Capsule, but Beat has lost his attacking function against bosses in this game, which was one of the main things that made him viable for the speedrun there.
Yeah.
He just attacks regular enemies now, which is not as great. The other definition for 100% being the energy balancer, which is actually just in Tomahawk Man stage in an optional little passage, which is an item that if you are on the Mega Buster or a weapon that is currently completely topped off on ammo, when you collect another ammo capsule, it automatically goes to the weapon with the lowest ammo in your arsenal, which is really nice and convenient.
Goated.
Yep, absolutely. But unfortunately, it's slow to get, and we don't really need it. We know what our ammo rod's going to look like. We're going to manually swap for every capsule when we need to in the later stages, and it just ends up not being worth.
So we're going to use the Rush Jet here to go up to that alternate path we were alluding to.
Exactly. This game features, instead of normal like Rush Coil, Rush Jet, Rush Marine, it features the Jet Adapter and the Power Adapter, which let Mega Man directly merge with Rush. And it's interesting because like this, for instance, does not have ammo, but rather like a fuel gauge, basically.
Yep.
How much you can accelerate and go up before you start dropping down again. And so it ends up being faster in this case to go up here and take the alternate path for Yamato Man. Yamato Man being a very simple boss. Something very good to know here is that he cannot... the bosses in this game in general cannot perform the same action more than twice in a row. So if he's done his little spear throw or his the attack where he jumps and throws down free spear blitz twice, you will know that he's going to do the other respectively the next time around. So, going into Nightman stage, there's going to be something scary up pretty much right away. Within a couple of screens, there will be a very large, long screen with a spike ceiling, and the way that it's intended to be done is you're supposed to, there's a couple of gaps for you to hide in and rest, but Oral is hopefully going to be doing it in just one smooth sitting, because if you're fast enough, you can slide through this and then evade the spikes barely at the very end. Let's see here.
I don't think he meant to jump there.
That's unfortunate.
I felt like he was still trying. He felt like probably he was still like trying to get out of that pit. So that's kind of what we're talking about right there. It is, you do have that chance to get through the entire thing, but if you hesitate at all, you saw what happened. So, and we're gonna get through it here.
Go for it again. That's unfortunate. So it is definitely a difficult trick. He does end up taking the game over here, which is all right because he was at the very start of the stage still, so nothing great was lost there. But one of the tricky things about things like that, when you're like really under pressure, is the input for sliding is mapped to down and jump. So if you just if you're a couple frames late on the down input, then you will just end up jumping into the spikes, and it ends up being really tight here. Gets it. There we go. Very, very nice. You can actually make that a little easier by pausing the game right as the spikes are above you, because during the fade in and the fade out of the pause, the spike ceiling does still move, but Mega Man doesn't continue moving. So you can basically extend your slide, and the spike ceiling will likely retract before you get hurt, but it does require that enemy to not be in the way, of course.
I actually never thought of trying that.
Yeah, it's a very handy, if you want to learn that strat, but you don't want to go for the pauseless, then it's a strat. I can only do this myself with pausing. It actually does make a fairly large difference. Now we're on Yamata's Spear because this is the boss's weakness, and we can already use it decently in this part of the stage. Yamata's Spear is interesting because it can curve slightly up or down, and which one it is actually based on your ammo count. Since the weapon takes 1 ammo per firing, it always alternates. So one shot's gonna be up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, and so on and so forth. The thing about Yamata's Spear is that it's a shield-piercing weapon. You're gonna see it on Nightman right here. Usually, if you fight him with a Buster, he's a very tough fight because of that shield, but he actually becomes one of the most trivial fights with Yamata's Spear.
As you can see. Also, shout out to Nightman's bouncy room.
Yep. We're right here in the capital of science, where our greatest invention is bouncy balls. It is fantastic. All right, we're already most of the way done. Incredible.
Yeah, we're 7 down. Have the Centaur to go.
Yep. Night Crusher is a very good weapon, actually. This set has a decent amount of really good weapons in it. Night Crusher is a weapon that we can aim. We can shoot it straight forward, up or down, and it'll also curve back towards us.
Yep.
And like Flame Blast, it's got a decent amount of power, and it'll also pierce enemies and then continue going if it has any leftover damage. So we're actually going to be using it quite a lot in this stage. We're going to do the first screen on Buster here to save on ammo, and then, as mentioned, we're going to swap to Night Crusher. This stage is really perfect for it. It feels really satisfying to execute. There's a lot of enemies that are in positions where the curving of Night Crusher can hit several simultaneously, and it feels really good to pull off.
Super satisfying.
Now the next room is going to have water on the ceiling. As we all know, water makes you lighter, and this water is special anti-gravity water. Imported from Greece, of course. We don't care much about that. Orlis decides to slide on the spike, which again is made extra difficult by the fact that he cannot jump out of a slide. He has to wait for it to end and then jump. That's not to be understated.
Very much so. The safer way to go through that would be to actually, you would have to wait for the water to come down so you can use the buoyancy of the water to be able to carry you through the distance needed to get past those spikes. But, we like to go fast. So if we take the damage boost to slide, we can do that.
Exactly.
That right there is probably one of the best displays of Nightman's weapon in this stage is those final 2 little light bulb guys.
Yep. It is fantastic. Moving on to Centaur Man. Centaur Man's interesting. So his special weapon is the Centaur Flash, which if he uses it against you, he will freeze you in place, teleport, and spawn a bunch of bullets. but there's actually something you can do to make it less likely that it freezes you, which is that if either of you are in iframes, he will not do it. So you saw Oro right here keeping up a very good chain of hits,
very nice.
Not getting frozen at all. And if you are in a situation where that would be beneficial, you can also take a hit from him or his bullets to prevent that very same thing. Because, you know, you would like to keep up a good chain of hits and not have him teleport or freeze you too much.
Very much so. And we are done with the Robot Masters.
Very nice, very nice. So now we're moving into the Fortress stages. I guess this would be a good time to talk about the story of this game. So Dr. Wily was finally defeated with the end of Mega Man 5, and now there was a big robots tournament. 8 Robot Masters participated, the ones you saw on the stage select, and the nefarious Mr. X came out of hiding, took over the tournament, and took over the robots, reprogrammed them for
his nefarious,
taking over the world.
Nefarious purposes.
Yep. And so we are now storming the X Fortress. This is Mr. X1. This stage. Here's where they start making you use your weapons that you have gained along the way. Unfortunate death right there. So these stages force usage of the jet adapter and the power adapter, because at this point you have to have them. You get them from specific Robot Masters.
Really?
They did already have like small extra goodies along the way, like 1-ups or E-tanks if you had them. But they weren't strictly required. Here's the part where they do force that.
Really missing my Mega Man 4 balloon right about now.
Yeah. So now there's a split path in the stage. You can go up and take the scenic route, basically. Or you can go and smash this window right here with a power adapter. And that ends up being quite a bit faster. You have to be careful here, navigating the spikes. There's a lot of ammo refills here, but we just kind of walk through them with the power adapter because, you know, we just barely started the fortress.
Yep.
And very nice 4 1-ups in this block right here. Hopefully guarantees that we won't go game over again. Moving right along to the first fortress boss. This is Rounder Mark II. Hopefully this fight is going to be very fast. It's like a blink and you'll miss it. Because what we're going to do is we're going to put Flame Blast pillows on the ground and on the wall. And...
got it.
All right. Very nice. Missed the last shot slightly, but yeah. That boss is usually very, very finicky because the hitbox is fairly tiny, but Flame Blast leaves this lingering pillar of fire on the ground, and they just kind of drive straight into it. And so if you just plant a couple of those and then 1 extra shot, you're through. It is also a really satisfying fight to pull off.
Now we're on to X2.
Moving on to... Yep. This stage is the one that I consider pretty difficult. There's a lot of spikes, a lot of pits to go around, and a lot of annoying enemies capping the ledges, like the ever-present Metalars. We do have to swap to Jet very briefly here, but for the rest of the stage, what we want to be on is the boss's weakness, which is Silver Tomahawk. Silver Tomahawk being one of the weapons that you have to be most concerned about ammo in this room, because we use it for a lot across the fortress. And we're going to have to take a couple refills for it.
And for those of you,
because,
go ahead.
You know,
for those of you newer to the series,
this boss is weak to it. And the Refights, you have to use it, and there's 3 phases of the final boss that are all weak to it and take like a full ammo bar. So the more we can conserve, the better.
Exactly, because for those of you new to the series, when you're in the fortress stages, your weapon energy does not refill, so you're having to use all of this throughout the entire, at least these 4, not the entire rest of the game. So conserving is of the utmost importance, and Tomahawk makes for very short work of that boss.
Yeah, that was... I heard a lot of applause right there, and honestly, it's justified because Power Piston is normally a really annoying boss, but he behaved right there. His movement is pretty erratic and random, and Silver Tomahawk being an arcing weapon that is a little unpredictable sometimes. That fight can really troll you, but very, very fast. Did not miss a single shot, so very nicely done on Oral's part. Now moving on to X3. This stage has these platforms here as gimmicks. You stand on one and it raises the other. We're not going to make much with that because we have the jet adapter and it is, of course, way faster to just hover across all of it to get through. There's going to be one section at the end that is particularly tricky where it is not unreasonable to die, although it would be pretty unfortunate because these stages, in general, like in early Mega Mans, they only tend to have 2 checkpoints per stage, one being in the middle and one being in the boss corridor. So the death at the end does send you a ways back usually. The unfortunate part about having jet adapter or power adapter equipped is you cannot slide, and sliding is our main movement right here, since we don't have any super rare or item 2 or similar. So we want to be. Sometimes it is actually worth, even if you're going to use it again, to just briefly unequip jet or power adapter if it lets you get in a bunch of extra slides. Punch, 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 punch.
Indeed.
So this boss, this is Matanger Z. His actual Robot Master weakness is Blizzard Attack. But Blizzard Attack drains a lot of ammo and is also not very good at fighting this boss. So instead, we're going to use something that does equal damage and has infinite ammo, which is the power adapter. That does mean we have to get very close, and we do have to take quite the amount of damage on most patterns, but
hey,
Oral survives with a clutch free HP.
If you ever wanted to punch him at all, then you finally get that opportunity to do so.
Yep. Alright, moving into another very dangerous stage. This is Mr. X4. Right away, we're going to switch to Jet Adapter, skip a couple of screens here, and then for most of it, we're going to be on Night Crusher. That's not actually the boss's weakness, but with its aiming capabilities, it lets us
do that.
It lets us aim very nicely at a lot of the enemies in here. So there's going to be these birds coming out of the pipe repeatedly. They're very dangerous. You have these dangerously placed cannons on the ledges right there. There are. You can take this stage a lot safer, but again, it is technically optimal to minimize weapon swaps. And this Night Crusher just has so many unique applications here. Shooting 2 right there to get rid of the shield attacker. Then we're going to be using it here a lot in this room. This is very dangerous. It's very easy to die in this room, and it's right before that checkpoint. Yep. I'm going to fire a couple Night Crushers up. Very nicely done. And this right here is probably the most dangerous screen in the stage if you do it like with just Night Crusher. You have the option of swapping to Jet Adapter if you want to be safe, but as it, you need to get these birds right after they get out, before they hatch and become a nuisance.
Exactly.
And
good.
Oral very nicely done.
Good job.
So, back to punching. This is Mr. X's greatest invention. It's weak to Flame Blast, which is actually technically slightly faster, but the very easy and the very funny way to do this is just punch it over and over and over again.
Oh, and here's our reveal.
Now, unfortunately...
Yeah. Surprise! No way.
This can't be. It was Dr. Wily all along? Wow, I'm shocked. Alright, well, looks like we have 4 more stages to beat.
Yes.
Unfortunately, because Oral was on the Japanese version, you don't see the very funny typo that they have in there, which is, my plan has failed without the E. Yeah, it is fantastic. You do not go a single Mega Man 6 run without people posting it in chat. So yeah, this is the Wily Castle. This is Wily Run right here. There's going to be another major split path right here. So Oral has prematurely equipped the Jet Adapter because there's going to be a big spike drop here. And specifically before a screen transition right here, he wants to hold it out so that his downward momentum cancels enough they can hover over here and take this path, which is very, very nice because it has, it's faster than just going down in the first place, but it also has some very nice ammo refills that we can take.
You might have seen it a couple of times before, but the use of the Jet Adapter actually takes a good amount of learning because you have that sort of that transition into going at full speed, and you only have like half a. If you notice the weapon usage on the jet or the punch, it's only half of your bar. So you can run. You can if you're learning this game for the first time, you can run out of your fuel really quickly, and it definitely takes a lot of learning. Hence the power up before, or the pre-use of the jet before. But we are on to one of my least favorite bosses in this.
Oh yeah, this is Mechasaurus. This is a lot of runners complain about the phantom hitbox here. What's happening there is, like, sometimes you saw Oral shoot straight into his face and it didn't actually register a hit. This is because his hitbox is tiny, and Yamato's spear actually moves at a higher speed, such that sometimes, like, on one frame it'll be before it, and on one frame it'll be behind it. So actually, like, just straight up passes through the hitbox. So it's notoriously tricky to hit. Wily 2, another stage with split paths. This time with these ice walls that we saw in Blizzard Man stage. We're gonna take a shortcut right here. Very nice. That jump is very tough. Like, unfreezing that wall and making that jump on that Yoku block at the same time is a lot more difficult than just making that jump.
Very much so.
But very nice. So that skips a lot of the stage. Like, I think it's basically half of the stage is contained on that upper path. Like, this is already the last screen for the boss corridor.
It definitely rewards.
We're gonna use Windstorm here. Yeah, we're gonna use Windstorm here because these enemies start, like, going crazy after you deal the first hit to them. And Windstorm likely carries them away. And also, it happens to be the weakness of Tank CS2, or Bogley Jumbo Wheel, as we like to call him, the best Fortress boss. Very nicely and easily dispatched us. So, it's time for everyone's favorite Mega Man tradition. It is here, and it is here to stay. It's the Refights.
Refights.
Woo! So there's going to be a little platforming section first, and it's actually pretty difficult. You have these fans trying to pull you into the spikes, and you actually have some things that you want to stop for here. There's a couple of ammo capsules that you really want to grab. Oral's pausing right here, refilling his Silver Tomahawk, as mentioned, the weapon that we happen to need the most of for the end game. Everything else should be fine. There's a couple extra you can grab, but Oral's not refilling anything else. Going straight in. Now we have the classic 8 Robot Master Rush. So, Refights. Most of these fights are unfortunately identical to the previous counterparts. It does, it can be a little sketchy depending on, you know, what kind of ammo you have, how much you've had. Like, this is where a lot of stuff accumulates throughout the run. How well specific things went, where you have to spend ammo on, or if perhaps you got a random drop from an enemy. That could all, like, cost or save you a lot of time in this stage.
Blizzard Man giving him the exact same pattern.
Yeah, that was not very nice. It's also just another RNG show for a couple bosses.
Very much so.
Each Robot Master will drop a health pickup on their death, which you have to collect to move on. It does, of course, take a little longer if you have taken damage and you actually need to refill health, as opposed to just picking it up. So ideally, you know, you decide damageless, but of course, there's also a lot of situations where taking damage is beneficial to go faster.
Just like that.
To like optimize a specific pattern. It's interesting because they vary how they do this throughout the NES games and just the series in general. Because sometimes you don't actually need the pickup; you just, like, walk back into a teleporter at the start and just you can optimize that way by positioning yourself on that teleporter, but here you just want to be as close to the Robot Master as possible on death.
So Mega Man 2 is my main game, and it was like, yeah, back in my day, we didn't need the power or the health drops. I just stood on the thing. I'm gonna be a boomer for a sec. Go ahead.
There was the one refight that really has a major change in the refights, which is Windman, because we now have his weakness, which is Centaur Flash. You need to be very careful that you don't, like, overshoot or, like, become too greedy with your hits on Windman, because you do have exact ammo for that fight. And if you just press a little too early, then You will have to switch to Buster at the end, which is not something we want to see.
It's pretty much like that.
We are going to get one more chance right here for the 6-hit cycle on Plant Man as well.
Oh, yes.
The setup is a little different because the spawn locations of both characters involved are different, so the setup needs some like adjusting. Let's see.
Oh, there we go. We got it.
Very nice. That's okay.
Almost.
He didn't quite get the 6th one in. It's pretty tight, but that was a very clean setup, and he does show off a good 5-hit cycle.
Yep.
Very, very nice.
Good demonstration of how you can short circuit Plant Man there.
This fight is always like you're not only thinking about how to do this fight fast, you're also thinking about like I don't want to miss any shots here because again we have a final boss coming up, a 3-phase final boss, and all of the phases are weak to Tomahawk. I believe you have 2 shots that you can miss across this Yamato refight and the final boss with a full ammo bar. So you really do want to be careful more than anything else.
Very much so. And now we're on to Wily himself.
Very important right here. Do not slide off of that ledge. Jump off of it, walk off of it, do anything. But if you slide off of it, then you will not be able to get into that little corner with the ammo refill. I'm not sure why, but yeah, do it that way. You can hope for a last ammo drop from Eddie, but Oral's going straight in, so this is going to be the Wily machine. The Wily machine, as mentioned, has 3 phases. Something funny you can do when the first phase dies is just like overlay a shot on top of its sprite directly, because they will instantly connect as soon as the phase transitions. Oral a little late on the trigger, unfortunately. That's fine. Again, as long as we don't miss a shot, that's the most important thing. And now
here's Capsule
going into each game has to have it. Starting with 4, they introduced the Wily Capsule. Now it's in basically every game. It's annoying. It teleports. Especially with an arcing weapon such as Silver Tomahawk. It can be very annoying to aim at this one, but very nice. That's time.
That is time. And that is Mega Man 6.
Yep. GG's. Congratulations to Oral. Very nice run.
Indeed.
I had a couple of rough spots here. In Plant Man mostly and in Nightman, but you know.
It really goes to show how hard it is to optimize this game, and you know, especially with the sliding and everything, and it really good job by Oral.
These games are notoriously difficult, and trying to go fast in them even more so.
Well, did you wanna, I guess that'll be it for us. Did you want to start on your shoutouts there, Link?
Yeah. So if you want to learn a Mega Man game, we have a very friendly community. There's like a dedicated Discord for each of the series, Classic, X-Zero, and so on and so forth. We have a central leaderboard at megamanleaderboards.net that you can visit. And yeah, the games are difficult, but there's also a lot of safety you can take starting out. And I personally run most of the games at this point, and I think they're each very, very fun. So we would love to have you.
Yeah, the Mega Man speedrun community is you know, we all say it. Everybody says that their community is the best out there, but the Mega Man community is the best out there. It's very huge, very, very close amount of people. They do relay races, they do just tournaments all the time, and yeah, we invite you to come out and join us and learn the games.
Yep. So that's going to be it from us. I've been TimeLink. I run most of these games at this point. Just finishing up my casual playthrough with the Legend series before I start on that. Twitch.tv/TimeLink if you care. And you?
And I've been Twitch.tv/AvalonStar. I am mainly a Mega Man 2 runner. I do the 46 Robot Master run a lot. That's one of my favorites. And yeah, I'm going to look forward to having this in the background during some Monster Hunter World. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the event. And thank you for supporting.
Bye-bye.
Évidemment, nous avons quelques petits dons. Nous avons par exemple le Zigzag qui nous donne 100 € et qui nous dit j'ai pas compris faire quoi avec le t-shirt.
dit « Vive les femmes ». Merci beaucoup, Leica. Nous avons Anonyme, évidemment, qui nous donne 100 €. Merci beaucoup, Anonyme. Achète.
Prends-le un peu aussi.
Ouais, mais j'ai peur. Tu vois?
Pourquoi t'as peur d'un t-shirt?
J'ai peur que ça va.
Voilà, là, t'es bien, là. Là, t'es bien. On a Solari qui a donné 100 €. Majora's Mask, FF10, Elden Ring, MGS3. Il a mis plein de fois strictement inférieur à 3. Bravo. C'est magnifique ce que tu nous fais, là. Regarde-moi ça. Si ça, vous l'achetez pas après ça, mais qu'est-ce qu'il vous faut de plus? Myst qui donne 200 €. Et Schlack, ça n'ira pas dans les 20 € de TVA, c'est ça, non? Bon, Speedon, ouais. Tout à fait.
Nous avons Poutounours qui nous donne 1 €, qui nous dit « Parfait ce piège avec les jeux Zelda pour bourrer les dons. Pour l'année prochaine, je propose de demander si on doit dire Zelda-tine ou pain au Zelda. »
Oh oui, c'est succulent. Je dis ça, je dis rien, qui a donné 50 €. Link Crossbow Training reste quand même le meilleur FPS Zelda, ce qui est vrai. Shibani qui a donné 25 €. Bravo pour ce bel événement. Le meilleur Zelda, c'est le don strictement inférieur à 3, puisqu'apparemment c'est ainsi qu'on signe de nos jours. Absolument. On est flou.
Oh oui.
Est-ce qu'on peut être net? J'aimerais beaucoup être net, en fait. Tu te fous de ma gueule.
On sait pas.
Écoute, restons flous. On est bien.
Ah, c'est bon.
Je préférais être flou, en vrai.
Ouais, c'était pas mal. Hein.
C'est pas mal d'être flou.
Ouais.
Remets-nous flou un peu. Ça te gêne pas. Voilà.
Ah ouais, voilà.
Un peu, voilà. Là, c'est bien. Là, c'est bien.
Nous avons Kloum qui nous donne 10 € et nous dit bien le bonsoir de la salle. Zelda, c'est surfait.
Non, c'est pire que ça. Il a dit bonjour de la salle, Kloum. Il a dit Zelda, c'est surfait 3 petits points. Du coup, il l'a fait vraiment Zelda, c'est surfait. T'es où, Kloum? Il va falloir assumer maintenant. T'es où? Voilà, là, il est là.
C'est vrai? Ah si.
C'est
très assumé, c'est
par
très
toute la salle.
assumé.
Et c'est mérité, j'ai envie de te dire. Surnom qui a donné 100 €. Salut Siho, je t'attends pour DuckTales, bisous. C'était il y a un petit bout de temps maintenant, c'était il y a 10 minutes.
C'est les dédicaces.
Du coup, bah bien sûr.
Nous avons Léo Maurice qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit le meilleur Zelda, c'est indéniablement Faces of Evil. Big up à toute l'équipe Speedon pour cet event de qualité. Achète.
On a 161,1 € de la part de Bafanada qui nous dit bon Speedon à tous et coucou à mon frère dans la salle. Il est où le frère de Bafanada?
Bafanada.
Ouais, bah il a peut-être honte d'être ton frère parce qu'il ne te montre pas, j'ai envie de te dire. Donc attention. Hein. Attention.
On a... Oula, il est passé. Si, c'est bon. On a Patch qui nous donne 5 € qui nous dit on ne parle pas assez de Link's Awakening ici, des plus petits que 3. On dit si. Sur vous tous, nonobstant, bien sûr.
On a 26 € de la part de Antoine qui dit dédicace à Yoko et Seko qui profitent de l'événement en présentiel. Est-ce vrai? Ah oui. Où ça? Je ne vous ai pas vu. Ah oui. Là-bas. Magnifique. Super.
On a Philou qui nous donne 100 € et qui nous dit « Ah, je vais être obligé de regarder la run de Lies of P sur YouTube. Je me suis endormi. 3 petits points. Merci à tout le monde pour ce super événement inférieur à 3, bien sûr. »
On a un don anonyme de 100 €. Zelda CDI, c'est le meilleur. C'est vrai que là, Zelda CDI,
il est en train de remonter.
Il est en train de nous faire une belle remontada, hein, j'ai l'impression, effectivement. On a Lincel qui nous a donné 10 €. Petit don depuis la salle. Très hype par la run Punch-Out à l'aveugle. Quelle dinguerie. Bravo et bourré les dons. Où es-tu? Ah, je te vois. Bravo. Super.
Pour faire un petit point au niveau de... Voilà, avec 16%, bien sûr. Nous avons Twilight Princess en 2e, Phantom Hourglass et Breath of the Wild qui sont au coude à coude, tous les deux à 10%, suivis de très près par Ocarina of Time, évidemment. N'hésitez pas à faire remonter votre Zelda. Bref.
On a un don de 99,66 € de Flopiche qui nous chante la chanson Flou de toi en entier dans son, je vais pas le faire, hein, Flou de toi, voilà, complètement flou de toi. Voilà, bref,
très belle voix.
On la connaît, magnifique. Sublime. On a Tu Force Frérot qui a donné 20 €, même sans le online. Triforce Heroes reste le meilleur.
Je refais un petit point sur l'incentive Elden Ring qui a été ouverte tout à l'heure. On est déjà à 24%, donc sur les 30 000 € qui sont nécessaires pour débloquer le DLC en 3 player one controller, c'est-à-dire que les runners uniront leurs forces pour affronter le boss du DLC sur le même clavier souris. Donc on est déjà à 25% de l'incentive.
30 000 € sur cette incentive, tu sais ce que ça me rappelle, ce 30 000 €? C'est quasiment...
C'est quasiment ce qu'il faut pour les
un peu plus que ce qui manque pour arriver à ces célèbres 300 000 euros.
Ça va si vite.
Ça va si vite.
Parce qu'en plus,
pas assez.
Si vous ne savez pas vous décider, je vous rappelle que vous avez les lots pour lesquels vous pouvez mettre vos
Je vais en faire en apparaître quelques-uns. Par exemple, ceci, vous pouvez le gagner.
Oui,
c'est devant toi.
Mignon.
Non, le nom n'est pas officiel. On y réfléchira.
Non à prévoir. Et vous avez tout sur le site. Vous avez à quel moment vous pouvez bien sûr prendre. C'est comme prendre un petit ticket de loto, quoi, finalement. Voilà. Pour un tirage au sort. Regardez cette Game Boy.
Pardon. Excusez-moi,
Elle est partie, elle est revenue.
Quelques petits dons avant de passer à la suite, bien sûr. Pimpin qui a donné 10 euros. Pourquoi dire ouais quand on pourrait dire out pour Ocarina of Time?
C'est dur à dire.
Bien sûr. C'est pas facile à dire. Oui.
Nous avons Tima qui nous donne 10 euros et qui nous dit merci beaucoup pour cet événement qu'on attend chaque année avec toutes mes amies. Des bisous inférieurs à 3.
Et enfin 50 euros de la part de Fritzouille pour la cause, l'event et le flou de la caméra. La bise 2 points. Non. Point virgule parenthèse, bien sûr.
Point virgule parenthèse.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelques clins d'œil dans le chat, bien sûr? Quelques petits clins d'œil dans le chat?
Oh non, l'enfer. Pitié.
On espère. Nous allons passer à la suite, ma chère Vicky.
Oui.
Bien sûr. Et ce sera Super Punch-Out, mais comment?
En blindfolded.
Oh là 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 là, il ne va rien voir, Alexandre.
Sans les yeux.
J'ai hâte de voir ça, contrairement à lui. On peut y aller.
Merci beaucoup. SpeeDons, vous allez bien? Nous voulons annoncer vos ambianceurs, c'est une run pour vous.
Il n'y a pas de micro.
Mais non.
Ah, le micro ne marche pas. Ah oui, regarde, attendez.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I assume we are live, so welcome into Blindfolded Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out, actually. I'm Babsia, I'm running multiple games blindfolded, not necessarily this one, but I know a few of the setups and stuff, and I have a bit of the game knowledge, so I'm here today to commentate this a bit, and I'm joining here together with Naomi, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Naomi Plays, but you can just call me Naomi, and I'll be assisting Babsia with a little bit of game knowledge. I run another Punch-Out game, so a lot of the strats are pretty similar, buffer strats or whatnot, but this is a blindfolded run, so I'm very excited for it.
Absolutely, yeah. Blindfolded runs in big events like this, especially live on stage in person, are always something like very exciting to see, I think, for many people, especially like offline. So I'm very excited how this will play out here.
Yeah, it seems like the runners are getting ready, the commentators are getting ready. I'm really looking forward to this. It's a pretty underrated game, Super Punch-Out. It's mostly like I run the Wii version of Punch-Out, and you don't really hear about that one. But I feel like you hear even less about Super Punch-Out nowadays. So.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, exactly. So.
I think like the classic NES title is like the most popular one, of course, and then everything that came afterwards was a bit overlooked already, but the gameplay is still very much like the same and as impressive as the first one.
Correct. There's a couple core changes, but overall it's pretty much one-to-one, especially the speedrun strats. But the big change between the original and this version is the amount of RNG that we are going to see in this run. Because the RNG in Super Punch-Out is notorious for being really bad. You can essentially just lose a fight on a whim because the AI decides to dodge or block your punch or throw a different punch that is a lot slower to counter. The Nick Bruiser at the end is very famous for that with his 50-50. Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of more set fights at the start of the run, so excited for when Blindfold goes on. We can start talking about those strats overall, but yeah, it looks like we're starting to get loaded into the game, so...
Yes. And the runner Kami Neko is actually has done this before at events, even from what I've heard. Actually, I asked Kami like what was the reason why he like even started speedrunning this game. So if you want a bit of background before we start. And as you can imagine, he was inspired by the blindfolded Punch-Out run at AGDQ, oh god, when was it? 2015? 2014, I think, by Zallard 1. And yeah, now we see Kami here taking off the headphones, putting on the blindfold. There was an incentive for the blindfold choice. We can see here, multiple layers actually. Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
So one blindfold, second blindfold.
Oh, here we go. What's the design? Looks like a snake?
Yeah, I think so. Like a cobra.
Ooh. Cool design. I was hoping it would be like Ichiban, like piston Honda always wears in the games. But this is a cool one too.
And yeah, with the double blindfold, the legitimacy is definitely verified. So I'm very, very excited here how this will play out. Because as Naomi said, like this game can be very brutal. There's lots of RNG, and like visually you can react to many visual cues, of course, but like blindfolded, you only have the audio to work with. So you need to be very quick in reaction.
Oh, they're counting down.
There's, I think, the countdown, and it started.
All right. Okay, so our first fighter of the minor circuit is going to be Gabby J. Gabby J is essentially the counterpart to Glass Joe. Very simple fight, very easy to take down. What you will see in Punch Out is we're going to be repeatedly hitting boxers as fast as possible to get them dizzy, because when they're dizzy and we throw a super punch, they're always going to be knocked out instantly. So that's what we're going to bank on. We see Gabby J getting hit. All these inputs are buffered. We're doing another buffer strat and another super punch. That was super clean. It goes super fast. Gabby J is not going to be able to get back up after this. It does look like he will, but he won't. It's knockout. Essentially, super punches are star punches, but it's completely different because you build it up over time as you are landing punches. And we're going to be seeing consistent like buffer strats throughout the run to get these early fights, but also later fights, a guaranteed knockout. So Bear Hugger's next.
Yes.
Go for it, Bubsy.
I just wanted to say quickly, on the bottom of the screen, you can see that that nice little load bar to the super punch that loads up basically. So we can see lots of setups at like building up with like small punches, and then once that super is full, then there was a little hit.
Yep,
but that might be still fine.
Should be fine. Yeah, so essentially in this fight we are using buffer strats, but there are some fights where you cannot use a buffer, and this is one of them. And I think the buffer there just messed up Cammy a little bit, but Cammy's recovering very nicely. Going for the super out. There we go. That's the second knockout.
And we can talk a bit about the buffer strats more in detail maybe, because maybe some people don't really know what that means.
Yep.
So essentially, especially in Punch-Out games, there's a system called like input buffering, where you can already, before an animation of a punch finishes, you can already input the next action that the player is going to do. For example, another punch or another dodge. And then if you know a bit about melee, for example, all the different punches have like different kinds of amounts of frames, how long the animation lasts. So you can make like very creative, or like fixed setups based off, okay, you do like 3 punches, 2 dodges, and then another punch. And based off of that, you can knock out players very, very consistently, or opponents rather.
Yeah, it's a staple throughout all the Punch-Out games, and the Kid Hurricane here is no different. That was another really nice first round. Going for a super punch knockout. That was nice. Cool.
I believe now the next fight that's coming up, the Bald Bull, will be the first one where there's actually some RNG involved. The first 3 fights in this game are pretty much scripted. The second one, the Hugger, as we said, there was some things that could not be really buffered, but it was like easy enough to just do it anyways. So this one here has some RNG to it, which hopefully will not mess up Kami here. Very important is always the first sequence that you get. The first punch needs to be timed, because that will decide how the whole setup that you use afterwards. So you can see here a very clean knockout right away in 8 seconds. All of that is decided by the first attack that you're gonna do, because that will like initiate what the other opponent will do and does. So this should be pretty clean from here on. Second knockout. It's also the first fight where the opponent gets up twice and not only once.
Yep. And there was the bull rush.
That's cleanly executed.
Yep. In all games, that's an instant knockout of Bald Bull, so... Good stuff.
Absolutely. The next fight I've heard from Kami himself is pretty annoying. It's not very difficult, but rather a very annoying fight.
Correct, yeah.
Because there's different sequences in the beginning, and you need to just find like an opening, and it kind of can take a long time until you get that opening. You just need to wait them out, and then hope that you get that opening to finally start your setup. So we'll hope here for good RNG.
Yeah, it's all about whether Bob Char decides to actually allow you to land the punch, because he can just decide to just dodge your punches. And that was really good. Wow.
That was very quick.
Wow.
That was very, very quick.
It's just one phase left now. Let's see if he can dodge this. He does dodge it.
And one more.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, it's still a knockout.
Still a knockout. I'm not sure if he gets back up now. He does. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yep. That was really clean, that first phase, though. Okay, last phase.
Yeah, the first phase was amazingly clean.
Yeah, there we go.
There
TKO.
we go.
Wow, that was actually a pretty good Bob Charlie fight for Blindfolded. That's pretty decent.
We also haven't talked about the structure of the game. There is a total of, I believe, 16 opponents. There is like 4 circuits, and each of them has 4 opponents that you need to beat. So this is currently the major circuit, the second one, and this is the second fight of the second circuit, basically.
Yep, it's Dragon Chan time.
Dragon Chan next.
Yeah. All right.
So for this fight, Dragon Chan, the first phase should be pretty straightforward here with the setups that Kami has. The problems start after the first get up, because then there is 2 possibilities that could happen. There's either you can hit him, or the hit can get blocked. Based off of what possibility happens, Kami needs to react to the sound and then perform a different setup. So I think there were some mishaps here in the setup in the first place, in the first round.
Yeah.
It took quite a bit of time and lost lots of health right there.
At least.
But here we will see.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no.
There is a knockout.
Dragon Chan had like one of the worst heals that you could get.
So let's hope here. Now we need some improvisation, because the original strategy that Kami goes for is, of course, now a bit thrown over. So now we need improvisation, but it's very difficult in Blindfolded to improvise, because once the setup is gone, then things can get out of control very fast. Especially since you don't know, like without the setup, without like the fixed setup, you don't really know when do you need to dodge, because you don't know what attacks. So everything is just audio based and reaction based. But there is a knockout, and I think there will be one more stand up here.
Correct.
Unfortunately,
yep.
Yes.
It doesn't help that Dragon Chan's attacks are pretty much almost the same sound as well. So
yes. It's also a big problem for Blindfolded, of course, to recognize the correct sound cues.
But Dragon Chan is not giving opportunity. Come on, Dragon Chan.
Oh, very, very intense fight. No. Oh, the heal. Come on. Oh, but the super is charged.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh, the dodge.
And...
Come on,
no. Yeah! Oh my god! Oh my, what a nail biter! Oh my god!
That was so clutch.
Oh my god!
That was an amazing fight. But yeah, that was a perfect showcase of improvising, I guess. When something goes wrong and you still just claw at everything you have to just somehow make it possible. Absolutely amazing stuff right there.
Well, at least you got the masked... what was his name? Masked muscle. That's it.
Yes.
Let's see how this goes. We have 2 unbuffered inputs, so let's hope masked muscle plays along. So far,
very similar to Yeah, that looked good. That looked very good. Very similar to Dragon Chan. Also, after the get up, there are two possibilities. Can either block or hit. But yeah,
there you go.
Perfectly read right there.
Perfect. He's not getting up this time.
And that is GG's. That was muscle.
All right, that means we have one of the worst fights next, which is Mr. Sandman.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The champion of the major circuit. So let's hope Sandman plays along nicely, but oftentimes he really doesn't.
Yes. So what I said earlier with the fights having like two possibilities, I believe Mr. Sandman has like three possibilities that can happen. So the RNG just like gets even more complicated and different patterns that you need to react to.
Perfect face
one. But that was a very clean beginning.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Now it's gonna get tricky. Phase 2. Oh.
I have lost vision to the stream.
That's okay. I have the stream open on the live, so we are going to try to. Oh, it looks like we are having technical issues right now. It looks like on the live it's also down, so we are. Oh, it looks like it just came back on the live. Cammy's still powering through. I am watching back, so it's not going to be as intense.
Right,
there we go. There we go. Okay, it looks like we're back for us as well. Looks like we had a really clean phase 3.
Sandman. Yep. Yes, Mr. Sandman is down.
All right. I was watching that.
Power was just too strong.
Yeah, I was watching that. It was perfect. Honestly, like Cammy got the right RNG. Really clean fight.
Awesome to hear.
All right, Aaron Ryan time.
And with that, we are in the third circuit.
Now,
this one is not really RNG. It should be a pretty simple fight as long as you just don't mess up your inputs.
Correct. Yeah.
So let's see how we KO this guy. Nice.
3, 4, 5,
fight.
And unfortunately, while this one is still decently easy, the rest of the fighters of this circuit are like one of the worst.
Correct.
It's definitely the hardest part, potentially, even. But yeah, we're gonna get there when this fight is actually over.
There we go.
It's the calm before the storm, as you say.
Yeah.
It was very clean,
GG. As we are loading in, I just think it's a fun fact that Punch-Out Wii only has 2 Super Punch-Out characters, which are Aaron Ryan, the one we just beat, and Bear Hugger, actually. So, fun little story fact.
Oh, yeah. Actually, while I researched about the game, I did read that this game here introduced the most new characters in the franchise ever.
Yeah. All right.
It's pretty cool.
It's Heiko time.
Hey, Heike Kagero. And very, very quick kill in the beginning.
3, 4, 5, 6, 5.
Also, while this fight still plays out, the next 2 fights are going to be very intense, so we're going to prepare for that. But I want to quickly still talk about Kami right here, the runner, because from what I've heard is actually that what I found very impressive and interesting, very clean fight right there, that Kami doesn't really run this game for PBs or like in a traditional speedrun kind of sense. He mostly sees this as a kind of super play, so he does not even track his PB or anything, and he specifically modified the strategies for this run to be like as consistent as possible rather than just going for speed. And I think it's like a very cool and refreshing mindset to like have. Like it's not just like the strive for perfection in time, but yeah, Mad Clown. Let's talk about that. That's gonna be a mess.
Yeah, Mad Clown. What can you say about Mad Clown? Because this guy is one of the worst fights in Black. I believe Cavi said like, if it wasn't like for Mad Clown or like and Sandman, like this run would have been a lot more fun to do. This is one of the worst fights in the game. So Mad Clown essentially is that he does a lot of fake punches, and you can't really hear the difference between that. You have to really see them. So if you want to dodge all these, and then on top of that there's a hard pattern, then yeah, doing buffer strats is pretty much going to be near impossible. So it's going to be a rough one. But it looks like this has been one of the best Mad Clowns for Cammy so far.
Yeah, so far it's very clean. The last phase will decide here.
Oh, there we go.
Yo, that was
knockout.
amazing.
Wow, okay.
Okami will be happy about that one.
Oh, I was wrong, but the name wasn't Mrs. Sandman. Super Macho Man is the one that's like the worst.
And the fight comes right now, right after this. So it's like the worst fight in the game and the second worst fight in the game back to back.
Correct,
right here. And yeah, for Super Macho Man, the start is again always the same if you hit the pattern in the beginning. And then you need to get a counter. And that is by timing only. You cannot really buffer it. You need to just react to the sound. And you want to get that counter to get a stun going. And it's just incredibly difficult.
Fun fact, by the way.
And that's only.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Fun fact, by the way. Canonically, Super Macho Man is 27, which is really starting to make you question a lot of things. Anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Second phase now. Oh, yeah. You just got to take those.
Beautiful punches.
There we go.
So yeah, again, after the first get up, there's lots of different patterns that can happen. 3 different possibilities. So Kami just needs to react here to what's going on and then play from there. But it's looking pretty good so far, getting that chip damage in. Getting some hits.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, exercise program Bree just got Kami right there, but looks to be a toughie. Oh, clothesline was not what you wanted there. It might be.
But yeah, Super Macho Man after the first get up is just incredibly painful. There we go.
Have one more left.
And just one more phase.
And there's no time to breathe. Yeah.
Oh, that's a KO.
That's a TKO. That means we have to go through it again.
Yep.
All right.
So how it works actually, there is 4 of the circuits, but the last one, correct me if I'm wrong, the last one only unlocks if you actually do the first 3 circuits.
Correct, yeah. So
Airfulness even? Can that be?
I don't...
Because I did hear that Kami has a backup save in case he dies.
Oh, right, yeah.
So now the run is officially kind of, it's not over, of course, but
we will have to go for a backup save.
In a traditional speedrun setting, in a traditional speedrun setting, this would be GG's. It's just that hard.
Yeah.
When they're getting another KO.
Macho Man not giving any breathing room at all.
Absolutely. And this is still the first round, as we said before. The second round is where things get really tricky. After the first get up. So let's see. Kami already improvising right here, I believe, because the initial quick kill did fail.
Correct, yeah.
Getting some hits.
Macho's not giving Kami any room to breathe. Yeah, those dodges are brutal. You really want to build up your super meter in this fight, and because of the amount of hits that you're missing, really, because blindfolded just drains your super meter. So Kami is kind of like reliant. Yeah, that's TKO right there. Oh man.
So what we really want to see here is a very clean first beginning where we get the quick knockout, which, as we explained earlier, like it all depends in the beginning on the first attack that you do. Like you need to get the first timing correct, and then from there you can usually buffer the whole first KO. And then after the first get up, as we said, there's lots of different possibilities. So you need to correctly distinguish them and then perform the setup based off of that. But yeah, it's incredibly tricky. So let's hope we'll get it right here.
That's looking good. Yeah. Yep,
Okay,
dizzy. Okay, cool. That's phase 1.
First KO.
Yep.
You can very, very often see, which is pretty funny, like how Kami is just punching into the air, and that's like the power of this buffer, because you just buffer these inputs to get the correct timing for later on. Okay, dodges.
Okay, good dodge on the clothesline. Nice.
Perfect.
That's phase 2.
And then we just need one more. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
there we go. Oh my god.
Oh, Macho Man, finally. Finally.
It's a good generous estimate as well, just for Macho Man alone.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's very required.
Oh man. Alright, so we will be loading in a backup save to load the special circuit, because you cannot unlock that if you go down once. So Kami will have to blindfoldly navigate here. Oh, he's not. Okay, there we go. All right, and that means we get to start with the harbinger of RNG himself, Narcissus Prince. This guy.
Yes. And Kami actually said, like, because it is so RNG what's happening in this fight, he just practiced this so much that basically the entire fight is just improvised. Like, there is a few setups in the beginning that he goes for, but afterwards it's just full improvisation because of so much practice that he did on this. And apparently it works out fairly consistent for him. So let's see how this goes here after the first get up.
What's even more impressive is that Kami, I believe, has never ran this game not blindfolded. So,
yeah, exactly.
So he's learned all of this just blindfolded. So there's no like strats that he learned prior, which makes it like a big advantage for him, honestly, especially with these RNG gates here, because you only know the blindfolded part, so you know how to respond to those. Oh my god, that was really clean. My god.
Yes. And we have only 3 fights left with that.
Yes.
9 minutes till the estimate, so that should be doable. The last few fights are pretty tricky, so we'll see how that goes. But
got Wily first.
Exactly.
Now Hoy is definitely breaking a couple regulations of boxing, I will tell you right now.
Oh yeah. Coming in with the staff there, punching you. So yeah, this fight is also it's a bit weird to time the dodges right here, because just the timing of the sounds and the attack is a bit different than for other fighters, and apparently it's just difficult for blindfolded from what I've heard. So let's see. The beginning here looks good. That's the first KO.
We're going for a TKO here. So.
And then Kami is searching for a counter, and if he does not get the counter correctly, the fight can drag on a bit, but that was very good.
That's very nice. Alright, final phase. That should just be one super, but Hoy can't, it has the tendency to dodge, and we lose the super here. Oh, but we got the counter.
And there it is.
Oh my god.
The clutch counter. That is amazing.
That was really good. Piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
All right, now we got...
And with that, we are at the Bruiser brothers.
Yeah, we got the Bruisers.
Are they actually brothers?
Yeah, they are brothers. They're identical twins, I believe.
So the first one is Rick, and Kami is pretty afraid of this fight. Very important again, you need to get the initial setup, and you need, basically for every single one of the 3 KOs that you get, you need to get a quick hit in. But it's like a pretty precise timing, because you cannot be too late, you cannot be too early, and you need to get those KOs right here, because otherwise Rick Bruiser is doing so much damage that like you cannot survive it, you cannot improvise it at this point. You need to get those 3 hits here.
That's correct, yeah. Come on, Rick.
Okay.
Give us the knockout.
Oh.
Ooh, but was that enough?
And one more. If he misses the quick hit right now, still, it will still be over according to Kami. So let's hope it goes well.
Yeah. Oh my
good.
god.
Let's go.
All right. All we have left is the champion, Nick Bruiser. So Nick Bruiser is infamous in Super Punch-Out because there are no there are no inputs that aren't buffered, so it's pretty much a pretty set fight. But there's one RNG gate. He can either do a, believe it's a low punch or a high punch. You want to go for the high punch because it's a couple frames faster. So most of the time, I know blindfolded runners just tend to go for one of the two. Because you can't really respond to it. So let's hope we get a good punch here.
Yeah, if everything goes well, the fight can end in as little as 6 seconds if the buffer goes correctly, but it's already unfortunately not looking like that.
Yeah, it looked like Nick went from a low punch and Kami was going for a high punch buffer. That's unfortunate, so we have to stick around a little bit. But Nick, otherwise, is not that crazy. Although when he does that,
but you can see how hard he punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is extremely hitting hard. So you really can't get any hits basically.
There we go.
I believe like a regular jab or something takes even like 25% of your health or something. It's crazy.
Yep, we just saw that. That's another knockout. So I do think Kami might opt to redo the fight, but we'll see.
I think so, yeah. Because it would be rough from here on after already two downs, but we will see.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So in a perfect world, we really want to see that quick kill. That would be the best case, but it's really difficult to do, of course. So we need to kind of just hope that the RNG is nice to get through that RNG gate there. And if you afterwards miss any kind of setup or any kind of input in this setup, it is basically over. So let's see how this goes.
Oh, there we go. That was the 50-50.
Oh, yes.
Yep. There's the dizzy buffer, and there comes the super. That's the first knockout. Okay.
And with that, we can just follow the setup, hopefully correctly, without missing an input, and it should be done very soon here.
And KO coming in. Nice.
Very clean.
We're gonna waste.
Then one more round.
Yeah.
Let's see how this plays out.
Nice.
Boom! GG.
That's game.
26 minutes. 23 seconds, I believe it was on the last
Correct,
hit.
yep.
Amazing time, amazing performance by Kami here. That is amazing, yeah. As I said, or as Naomi also said before, Kami does not really run this game visually. He specifically learned this whole run blindfolded from the scratch, from the beginning. So to be able to perform this live and so many people, it's absolutely incredible in my opinion.
Oh my god. I still can't get over that Mad Clown fight. That was so good.
Oh yeah, Mad Clown was incredibly smooth.
All right.
And yeah, so that was Blindfolded Super Punch-Out. I hope you enjoyed it. We can still quickly shout out the Punch-Out community, of course. There's lots of amazing runners, amazing games in the whole franchise that are very, very notorious for being hard. I have to completely be honest, but very fun to learn as well. So if you enjoy these type of fighting games, absolutely check it out. One more shout out to the Blindfolded community, of course, as well. Learning something like this blindfolded, as Kami showcased here, is incredibly rewarding, and I can highly recommend. It's a very nice learning experience, and yeah, absolutely check it out. Check Kami out as well. Amazing person, very kind. And yeah, do you have any other shoutouts to make, Naomi?
The only shout out I have to make is to the charity that they're raising money for. I believe Doctors of the World.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
exactly.
Be sure to check that out if you enjoy this content, and I'll bring it back over to Bubsy. I have no other things to say. It was amazing run, amazing.
Yes, if you want to support a good cause, the Doctors of the World is an amazing charity organization, and the event is still going on for a couple of days. So if you have any interest in supporting, go to the streams, to the restreams like here at GDQ, and try to get a good cause in with some donations potentially. And I believe there is still some shoutouts going on right now.
Correct.
Yeah, so actually, it's funny because I'm actually right here from calling from the hotel because I will be there tomorrow as well, live on stage with Blindfolded Mario. So if you want to see more Blindfolded, check that out if you would like.
I'm very excited for it. I'll be watching in the chat. I'll be cheering on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That will be it for us then. So, yeah, thank you all for having us and have a wonderful rest of SpeeDons event.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Tous et toutes pour l'event de gros bisous du public et bonne chance à Chacha Max pour la run de Penny. It's yo-yo time. Plus petit que 3. Et oui, la run de Chacha Max qui sera sur Penny's Big Breakaway. Big Breakaway. Juste après.
Ah oui.
Juste après, mais avant.
Il y a quelque chose avant.
Mais avant, évidemment.
Algo qui a donné 10 €. Un plaisir d'avoir commenté une run devant ce public incroyable. C'est de vous dont il parle, je crois. Merci à l'orga, aux ambianceurs et à toute l'équipe de SpeeDons. Bourrez les dons et un plus petit que 3 pour le vieux monsieur. Je pense qu'il s'agit de Mister MV, effectivement. Tout à fait, tout à fait. 250 € de la part de Mo Bonanza. Très bel événement. Comme tous les ans. Bravo à Kamineko, ça run tabasse. Mon don va sur le défi Elden Ring. Bisous. Effectivement, on rappelle l'incentive Elden Ring.
Oui.
Pour cette nuit, il faut arriver jusqu'à 30 000 €. Et là, on est quand même un peu plus de 25 000 € d'arriver à 300 000 €. Moi, je vais devoir rester. Hein. C'est ça qui est terrible.
Si proche.
C'est horrible, c'est horrible. D'autres petits dons, peut-être?
Oui, évidemment, nous avons alors Enidran qui nous donne 100 €. Merci pour tout, plus petit que 3, merci énormément. Nous avons Blinky qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit un grand merci aux vieux monsieur, aux ambianceurs, commentateurs, speedrunners et à médecins du monde, bourrez les dons et gros bisous à Minou, plus petit que 3.
Il y a Gorba qui donne 100 € et qui me demande, Antoine, c'est moi le viewer détesté, je vis dans la peur depuis trop longtemps. Et plus sérieusement, bravo MDM pour ce que vous faites. Et je ne répondrai pas à cette question, bien sûr.
Le mystère.
En tout cas, tu as donné 100 €, ce qui est déjà pas mal, j'ai envie de te dire. Lil Redbird, qui a donné 69,69 €. Nice. Montant de dons plus qu'indiqué pour cet événement de qualité. Strictement inférieur à 3. Big up à tous.
Nous avons Slipouz aussi qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit j'ai jamais réussi à finir ce jeu et lui le fait les yeux bandés. 3 petits points. J'ai raté ma vie. Point d'exclamation. Je ne pense pas, mais c'est vrai que c'était une performance assez impressionnante.
Il y a un œuf à lunettes dans la fosse qui a donné 50 € et qui a dit Siri, mets-moi un réveil dans 10 minutes. Strictement plus petit que 3 cœurs, évidemment.
J'aimerais tellement que ça ait marché.
Siri, mets un réveil à 3 h du matin. On ne sait jamais. La dernière fois, ça a marché, non?
On a Nanou qui nous a donné 10 € et qui dit un coucou de Paris à la team de Lyon et toute la commu de jeux de combat et vive Link Between Worlds. Et évidemment, l'incentive pour voter pour le meilleur Zelda est toujours en cours. Et soyez-en étonnés, le premier, c'est Wind Waker.
Encore? Mais c'est pas possible, cette histoire. De Full Metal qui a donné 20 balles. L'alchimiste qui soutient le chimiste pour que lui et ses comparses aillent casser le DLC d'Elden Ring à 3, strictement inférieur à 3.
À 3.
Étonnant. Étonnant. Solias qui nous dit big up à Aiden qui se trouve dans le public. Aiden?
Ah, tout devant. Coucou,
ah oui, tu es là. Oui, pardon. C'est bon.
Nous avons Tima qui nous a donné 10 € et qui dit merci beaucoup pour cet événement qu'on attend chaque année. Je l'avais lu tout à l'heure, mais toutes mes amies, des bisous. Donc des bisous, il n'y a pas de souci, on dit des bisous. Donc nous avons aussi Calipige qui nous donne 1 € et qui nous dit sans doute pas le meilleur, mais on oublie trop souvent que Spirit Tracks était excellent. Merci beaucoup pour l'euro.
On a Mélo, dis-moi. Askip qui donne 10 € et qui dit Askip, mon frère a fait un don et on m'a appelé. J'étais en pause, mais maintenant je suis dans la salle.
J'étais en pause.
Mélo, dis-moi.
C'est fini la pause?
Mais tu fais des pauses tout le temps ou comment ça se passe? T'es juste pas là en fait. Allez là, tout là-haut. Où ça? Saute. Tire. Non, attends, t'es où?
Ah oui, tout en haut, tout en haut. Ah, là, il y a des flashs qu'il a...
Ah oui. Ah, je te vois.
Coucou.
Bravo. Super.
Hello again, y'all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whichever one you're doing. Welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 5 here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel. I am once again Happy by 3. If you've been hanging out, you've heard me a few times. And I am here once again to serve as audience surrogate and interested party, because I cannot possibly be the expert in the room when I am joined by the Holliber.
The legends, you know, the speedrunning legends. No, I only play this game, but I run this game, Penny's the Breakaway, and I'm just kind of here, first time kind of being live and stuff like that, and I'm going to provide the commentary, try and explain all the tech and stuff like that. It's pretty technical, so, but yeah, excited to be here.
To be fair, you only run Pennies, but you run Pennies very, very well. Yeah. I have like 300 hours or something and stupid in that game. So that's a couple of hours. Yeah,
I got my money's worth, definitely.
I feel like we are opposites in that way. I've run so many games, but I will like run them one time and then move on with my life and do the next thing. And you're like, no, I'm locked in on this game.
I love that game. But I feel like I would try some other games, but I don't know. I also just like playing games casually as well. So it's just like, I feel like it's nice to have like one speed game and then all these other like games that I just play casually. It's kind of like a flex. It's like, oh, I'm really good at this one game, you know. It's like a party trick.
On retrouve quelqu'un qu'on a déjà vu. Et oui, c'est Sandrine Simon, directrice du plaidoyer de Médecins du Monde. Bienvenue.
I've learned a couple of SNES games, and every now and then I'll go into a coffee shop or something downtown that has like a SNES setup, and I'm like, that could be a fun party trick. I can just sit down and beat Donkey Kong in a few minutes and then get my coffee. I never do.
Refreshing. It's like refreshing to beat a game that quick, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we are listening to this interview right now with the charity, I do want to run through some of the information that we've been given about Médecins du Monde, so that y'all in the English Restream can get at least some of the information that we're getting from the charity right now. So if you've not heard yet, Médecins du Monde, the charity partner for this event, or Doctors of the World France, is an international health NGO of over 40 years. Health and international means that they provide care for the most precarious people in over 30 countries, but they do also work in France. So they are a semi-global organization, but they do also do direct work in France, which is part of why they're the partner here. They're an activist organization that fights for fair and accessible healthcare policies for everyone. And right now they have about just under 4,000 folks involved, of which 1,600 are volunteers providing care to vulnerable people. So what do? They do provide direct health care. They also do political work, calling out public authorities, supporting folks who need to go to court over healthcare issues. They support global populations by training professionals in different countries so that folks can be autonomous and provide long-term care to their communities, so that even after the members of Médecins du Monde leave that country, there is a foundation set up already for those folks to be successful and continue providing long-term care to their communities. They help victims of crises such as earthquakes, cyclones, or conflict. They provide specific care for vulnerable communities like immigrants, children, women, any community that needs access to healthcare, which ostensibly is every community. Médecins du Monde is out there doing that work to make sure that happens, making sure that health is an accessible right for all, and defending women's right to bodily autonomy, defending the right to health for migrants, and reducing the impact of working in precarious living environments on people's health. So they do really, really incredible work, and they're doing work that is not just short-term direct relief, but training and resource management so that every bit of effort goes far beyond that one interaction, so that there's constantly education happening and resources can grow and folks can continue to do work even after Médecins du Monde leaves that area. And so if you want to support them, you can make a direct donation during the event on the page accessible during the event stream, which is speedons.fr, or with !donate in the chat. That'll get you a link. And remember, for the first 5,000 donations over €5, PayPal will add $5 to the donation. So if you donate $5, PayPal will make it $10 for those first 5,000 donations. So in total, euros, dollars. They're close. We have a translator on screen, which is helpful. But yeah, they will add €5 for a total of €10 if you donate 5. I had one last thing to say about that, but I got distracted by forgetting what euros are.
I mean, they've raised a lot of euros. Like
they've raised a lot
today. I just know it's a lot.
Yeah, and we do have that handy dandy US total on screen as well. So if you do some math, you can even find out the conversion rate in real time.
Donc un taux de vaccination qui est très faible.
Yeah, it's just awesome having I'm like from the UK as well, so having like a European event and like European charity, it's like really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I remembered what I was going to say, that because there are 5,000 donations matched by PayPal at €5 each. That ostensibly means if we receive 5,000 donations, PayPal is adding €25,000 to the total. But that relies on individual donations, right? Because a €100 donation, PayPal still only adds 5, which means anybody in chat who's thinking like, maybe I could do €5, but probably not more than that. That €5 goes a really long way with this donation matching.
Every like tiny donation, means something, and especially if PayPal's matching the like €5 ones.
Yeah, no, that matching is huge. It makes it feel like the quantity matters, which is nice for folks like me who are like, okay, I can do a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That little bit really does help make a difference.
Yeah, so many people getting help by this. So.
Bravo, Désolé de casser l'ambiance.
Eh oui, non, mais c'est bien, comme dire.
And I have yapped my requisite amount. I've done everything in my power. I believe. Did we time it well? Probably not.
I don't know. It looks like it.
They're pointing. There's a little bit.
Yeah, they're pointing at me. I don't speak French.
I also do not speak French, regrettably. It seems fun.
Yeah, I sometimes hear a few words. Like I think they were talking about a run that's like 3 people on one controller, and I think I picked that up. I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah, say like a whole French sentence to me. I have no idea.
Des financements américains hier, mais aussi de l'APD en France et d'autres. Et donc on prévoit moins 40% de financement d'aide publique.
Well, while we are waiting for the last chunk of this interview, another thing that you may have noticed them showing off in between segments is that gorgeous SpeeDons t-shirt.
Oh yeah,
that shirt's super cool. I made
so many cool characters on there.
And when you buy one of those t-shirts for €27, €10 is donated to Médecins du Monde. And after 20,000 t-shirts are sold, that will go up to $11.15. So there's some growth there if we get a whole lot of t-shirt orders. And if you happen to be in the countries of France, Belgium, or Switzerland and listening to the English commentary, purchasing a SpeeDons t-shirt in those countries enters you into a lottery, and 2 randomly selected people who buy the t-shirt will get a 4-day pass for SpeeDons 6, the next event, and a backstage tour with the Medicine du Monde team. So if you happen to be in one of those countries, you have even more reason to buy a super cool t-shirt at a reasonable price.
And also it's just a nice shot.
Yeah, it's a good shirt. I'm pretty sure the Medicine du Monde rep is wearing it right now.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful shirt.
I see Miss Chalice on there as well. I love Cuphead.
Yeah, I believe the current host, oh my god, why can't I think of her name? Vicky Spleen, one of the 2 hosts right now, is running Cuphead later in the event.
Awesome. Yeah, there's a few runs coming up that I'm really excited to watch. Monkey Ball as well. Like Monkey Ball runs always
Monkey
crazy.
Ball.
Yeah.
Today is honestly stacked.
Yeah.
Like everything from now until like like Sunday. I can't. I'm trying to find one thing in here that I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go get a hot dog during that. But no, I want to watch all of this. It's all good content.
I mean, I've had it on like all day, just like waiting, and just seeing all these cool games that I've like never even heard of. I'm just like, I need to download that and try it.
Yeah, it's a really, really good. It's a really, really good lineup, and coming up after us, y'all are getting like peak commentary, so you should stick around all day because that Monkey Ball run you mentioned, commentated by Helix and Peas, that's like Monkey Ball royalty.
Yeah.
And then Sharif doing Barbie, that's Barbie royalty.
Everyone's got to lock in for Barbie.
I'm so excited. It's gonna be fabulous. Also, shout out to everybody in chat doing some little bit of translation, letting us know exactly what the interviewers are saying. I really appreciate that.
D'avortement, ça va juste faire en sorte que les femmes vont avorter dans de mauvaises conditions de sécurité. Aujourd'hui, c'est 40 000 décès dans le monde chaque année, mais 8 millions de complications, c'est-à-dire que des femmes qui
there really is so much content. I'm like scrolling back through the Sunday schedule again, and I'm like, yeah, that's awesome too. Animal Well's going to be incredible.
I should pull it up as well, see which games I'm excited for.
Chaque année. Donc c'est contre ça qu'on essaye de lutter d'une certaine manière.
Obviously, the Sonic games. Sonic the Hedgehog 1, I think, was coming up. I think that's in a few days. Or like.
Dans d'autres, implantés, c'est tout un réseau à travers le monde.
Ooh, fabulous point in chat from Docta. The T-shirts I was talking about before, I do recommend ordering one, but remember that they are Euro sizing. Euro sizing is generally like one size smaller than US sizing. So like, for example, I mostly wear a medium or large in like soccer kit. I'm sorry if that broke your heart as an Englishman. In my defense, y'all invented the term soccer. You did this to yourselves.
But you use your feet.
But in a Euro size, I wear like a large or an extra large. So if you are ordering a t-shirt, maybe bump up one size to accommodate that Euro sizing. Good call out, chat.
Ça peut entraîner un certain nombre de risques pour les équipes, donc on les évalue et on les accompagne.
Doesn't hurt to be like one size too big either. I love like a big t-shirt. It's like comfy.
Yeah, right. I feel like if you buy a shirt that's too small, you now have a shirt you can't wear. But if you buy a shirt that's too big, you now just have a nice pajama set. So like, the risk goes the other direction, I think.
Bravo pour ça.
Yeah.
Et dernier combat, non des moindres en effet, voilà, c'est vrai qu'on on a un petit peu voyagé à travers le monde. Mais c'est un sujet, on y revient toujours, finalement, à chaque année. C'est l'aide médicale d'État qui est constamment remise en cause, hein, évidemment. On sait que la France était un peu un bastion de tout ça, les droits sociaux et les droits médicaux. Mais voilà, c'est toujours, on essaye un petit peu de taper dedans. On en est où depuis l'année dernière sur la ME?
Malheureusement, oui, on en reparle cette année. J'espérais ne plus avoir à en parler cette année.
They're showing their names again, so I believe we may be near the end of the interview. If not, I've got a whole list of more stuff to talk about, but I didn't want to jump into it and then be game time.
That's fine. We could just be like, okay, time.
Well, I have this cool list here that the SpeeDons folks sent us of donation goals provided to them by Médecins du Monde, telling us like, hey, if we raise this amount, this happens. If we get this amount, this happens. So the most recent one we hit was 240,000 euros, which allows them to fund activities of one healthcare advice and referral center for an entire year. So we have raised enough money already to fund one of Médecins du Monde's referral centers for a full calendar year, which is unreal. And what I'm seeing on this sheet, I was looking for sheet. What I'm seeing on this sheet is that if we raise 430,000 euros, we can fund 2 of those centers for a year. So, seems like that's the next goal, yeah? We're at 276 now. 430 is when we get really into it.
We can do it. That's
double your referrals. And I have been told that the event's official goal is 3 million, I believe, for this event. I heard either 3 or 4 million, but either way, we've got some big goals from these folks, and I think we can make it happen. And one of the great joys of having these foreign language restreams is that we can get more support for the charity from more places and more people.
And there's a bunch of other restreams as well. It's not just English. There's a Japanese restream as well.
Yeah.
German as well, right? I think.
Yeah, shout outs to Japanese restream, German restream. I believe that's it for this event. Yeah, but both of those folks are fabulous.
And French, obviously.
I have a tendency for events when there is not a English restream, I tend to just watch the Japanese restream. And so this event, I've been like multi-twitching it because I'm like, I want to see all my friends on the English stream, and I also want to see all my friends on the Japanese stream.
Yeah.
And so I'm
excited to look at the Japanese side as well. I have a friend that can speak Japanese, so he's going to let me know like what the Japanese commentary for this is like as well. I'm such a nerd.
No, they're great. We love JP Restream. They do really awesome stuff. I don't speak a lick of German, but at some point I'll go hang out in Germansch just because it feels like the right thing to do.
Just vibes, you know.
Yeah, I know nothing. I love German football. That's where
German
it stops. Yeah. Yes. Die Bundesliga, best league in the world. So that's about where my German knowledge stops.
Ça bouge pas forcément toujours dans le bon sens, loin de là. Est-ce que tu veux rajouter quelque chose, nous dire quelque chose, invectiver la foule, lancer un spectacle de claquettes dis-moi tout, Sandra.
Alors, le spectacle de claquettes, non. Juste pour dire, si vous avez envie d'en savoir plus sur nos actions, il y a aussi des BD qui sont là dans la salle. Donc vous pouvez aller les voir si vous voulez aller un peu plus dans le détail, parce qu'en 10 minutes, on ne peut pas aller dans le détail de tout.
Bien sûr.
Et puis encore, merci 1000 fois d'être là. C'est super, cette ambiance, cette mobilisation, cette énergie.
Merci.
I'm seeing chat asking where to find the restreams. It is literally twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. And they'll link back to us. We can shout them out. We're all homies in the restream community.
Ah oui. C'est beau. Ah. La petite lumière sur le
All right,
public.
and it looks like we are getting out of this and into the next thing, or at least we are changing camera angles, which tends to mean that from our end.
Merci. Et c'est Joël qui me le dit
So
souvent,
for
d'ailleurs,
those
ça.
of you who may just be joining us as we wrap up here and get into the game, I'll give it a second, actually. We can do a re-intro after they cut, because there may be people who are watching the French stream just for the interview and then going to hop over here for comms, so we can give them a second to hop in.
Merci énormément, Sandrine.
It just occurred to me that
Les enjeux, est-ce que vous en faites?
they're wearing like fully New York sports gear.
C'était comme ça, c'est pas
Like that didn't hit my brain as like, oh wait, they're in France right now, but that's super cool. I love that. Oh, we have some new hosts.
That's good.
The host desk has swapped over.
They've got notes. The Tic Tacs have gone.
All right, so we're just waiting on that next run to be ready, it seems. The hosts are going to read a few donations and then row us over.
Oh, is that... What's the outfit they're wearing in the back? Is he in a Penny cosplay? It looks like it.
It sure seems like it.
That's
seems
awesome.
we got some Penny Kigurumis, maybe?
Yeah, he's a true fan. I hope he brings a yo-yo as well.
If I had a nickel for every run I commentated at this event that had cosplay, I'd now have 2 nickels.
There's the penguins as well. This is awesome.
That's so good. Have I just happened to be here for the 2 runs that had cosplay, or do French runners really like to cosplay? I'm being told there were even more overnight, so yeah, that may just be a community thing. I love that. That's so fun. Trying to think. I always say if Death's Door gets into another GDQ and I am on couch, I'll cosplay. But by cosplay, I mean I'm just going to put a book on my head. There's a character who, for reasons that aren't ever fully explained, just has an open book sitting on his head the whole time.
That's cool. What kind of game is it?
I think that's as close as I would go. It's like a isometric, like kind of Zelda-like, kind of Souls-like.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Fun game. Really good soundtrack. Really, really vibesy. Very stylistic and really fun. Hey, there it is. There's the t-shirt. The t-shirt du jour. That is the fabulous t-shirt that you can get for the low price of 27 euros, which is basically not... All right, I'm a big fan of girl math. My wife makes fun of me for it a lot. That's a 27 euro t-shirt, but $10 of that 27 euros, sorry, 10 euros of that 27 euros goes toward Medicine du Monde. So really, it's only $17 for the t-shirt, right?
Very, very cheap. And then
that's a really cheap t-shirt.
And then you get to feel good about donating to charity as well.
Yeah. You make a $10 donation, euro, 10 euro donation. I'll get there. I'll figure it out one of these days. I've only got 30 years of saying dollar all the time to beat out of my brain in the next hour. I'll get there. But yeah, that's basically a 10 euro donation and a 17 euro t-shirt. That's a great deal. And there's Okami on the t-shirt.
Okami, Bubble, Cuphead.
Y'all ever remember that the Okami sequel is coming out and think maybe everything's going to be okay? I'm
the
so
Okami
excited.
sequel already came out. I was on the DS by Okami then. That's what you mean, right?
No, didn't they announce...
Yeah, they did. I'm joking. Yeah, that's really cool.
You were doing a funny.
I know. It's English
it went
sarcasm.
right over my head. I'm gonna use the I'm on the West Coast and it's not 9 a.m. yet excuse. Everyone be nice to me.
Merci et bravo aux joueurs, commentateurs, ambianceurs, organisateurs. L'événement me rend heureux. Maintenant, le temps que le destin s'en écarte. Merci à Kempa pour les 10 €, à Bras 13 pour les 80 €. On remercie cette équipe de SpeeDons, Twilight Princess, Meilleur Zelda et surtout à Chet.
I can't wait to see this like full cosplay in a second.
I know. I like that we're getting just a tiny bit of it in the background. Like, I kind of see it, but
he has these like big, like puffy like bits around his like wrists. I'm like, those would annoy me if I played.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like we're getting into it. So now, if anybody is just joining us now, welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 5 here at the Games Done Quick Twitch channel. My name is Happy by 3, and I will be functioning as your audience surrogate and asking questions and bringing vibes because I am joined by an actual expert of Penny's Big Breakaway speedrunning.
Yes, hello, I'm Hollow. I speedrun this game, and I will be talking about all the tech and stuff like that. It's a pretty technical game, so I love this cosplay.
Yeah, this cosplay is fabulous. The fluffy wrist guards for the bracers, perfect.
Yes.
I'm gonna need a fluffy bracers mod ASAP.
Yeah. Game doesn't have like a huge modding community, so hopefully we get some. Anyway, yeah, well, so we're gonna start soon.
As we're getting into it, you may notice the category is any % restricted, and it turns out you're really good at restricted. What are the category rules there?
So restricted is basically there's a lot of glitches in this game that kind of broke it. You can zip across the whole level and kind of make some levels go as quick as like 5 seconds. So restricted basically bans all of those like zips and stuff like that. And you're basically sort of limited to the regular sort of in-game movement, which is, there's still a lot to do there. So sort of the main movement of this game, you sort of have a jump, a double jump, a dash, a swing, and a ride. And sort of the main way to get speed in this game is you'll jump and then do a swing and carry that momentum into a ride. And that's how you get a bunch of speed. And he's basically just done this whole intro level, skipped it very fast. That was really good. So yeah, so we just skip this cutscene and into the first level, which is Vanilla Town. And yeah, you're just gonna bounce, swing over to this area and then swing onto this girder, which is kind of tricky to do, but yeah, just get up there. And yeah. So he's just riding here. And we have like various gimmicks in these levels. We have these like trampolines and stuff like that, but like here you can see he got a bunch of speed from carrying that downward momentum into a swing and a ride and just carry it. There he just skipped a huge zip line. Basically, zip lines in this game take a bunch of time, so we've skipped almost basically every zip line in this run. There is a few that we take, but they're usually very slow, so.
I noticed some folks in chat were like, wait, is that a penguin on the couch? I like that both of us, having played this game, didn't even think to maybe point that out to chat, but yes, there are lots of penguins in the game.
Yeah, so the game kind of, these are the Emperor's guards, and it's Emperor Eddie, and he has a bunch of penguins that are sort of chasing after Penny. We didn't really explain the story, but there was a big performance, a big gala performance, and Penny kind of screwed up, and her pet yo-yo sort of like undressed the Emperor and embarrassed him in front of the whole gala. So now she's a felon, and all of these Emperor guards are chasing her, these penguins. But yeah, so we finished the level there. There's actually a, when you stand on the podium, there's a busker bonus, which is basically like a quick time event to get a bunch of points, but it actually takes a bunch of time, so you want to fail it ASAP. So you just kind of mash every button on the controller to get it done quick. So this is the second level now. We have these sort of spinny things that you just spin on and then jump off and gain some height. There's this door, which is basically just a suggestion. You can just jump over it. There's a switch that you're supposed to press to open it, but you just skip that. And here's a big swing that Chachamax is going to attempt here. Not easy to do because the camera kind of covers you, but yeah, there you go. Skip that huge zip line. Saves a bunch of time. There's another skip coming up in this. Oh no, that's fine. You got a checkpoint. When you die right before a checkpoint, it's like nice. Like, you know, you don't waste any time. But yeah, this upcoming trick on this level is very scary. So you take a bunch of your speed here and ride up and want to make it on top of this building. And you do a sleep bounce, which is basically, so you do a sleep bounce, which is basically you throw your yo-yo out and jump on it to gain extra height, and then you can carry that height into a really fast swing and just hopefully get all of this momentum and make it across this gap. Yes, he did it. Awesome. That's really, really hard to do, but Chachamax just did it, you know, right away, basically. And yeah, just finished the level. That was a really good one, too.
Clean.
It's funny, these are busker bonuses. Sometimes you'll get an input where it wants you to rotate the stick, and mashing the buttons doesn't actually, like, get it. So you have to rotate the stick in the opposite direction that it's telling you to do. And it's just like, you sometimes lose a few seconds where it's just like, oh my god. But yeah. So 1-3, we actually have a new gimmick, which we only see like right at the end of the level. There's like a burger that destroys walls. There's also hammers that destroy walls, but you can just skip them. And yeah, just make it through here. You'll see in this game, there's a lot of sort of jumping up on these walls where, you know, you're not really supposed to go there, but this game's very generous with, there's not really any invisible walls, so you can kind of make your own routes and figure out how to get, there you go, skip that huge zip line there. There's also these nets that the penguins will try and catch you in, and if you ride into one of those, they'll hold you in place and waste a bunch of time, so.
Yeah, it seems like there's no invisible walls stopping you from going around stuff, and there's collision on most of the stuff you can see, which is really nice.
Yeah, you'll see that later in some of the levels where you're sort of climbing up walls where they'll have like a tiny little ledge which you can just use to climb up the entire wall and stuff like that.
I've routed many a game where you find a way to get to the top of the wall and then just fall through the ceiling because there's no collision up there.
So there's like a death plane or something. You're like, oh man, that would have been so good. But yeah, this is the burger power up with this giant bowling ball. There's actually two different like control schemes for this game. There's has actually quite a unique control scheme. There's you can throw the yo-yo, just basically do all of your yo-yo moves with the right stick. Sort of similar to like Ape Escape, where you can throw it in any direction and swing in any direction with the right stick.
Sorry, are we talking about Game of the Year every year Ape Escape?
I love Ape Escape. We need a new one badly. Come on, Sony. Yeah, like this and Ape Escape is really the only game I can think of that does that, where you have actions mapped to the right stick. But there's also a easier, like, well,
I guess like Monster Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a different control scheme that's for the face buttons instead, and a lot of runners prefer that because I think it's slightly quicker. Like the inputs, like, you know, register quick. By the way, I just didn't even mention
I'm guessing that was unintended.
Sorry, I was just locked in talking about the controls. This is an insanely hard skip. It's called the girder skip, where you just get so much speed ramping down there and land on that girder. But yeah, it's very hard.
I appreciate when a community names their tricks the obvious name.
Yeah, make it girder skip.
Make it nice and clear to viewers. Why is this called girder skip? Because we're using the girders, folks.
I need to like remind myself because I've played this game so many times. I'm just like, oh yeah, this just happens, and I'm just like, wait, no, this is crazy. What
this is not actually normal.
Yeah.
Little too speedrun brained. I feel that.
This is like a mini girder skip. you kind of bounce off this wall and go across these girders, and there's another zip line. So we know what we do with zip lines. Do a giant. That was a huge swing. That was really good.
What did we say to zip lines? Not today.
Screw 'em. There's a door there, but you can just go right around it.
Zip lines take a really long time.
Yeah, they actually vary in speed. Like, so some are very quick, some are very slow. So, but most of the time you just want to avoid them. And yeah, so now we're like basically done with Vanilla Town, the first world. But we have this boss level. It's like a semi-boss level. It's like there's not really a boss, but there's a bunch of penguins that sort of like go into a ball and chase after you. But we're gonna do a huge skip here. So we do a sleep bounce. That's when you throw your yo-yo and then jump on it to get a bunch of height. And he's climbing up this wall, totally not up to something, you know. And yeah. So you're gonna bounce on this yo-yo again, sleep bounce, get a bunch of height, and then throw his yo-yo, and yeah, just barely make it to this. Oh,
nice.
Oh, no.
That's the other thing about watching this as a casual viewer. Every single skip, because of the nature of the swing, where you have to go through the bottom of the swing to then get the height from the end of it. There's always a moment where Penny is so much lower than seems safe. So as a casual viewer, there's always a moment where I'm like, there's no way they're gonna make this, right?
Yeah. And also, the timing when you like hold and release the swing is very important. Like if you release the button too late, you're just going to have a bunch of vertical height and not get very far. So it's like you need the perfect angle of the swing on when you want to release the button.
Chat,
so
what's your favorite Indiana Jones movie? Mine is Penny's Big Breakaway.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the penguin ball was kind of late. It didn't really expect Penny to jump across those buildings and skip the whole level. So
I noted. It's a weird way to start that sentence. Give me a second try. I remember when we were hanging out earlier, you were talking about frame rate being particularly important in this game. Do you want to talk about that again?
Yes.
I think it's fascinating, so I assume chat will also think it's fascinating.
Yeah, especially in this level with the water. So there's actually, the frame rate is pretty interesting in this game where 60 FPS, you'll get more powerful swings. Like your swings will give you a lot more speed, but in 120 FPS, which is what I play on, the swings are a bit slower, but it's still possible to do all the tricks and stuff like that. But riding on this water, which he just did there, just casually, he climbed up a waterfall and then just like rode on that water. But riding on water is a lot more consistent. Where you press the ride button, you're more likely to actually like land and ride on the water with no problem. And with lava later, it's especially scary because you don't want to burn. So there's a bit of a trade-off where it's like, do you want more powerful swings or do you want more consistency sort of riding on this water and stuff like that? So, but it's not really up to like muscle memory and what feels comfortable for you.
I like that though. I love when a game has multiple routes or multiple options that are like comparable time-wise, so you can get some like preference on the leaderboards and not just like, all right, you have to do it this FPS in these settings because that's the only way to get record. Like ostensibly you could trade world record between someone at 60 and someone at 120.
Yeah, that's basically. Cool.
Now that won't happen because the person in first place is ridiculous.
Yeah, then
but
he's a total god at this game and like sort of the lead head of like the Penny speedrunning Discord. He's like the big dad basically.
But for what it's worth, I mean that second place is no slouch either. Wink.
Yeah, I stole it from Mildew after he ran on the Summer Games Done Quick. I was like, oh, I can play that, and yanked his second place.
Yeah, that's why I'm hanging out with you now. I hung out with Mildew during that SGDQ run, and then you took second place from Mildew, glory. And I was like, friendship ended with Mildew. Holliber best friend now.
That's so sad. No, everyone's friends.
Shout out to Mildew.
Yeah, shout out. Everyone's friends in the Penny Discord, so. But yeah, this level sort of just ride across the water and this whole thing. There was a little gimmick earlier with the palm tree where you pull on it and launch yourself as well. But yeah, no, that was... The second one was actually pretty short. There's only 2 levels compared to Vanilla Town, which was 4. But we're coming up on the first proper boss, I would say, which is Sheila. Pretty funny. She's... the story is basically... Penny cut in line at the gala and cut in front of Sheila. And Sheila's just mad that she sort of like Penny one-upped her and cut in line. but her ship's broken, so Penny is going to screw in these bolts for her.
Yeah, so the boss fight is like doing a cool thing for the boss.
Yeah, basically, you're just being friendly.
Yeah.
Penny's trying to get away from these penguins, so she needs a ride, so the only way is to fix this boat for Sheila.
Because we covered the lore a little bit, but basically the yo-yo becomes sentient unexpectedly, yes. And so when the yo-yo pulls down the Emperor's pants, everyone thinks you did it, and because they stopped auditions for the talent show after that, Sheila didn't get her chance to audition, so she's mad at us.
Yeah.
And we're like, I swear it wasn't me. It was my living yo-yo. Trust.
He's like a cute dog. You can't blame him, you know. He's like pee on the carpet, and you can't blame him.
Yeah. I mean, he's like 1 day old. You
exactly.
know? He's just a baby.
Exactly. There's actually something quite funny about this boss fight. You'd think like, oh, surely there's a way to do this quicker, but people have tried to like sort of get up to this top screw and screw it in first and think like, oh, you know, you just screw in the top screw and we've won. That doesn't work. You actually have to screw in all three to actually beat it. So now we're into the third world, Zaphara, which introduces sand, which is everyone's favorite mechanic in this game. You'll notice that he's sort of hopping along on it. You can only sort of ride on the sand for about 1.5 seconds before you start to sink. And if you sink twice, then it's game over, basically. So it's pretty scary, and that's sort of where the like 120 FPS comes in handy, just to land on this sand more consistently. But I think Chacha plays at 60, and he's just very skilled at it. And
yeah, that's the other option.
See, that's what happened. Like, he had that huge momentum into that swing and then just landed in the sand and just killed his speed. It's like, yeah, sand sucks. But basically, you can just ride on it and get to the end. Oh, I'm scared for him. I'm scared for him. It resets when you land on solid ground. So if you land in sand once and then land on the ground, it's like, okay, nice, I can land in the sand again and not worry about my life, you know? There we go, he made it up there. And yeah, nice big swing into the finish.
It's one other super nice thing about this run is like, even if you haven't done the run, it's pretty obvious. Like, when someone's going for a trick or like what they're trying to do, you know? Like, you don't have to be super familiar with the game to look at that and go, yeah, the goal here is to get up on this platform. Like, it's very, very viewer friendly.
So yeah, now there's these like electrical barriers. They want you to hit this switch to get rid of the electricity, but you just ignore it. Especially here, so you do a fleet bounce and climb up the running sand, which is definitely something you can do. And again, just more sand riding. And when you think twice, that's it.
I think
Not
that's
easy to do.
Honestly good for the viewers to see, though, because it shows you how dangerous this is.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like,
it gets even more scary when lava gets introduced later, and it's just like, if I don't press this ride button at the perfect time, I'm just gonna sink and waste a bunch of time. It's like, no.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's so precise. That's gotta feel so good too when you hit the part that you can just ride on for a bit.
Oh yeah,
you've gotten past the tough part.
Yeah, there's a level later where, like, obviously you have to deal with sand, then you have to deal with lava later, and then it's like back to water, and it's like, it feels so good. I don't have to worry about.
Is the timing the same from sand to lava? Okay, so it's not like they like feel different.
Yeah, no, they all feel the same. It's just, well, actually, no, they're slightly different. So the sand, I said, is like you have about 1.5 seconds before you'll start to sink. It will like interrupt your ride. The lava is it's a little bit longer. I think it's like almost 3 seconds. So, and water is just like infinite. You can just ride on it however long you like. But well, until you run out of speed, then you'll think. But yeah. This level actually has another little item that we use, which is the hot pepper. Which, when you ride, you'll sort of just get this motorbike, which will just keep propelling you forward. And there's a little trick that you can do with it as well. Like if you notice just then he like landed and it had to like rev a bit to start up. If you dash and immediately ride, you can sort of interrupt that that rev. And you'll notice as well, he's sort of snaking as he's riding this. That's a good way to like maintain your speed, which is interesting. I don't really know why, but yeah, turning you get more speed. Yeah, just go to the checkpoint, and then we have these fun conveyor belts, but whatever, just walk on them. More penguins coming. I should explain how the penguins work, actually. They're sort of like the opposite of rings in Sonic, is like the best way I can describe it, kind of. Where they'll, in Sonic, you know, as long as you have one ring, you're good. In Penny, as long as you don't have 5 penguins on you, you're good. As soon as you have 5 penguins grabbing onto you, then you lose, so.
Do they slow you down?
No, they don't slow you down. They actually sometimes...
so 0 is the same as 4.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, but so it's truly Sonic rings.
Yeah. There is actually, it's funny, they do screw you up sometimes where Penny can like knock them off of her, and it does that sort of like thing where it will like freeze the frame for a second, like an impact frame kind of, where you like knock the penguin off. And sometimes that like eats your input. So I have had it before where I've had like one penguin on me and I've gone to do like a big swing or something. It's just like at my input and I've like fallen to my death. And it's like, thank you, penguin. So yeah, I'll just ride up here, and then we have these fans, which are fun, just fun to ride on.
Yeah, all of this game just looks fun.
It's so colorful. It's so underrated as well. It came out, it's like 1 year anniversary, like a few days ago actually.
I really, really enjoyed it casually, even if it's a bit frustrating because it's difficult. You know, it's a precision platformer. Like, it's hard.
It does take a bit to get your like head around the controls.
But like, the speedrun just looks fun.
Yeah.
As my good friend Quacksilver would say, it schmooves.
Yeah, there's a lot of schmooving. Especially when you get like a nice ride down here and you're like, you know, going up along with the hills and stuff like that.
That looks so fun.
And yeah,
also, I think they missed the goal flag there.
Yeah, sorry. That's a part of this level where there's these balls that you sort of like knock into the hole like golf, and then they'll like open up a route. But again, it's just a suggestion. You just jump right over the wall.
That was cool of Emperor Eddie to build all of these Tony Hawk Pro Skater ramps for you.
Oh yeah, it's very nice.
Knowing you would need them. Yeah. What a good guy.
Yeah, the whole like world is like a giant macaroon, which is pretty funny. It's like if you look, there's a world map and you can see there's like different levels of this macaroon, and those are like the different worlds that Penny goes to.
Are you a macaroon or a macaron enjoyer?
I guess I'm a macaroon enjoyer. I don't know. I actually haven't really tried one, so I should. I'm a big Penny fan.
I prefer a macaron, or a French macaroon, if you will, because they're made with almond instead of coconut. But, I mean, they're both pretty darn good.
Yeah.
It's almost like the French are good at pastries. Now, not to hit you with too much of a hot take.
Oh, no, I love pastries.
French pastries are good.
Yeah. But here's the second boss, technically, Mr. Q. There's a strategy here, which Chachamax is going to attempt to do. It's not easy to do. Where you sort of throw your yo-yo out and bounce, and you can sort of stand on the edge of this like billiard table, and Mr. Q will just kind of get stuck trying to get at you, and you can sort of AFK for a second. It's like sort of the only place of the run where you could like actually have a breather. But it's not easy to get up now. But yeah, you deflect his ball back at him, and his like eyes drop, and you have to knock his have a little mini game billiard, like Yakuza.
So is that specifically, like, do y'all do anything to make sure that the first 2 holes that get filled are the corner pockets so that that center pocket is there for the quick mini game? Like, is that by design or did he just get lucky?
It's like here, it kind of got messed up because he jumps, so he's in the center here and it's like a bit scary, but yeah, you basically just want to get him as close to the holes as possible so you can get it in ASAP. And also because of these like electric barriers where you need to sort of shoot around them, and it's kind of annoying. So obviously the closer the ball is, the easier it is. It's very nice that they give you this dotted like guide.
Nice. Oh, that was a really good shot. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was clutch.
Dang. Alright, so
this
Penny Speedrunner and Certified Pool Shark, Chachamax.
Exactly. This level has a funny name in French. I've never actually seen it, but it's called Motoveni in English, and it's one of my favorite levels. It's just a very cool like vibe, but this is where the lava comes into play. Oh, and I didn't mention this gadget. It's a whirling wafer. You can sort of fly and glide across the level. A lot of pastries in this game. There's a wafer, there's a
Penny, am I right?
I got him.
Whoa, is that certified Penny's Gamer Zans SR in chat?
That is Zans.
Hi, Zans. Remember earlier when we were like, it's a race for second place because first place is so good at the game?
No, it's not a race. He's like a whole like minute something ahead. For like 8 months, he's, he doesn't even have to try. That was a really cool skip there where he rode up the wall and then just carried it into a swing. And yeah, again, just skipping a huge chunk of the level.
Like that's a perfect example. That like bush on the middle of the pillar having collision.
Yeah, that tiny little ledge.
I feel like most games there would not be collision on that. It would just be cosmetic. But like, it's so nice that everything has collision in this game. It gives you so many options for routing.
Yeah, there's actually a thing in this game which I watched. There was a really good video about like the behind the scenes of this game, and they actually have like there's a reason why they have all this like random stuff for collision. They have like a random generation, like random decoration generation. That's a hard thing to say, but they all of like the level blocks in that make up the levels. When they're like placed, they'll have random details that are like randomly generated, but still like adhere to the concept art and theme of the level. So like these little buildings where like they have these like little like bushes that you can still stand on. Those are like technically like random. That were just like made when they created these levels to save time decorating.
Interesting. That's really funny. So there are parts of the speedrun that are possible because when that random generation happened, it just happened to pick something that is useful to you.
Basically, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. This is one of the few zip lines that we're just like, screw it, take the zip line. Like, it's a very quick zip line. Yeah, this game is kind of like a bit of an enigma with like how it has like its own custom engine, which is not like super common now. Like a lot of games just will use like Unity and stuff like that, but this game has its own engine. It's sort of like an evolved engine that they used for Sonic Mania. They just sort of like evolved it so it became like 3D, which is fun because there's still like a few like physics quirks that you're like, oh, this is kind of like Sonic Mania, but it's in 3D. But yeah, and it also uses like a brand new programming language, and I think it's the first commercial game to use this beef programming language. So it's just like really unique, yeah, and just really smooth and like super lightweight. This game's like only like 200 megabytes or something. It's silly. It's an awesome game. This run's really good so far.
Yeah, no, there's been like one backup strat that I've seen. Everything seems to have worked the first time.
Yeah, everything's going really good.
You love to see it. Now I'm gonna knock on some wood, so no commentators.
Yeah, we're absolutely.
I won't do that to you,
right
Max. I promise.
I love this. So that little platform there is normally you would sort of ride on it and it would create this like big this sort of like generating platform that it will just sort of like an automatic platform that will just spin around in circles and waste a bunch of time, but you can just jump right over it and just go right to the goal. Yeah, Zan's is saying beef lang, we love beef.
Let's go beef.
Penny runs on beef. Again here, just jumping on all these like higher platforms and getting huge speed. And the palm trees are back from Tides well. This is the thing that this game kind of does, where each world will sort of introduce a gimmick or like a new mechanic, and then in the like the next world, you know, they'll introduce like another little gimmick, and then sort of like bring old ones back and just sort of teach you, and then by the end of the game, you're like, oh, I know what this is.
Yeah, that's cool that it's not isolated. So like the last world's mechanic doesn't just disappear completely because you're in a new world. Like you need to combine everything you've learned.
Oh, I love this huge swing here. Yeah, nice. That feels awesome to do, where you just climb up the wall and then swing. And then yeah, here's the pepper again, and we're gonna use it to ride across lava vertically. It's crazy. Oh, I didn't mention this, but yeah, this guy at the top is a denizen, and they'll give you these little objectives. I think this guy wants you to like collect all of his dishes, but Penny is kind of rude. She just ignores it.
Classic speedrunning.
Exactly, yeah. Just ignore all the collectibles and stuff like that. We just need to be as soon as possible.
Anytime an NPC is like, hey, it'd be pretty cool if you helped, we're like,
yeah. Just already ran past him. Chashmax needs his hat to lock in for the next level. Because the next world is rough. I'm not very good at bubbling.
Does everyone kind of have their own least favorite world, or is it?
I think so. I think
community consensus.
I don't know. I think it's like different from person to person, but I love Moto Bennett, and then we get to bubbling, and I'm just like. It is a cool level though. Yeah, it's a cool level though. You can ride on a bunch of water. I think most people's speedrunners' most hated level is actually the first world, Vanilla Town, because you're constantly restarting there, and it is actually like one of the hardest.
Well, I'm
curious what Zan's least favorite is. I don't know.
I'm sure if you did it intended route, Vanilla Town would ostensibly be the easiest, but
yes, definitely.
When we make up our own route, things get tougher.
But yeah, this is another gimmick. There's two little stage gimmicks in this world actually. There's these like water spouts that you kind of want to land in them as like low as you can, and then shoot up and get a bunch of height. And there's also the diving boards, which you can bounce on and get a lot of height. Here's going to be a pretty big zipline skip. Probably, yeah. It is possible to make it all the way without touching that zipline, but it's super hard. So it's just like, get as far as you can on it.
Backup. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Like get as far as you can, and then just grab it for that like last little bit.
It's a lot of penguins.
Yeah. Oh, there's going to be more. There's a whole penguin world soon. Here's the diving boards. And then the end of this level here is pretty funny because there's a giant gate that's going to be blocking you, but again, you can just sort of climb up the wall. This Penny's specialty is just climbing up these walls. You'll see what like how he climbs them is he'll just jump like in front of them and throw his yo-yo and immediately bounce off his yo-yo and get height. And then you can also wall jump all off of it and then dash and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of ways to climb these walls. Least favorite is Gala Night Zones? Yeah, no, that's understandable. That's the second from last world.
It's just mesmerizing. This is one of those runs I could just like stare at for an hour and a half and like not think about anything else. It's
this part of the stage in Bubbler makes me so sad because like you skip this huge like half pipe, which is so fun to like ride around on casually, but we instead like climb up here and get a bunch of speed. And oh, is it gonna make it? Oh my god!
Nice.
That's really hard to do. Actually, I constantly mess that up and have to use the diving board that's there to reach that spout.
Yeah, the half pipe is fun, but sadly doing a Tony Hawk Pro Skater impersonation is not fast.
Exactly.
So we do what we can.
Yeah. A bunch of like reviewers compared this game to Tony Hawk's. They're like, oh, it's like
really?
Tony Hawk's. Yeah, it's like,
that's like, interesting.
I was like, I kind of see it.
I get it. I mean, just keeping track of your combo.
Oh, we didn't even mention the music in this game, which is amazing. Like, I constantly like listen to the OST of this game. It's like by T-Lopes, who did Sonic Mania's music, and Sean Bialo, who I don't know what else he did. I think he worked on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge game as well. I might have made that up, but T-Lopes definitely worked on the music.
Because this is, I don't know if we've explicitly said it, we've mentioned Sonic Mania a few times, but this game is a team of Sonic Mania devs.
Yes. It's their first like original game, which is crazy. And it kind of just got shadow dropped at like a Nintendo Direct. They were just like, oh, it's out today. And I was like, whoa, wait, what? I need to download it. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's awesome. I love these devs. I really want them to make more games. Like if it's Sonic or if it's more Penny or something brand new, you know. Always excited for what this team comes up with.
Yeah, one of my friends who's a huge Mania fan, when it came out, was like, why did nobody tell me this was coming out? And I'm like, no one knew.
Yeah,
we weren't keeping it from you.
Yeah, they got kind of screwed, I think. It just kind of just popped up on Nintendo. They're like, oh, it's out today. And it's like, oh. And then like people just were like, oh, I'll play it eventually. And they didn't really get to try it, so... But no, this game has a very strong, like, loyal, like, you know, the people who have played it, you know, love it.
Yeah. It's a very active community.
Yeah. Yeah, it's small but active, the, like, speedrunning community. Everyone's really friendly. And there's a bunch of, like, resources as well. It's like, if you're like, how I kind of got into this game is I just played it at launch and just, I did the time trials. There's a time trial mode in this game, and I just kept playing that over and over again, trying to like get a good score on the leaderboards and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of replayability in this game. Coming up is a very scary zipline skip, and I'm curious how Cheshire Max is going to do this, or if he's just going to take the zipline, because I would not blame him. Yeah, I don't blame him. That zipline skip is really horrible. You basically need to get like a bunch of speed and then ride your yo-yo, and then sort of the camera is really fighting against you where it's facing Penny instead of facing where you actually want to swing and go to. But yeah, no, just taking the zipline is ultra safe, especially in a marathon. Also, something about this game as well is the camera, obviously, I like described that you throw your yo-yo with the right stick. It's sort of like how the developers sort of want you to play. So it's like, oh, how do you control the camera then if the right stick is your yo-yo? The camera is like all automatic, so it's pretty impressive how when you're sort of going out of bounds and you're swinging these like unintended routes, how the camera can still keep up with you most of the time. But yeah, now we're into Eddie. So this is the Emperor who we undressed by accident, and he's mad. So we have this sumo boss fight where we need to grab the back of him and launch him into the pool. This is funny, you can just freeze frame Penny during that little cutscene. all the penguins are just waiting for Eddie to join them in the pool, but he's too busy trying to fight us. And suddenly grows penguins for arms. But yeah, we just have to wait for him to, once he's done spinning, and then grab him for a third time. Classic Mario 3-hit boss fight. And then he's done. And now the next level is going to look very strange because he's going to skip this cutscene. And it's like, okay, well, we were just in this like bubble world, and now we're going to be in this world called World's Edge, where it's just like very like surreal and just like, you know, abstract level. It's just like, whoa, there's like all these planets and stuff. How do we get to space from this like giant bathtub? But what happens is Eddie sort of flushes you down. He like unplugs and you get flushed down to like the center of the earth, I guess, and into this like space void.
Apologies, I disappeared for 60 seconds.
That's fine.
My internet service provider appeared at my door and was like, hey, we might need to get inside to fix a line. And I was like, 1, no you don't, the attic is outside. And 2, if you do, can you wait like an hour?
Perfect timing, yeah.
Like, I've got a thing happening.
But yeah, a few new mechanics in this world as well. We have these very fun asteroids, which everyone loves because you'll try and do a big swing and then just slam right into an asteroid and fall to your death. So those are great. We love the asteroids. But we have the asteroids, we have the books as well, where you'll open a book and then get warped to a different point of the level. And also these moving blocks, but you can just totally ignore them. Just do a big swing and get to the end of the level. That was a very good 6-1. I actually really like 6-1 as a fun level. Well, not 6-1, just World 6 in general. 6-1 is great.
You're like, 6-1's as good as any other World 6, I guess. My puppy's very upset that somebody is doing stuff outside. She'll be all right.
She'll be fine. Oh, just barely missed that hoop, but that's fine. You gets to talk about this new mechanic where we'll pick up a torch and light these flames to sort of create a whirlwind to sort of bring us up. And then there's these cannons as well, which you need to ignite. And they're sort of like the cannons from Kirby, where as soon as you get into the cannon, the fuse just immediately gets to the cannon and shoots you out, which is really nice. There's a fun skip coming up soon. So normally we'd sort of go into that book and warp to progress the level, but we're going to instead go on these funny background trees and ride. And there is actually a kill plane here, so if you don't get enough height, nice, that was very close. But yeah, if you are sort of like halfway down on that tree you land on, then it just instantly kills you, even though you made it. But he did that really well. That's a really scary skip to do, honestly. Poor dog. I have my cats away as well, because I know they'd be clawing and meowing.
Yeah, I put her in the other room. She's loud. She has opinions, but mostly the opinion is that she wants everyone to pay attention to her. She'll bark if someone's at the door, and then the instant the door opens, she's like, look, my best friend.
This new stranger is my best friend.
Exactly.
So yeah, there's these hoops that launch you. It's kind of funny because we saw them in Tideswell as well, but they were the other way around, where they'd boost you rather than like launching you. It just depended on the orientation.
Yeah, it seems like this world is playing a lot more with like vertical movement than previous ones.
No, Penny, don't tumble. That's fine. We just got the checkpoint, which is very nice. But yeah, some like terrain Penny just cannot stand on, so she would just start tumbling, and you just sort of fall. But the good thing about tumbling is it actually refreshes your dash and swing, so that's pretty nice. There's actually a funny a few funny speed runs for individual level where you'll intentionally tumble on certain terrain, and it just looks so funny. here we want to climb up these books. So yeah, there's two different books. There's like one that walks you and one that you can just use as platforms.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll just light this fuse because we need to get to the cannon up here. And yeah, so nice, you know, like even in any other game, that block would raise and you'd be like, oh, I need to wait for that block to go down again. But in Penny, it's just like, no, I'm just going to jump and bounce off the wall.
Just quick backup, still technically make the cycle.
Exactly.
That's super nice. Yeah, this seems like the kind of game that is very, very scripted speedrun until it's not.
Yeah.
Like theoretically there is a script, but you're improvising a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it happens, you know, like sometimes you're so confident there, it's like you have this huge swing and you're like so confident, it's like, yes, I released the swing at the perfect time, but then it's like just a frame off and it's like, no, you fall to your death and it's like, time to restart. This guy's funny. He wants like alarm clocks because he's tired or something, but yeah, just ignore him. He's gonna sleep forever in World's Edge. So coming up now, we have these cannons as well, where they'll shoot these bombs, and but we need to knock the bombs into the breakable wall.
I'm stoked about how many people in chat are like, wait, why haven't I heard of this game before? This seems great. Or, like, I don't run this game, but as a casual enjoyer of Penny, I had a lovely time, and I'm stoked to see that some people in chat may also have a lovely time playing it casually.
Yeah, that makes me really happy, because I like love this game, and sometimes I see people like they're like talk about it, like, oh yeah, I tried it, I just can like the controls are like. But it's like, if you're just playing casually and you're just having fun, it's just such a beautiful game and the music's so great and it's just funny characters and stuff like that. So I really recommend everyone like try it out. Obviously, you don't have to do all this crazy stuff. You can just have fun. You don't have to do these giant swings and be like, oh, this game's too hard. It's actually not too bad, but there's infinite lives and stuff like that.
You're doing a lot of unintended things in this speedrun.
The unrestricted speedruns are even more like, what is this game? You would just sort of like zip across the whole level in like 3 seconds and it's just like, okay, I don't want to try this game. Yeah, I love this boss fight. It's barely a boss fight, to be honest. Puppet Penny. It's sort of a race, but there's more to it than that. You need to have more coins than Puppet Penny as well. Because if you just finish the race with like 2 coins, you're gonna lose. So you need more, and you need to also beat them. But this boss is just really fun because it's just basically like just another level. It does some cool like Mario Galaxy sort of like twisting and turning, and we just get oh, that was really nice actually. Get like a bunch of speed here. And yeah, that's fine. Puppet Penny is like ultra slow, so Chachamak even dying is just Puppet Penny sucks. And yeah, this is where the asteroids really kind of test your patience a bit, especially on this level.
Are those? Do the asteroid cycles keep moving during the death reset? So is that like that asteroid wouldn't normally be there, but because of the death, it was in the way?
They don't reset between deaths.
Yeah, that makes sense. So.
And also that, yeah, like you think like, oh, you hit it once, fine, I've like damaged myself, but they also like split. So like you hit it once, and then like suddenly there'll be like 3 and 4 more meteorites where you like hit it. It's like, go away. But yeah, you can see Puppet Penny is still trying to do this level, but yeah, we got it. And next world is everyone's kind of favorite. Oh, how long is the casual playthrough? Yeah, about 4 hours. But yeah, so now we're on Pengoville, which everyone loves this level because it's just funny. It's just these penguins listening to their favorite song on these like big like speakers.
Mine took a little over 4, but I think I probably spent like 6 total, probably going back and trying to collect everything because I'm one of those suckers.
Oh yeah,
I've always got to collect everything.
Yeah, you get like a bunch of cool concept art as well. But yeah, we just totally like missed that where Chachamax just rode across that water and basically just skipped the whole level there. Pengoville is like notoriously very quick to beat, especially this upcoming level where you can just ride on the water and just go straight to the exit most of the time. So yeah, we just ride on this water here. And the same as the sand waterfall in Zaphara, where you can just climb up the waterfall and bounce, and yeah, that was really good. That's not an easy trick to do either, but yeah, already at the end of 7-2 though. And there's only one more Pengoville level, sadly. We just get through it so quick, yeah.
No!
I mean, it makes sense Penny wants to get out of here ASAP.
All right, I guess
there's so many penguins.
Last chance for penguin emotes in chat.
Yeah.
Penguin enjoyers in chat.
And the penguin cosplay.
Let us know.
The penguin cosplayer said, this is their home. But yeah, here we want to use the whirling vapor and get a bunch of height. And then... Okay. And then land. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to climb up to this highest point of this ice, and then he's gonna swing down on this and get some nice speed.
I see the vision.
Yeah. And then we're gonna see the end of the world here pretty soon. You just. Yeah,
casual.
Nice. Yeah, yeah.
Just, no big thing.
When you ride out in the water too long, you just sort of see it just kind of drops off, and it's just like, okay, and then just get a huge swing and nice. Yeah, he did a little double jump there just to sort of give him enough time to ride on the water there, because that is super scary if you're going full speed at the water and you don't quite hit your ride and then need to do the whole level again.
I love that one person in chat was like, I enjoy penguins, but I don't have any emotes. And then immediately under them, somebody posted all of their personal emotes, which is like 10 penguins.
We have a true penguin fan.
Impeccable. That is a true penguin fan. If penguins have no fans left, it's because Roy Icy is gone.
Yeah, now we're into Industria, which is this very like technology theme level. The screws are back from Sheila's ship, and we have these magnets where we sort of grab them and then get sucked up with this like magnet beam. I really like Industria actually. This level like grew on me. Yeah, because when I first played it, I was like, it's alright. There's like not really like too many skips that you can really do, but the more I played it, I was like, wait, this level's really fun.
Even the sound, like we talked about the music and like the music rules, it's all bangers and gets very stuck in your head. But like the sound design in general is just really nice in this game.
Oh yeah.
Like it's very clear what is happening, even as a casual player. Like you hear a sound and it feels very clear to your brain, like here is the thing.
Yeah, when the penguin squeaks at you, you know it's time to run.
Yeah. Yeah, that is like, it's not a jarring sound, but it's alarming. Like you hear the penguin squeak and you're like, I don't love that.
Yeah. I love that where there's like a electric fence and you need to just like grab it and just like, I'll just come back the way I came rather than like rotating on that platform. Here's a fun little skip that see if Chachamax can do it, where you grab the zip line and you throw it like towards the thing to just get a little bit more extra height, and then you can let's see. No, just barely. It's too much of a vertical swing. But yeah, that's a really fun skip where you can just skip all that like shenanigans with the magnet.
I believe we'll get it this time.
It's not super easy to do. Well,
none of this looks super easy to do, to be fair.
No.
Like, I imagine some things are harder or easier by your standards, but from my perspective, this is all hard.
Yeah. But yeah, see, he has 2 penguins on him, but doesn't matter. they just hang on to you. They're like a little friend. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's interesting how like when you throw it, you can just get like a bit nice. Yeah, awesome.
We take second try.
Yeah, Industria is like some of the longer levels in the game. But again, there's only 2 levels in Industria, so it's not too bad.
Like, crowd's starting to hype up the busker segments.
Oh, yeah.
Which I believe, don't you fail all of them on purpose?
Yes.
Which makes that joke even better.
It's so funny. I've had it because, so the busker bonus, you'll have like 3 quick time events that you'll need to press like 3 different buttons. And I've had it, and sort of just to like fail it ASAP, you just want to mash every button on your controller. And it's happened like more than once, which is impressive, where I've just mashed every button on my controller and I've instantly like succeeded on it. And I'm like, wait, this takes longer because there's like a victory.
Like, wait, no.
Yeah. So, you know, it's happened before.
Those always feel the worst too when you're trying to skip a bonus segment or something in a run and then you accidentally hit it, because by the nature of the bonus segment, the game is set up to be like, congratulations. And it just feels extra bad when you make a mistake and then the game hits you with a like, congrats, great work. And you're like, don't patronize me.
That was a really cool skip that he did there.
Yeah, that was clean.
Yeah, just so much speed, bouncing on that little like building there. And again, there's a wall here where the game wants you to shoot a bomb into it, but again, then you can just climb up walls and get a bunch of speed here. And can you make it up? Yeah. That's fine. He's still gonna try and get up there. Oh, nice. You can actually make it up there.
Yeah, that was a cool little backup.
Oh, nice. Oh! Yeah. I forgot to mention that Penny can actually grab ledges with her yo-yo, but it's not like the best thing to rely on. It's like, if you can get it, then cool. But
what I'm hearing is Penny for Smash.
Yeah, she'd be great.
She already has a ledge grab.
Yeah.
We have proof from other fighting games that a yo-yo makes a great character design concept. Like, I see no reason not to put Penny in the next Smash.
Yeah, no, she's got like a nice, like, I can see her dash being like a side B. Just like charge at each other. Grab the checkpoint this time. That's you usually want to get the checkpoints.
Oh yeah, yo-yos are already in Smash. They've got Ness.
Oh yeah, of course.
See, yeah. So the concept has been proven, is what you're telling me.
But we don't have. do we have any penguins in Smash? I guess like on the ice climber level, we need penguins.
I think people would be really upset if the penguin from Penny's Big Breakaway was a playable character before Waluigi.
It's like Piranha Plant, where it's just like you never expect him. That was a really nice skip there, where he just skip that zip line by landing on those. Again, like sort of like background elements where you can just stand on and just skip stuff. And we're on the next boss, which is the Penguinator. Again, penguins in this game.
I'm being told that King Dedede is a penguin, and while I believe chat, I'm like, wait, really?
How could I forget?
My brain is like, oh yeah, that dude is a penguin.
I forgot about Dedede.
I remembered he existed. My brain just isn't like, that's a penguin right there. I'm like, no, that's a King Dedede.
Yeah, Smash really has everything. But yeah, with this boss, we just have to wait until he nicely gives us a magnet, and then we can just launch into him. And hopefully get it on like one cycle each time. It's random where he drops this magnet, so sometimes he can be a real jerk and just drop it like on the total opposite end, and it's just like... Let's see. Yeah, like that kind of, where it's just like, I need to go all the way around, get this magnet, and oh, nice. He still got it in time. If you take too long, he sort of gets rid of that magnetic field and you have to wait for him to bring it up again.
I feel like I've really shown chat how much I play Smash, which is to say I don't.
It's embarrassing because I only played it a few days ago. My friend visited and we played Smash, but we none of us played King Dedede. So.
My problem was all of my friends in college played like competitively, and I did not have the time or energy for that. So I couldn't just like, oh, I'll play with the homies at this party because like
you just got like destroyed.
Yeah, they were all like doing singles to prep for their next like tournament, and I'm like, I just wanted to play a game with you guys.
So now we're in this this world. It's called Lawberry, which is it's run by Judge Rufus, who's very keen on sending Penny to prison.
But, yeah, not our biggest fan.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he'll come around, but we'll see. But
it's possible.
Yeah, we're gonna ride on this lava, which is again pretty scary. You can only ride on it for. Oh yeah, and this lava doesn't affect you. It's only the flat one, the pouring hot lava. That's fine. That's totally fine to walk on. But this will like insta kill you if you don't ride on it properly. But yeah, just good memorization of the level to be like, okay, I know to like just ride on this lava, like no idea where you're going, but then just get up to this wall and be like, oh no, this is the right wall.
Yeah, this feels not dissimilar from like Super Mario World Cape levels.
Oh yeah.
You're just like, the mechanic for this whole level is don't do the level.
Oh, this is fun. This is the Endurian, which pretty much, like, I think it literally only shows up in this level, but it actually lets you, it gives you invincibility, but it actually lets you ride on the lava for as long as you like, which is pretty interesting, but obviously only as long as this, like, meter lasts, so then you need to start hopping again to refresh your ride. But yeah, the Endurian's pretty cool. There's, I think there's a few cut fruit or like power-ups in this game as well, but yeah, the Endurian's an interesting one. It kind of really only shows up in this level. Yeah, you'll notice a theme with Lawberry where it's just a lot of riding on this lava. Like, you can see the level there, it's like it wanted you to go straight ahead, but it's like, no, I'm just gonna go to the side and just ride on this lava.
Oh, big penguins.
Oh yeah, there's these pig penguins where I think they take as much as, they're either 2 or like 3 penguins worth, just because they're so big. So if you have like
it seems like they're like, time to activate and chase you is a little longer. Is that the trade-off?
I think they're a bit slower, yeah.
Yeah. Because the first ones, Cha-Cha walked like right past them and they didn't even look at him. I thought they were set dressing at first.
Nah, they're just dumb. Yeah, that was that like automated platform that I mentioned earlier in Multivene, where it's like a nice little break where you can just ride that and you know, breathe for a second. This game doesn't really give you a lot of that, so.
No, this has been non-stop.
Oh, he skipped the pepper there, so he's just gonna make it up there. I usually get that pepper because I'm just like scared. I'm just like, when you have the pepper, you don't have to do that hopping thing over and over again. So I usually take it just because I'm like, enough of this. Oh, there you go. You can see the busker bonus with the rotating input, where sometimes it will just lock and you need to rotate in the opposite direction. Because usually mashing just works, but not when it's asking for a rotation. This is a really fun level where it's just purely lava riding.
Nice.
And it's another fall off the world situation. You'll see this wall, and Penny's just going to ignore it, just go right through that wall.
Well, my hosting brain hears we're just riding lava the whole level and goes, I should talk about the charity. So I'm going to talk about the charity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know that your donations this year to SpeeDons could help with all of the following things? This is direct from the charity. They sent us this. These donations help continue providing care and treatment in Palestine and Lebanon, who suffered earthquakes in the beginning of 2023, taking action for crises that get less media coverage, such as the 27 million people requiring humanitarian assistance in DRC, ensure access to care and treatment in Mayotte for people living in slums and affected by the Cheeto cyclone, and bringing healthcare to migrants in France, especially in the 14 healthcare referral and welcome centers spread out throughout the country. If you hit the, oh, someone's already on top of it, already got that exclamation point donate in chat. Get that donation in there, and a reminder that any donation over €5 will be matched with another €5 from PayPal.
Awesome. So yeah, this is Judge Ruthless that we were just talking about, who locked Penny out. Pretty easy boss fight. You just sort of grab his gavel and then destroy those weights. You can actually grab his gavel, like, the game wants you to climb up these books and like grab it like from his hand, but if you throw your yo-yo out as soon as the like gavel spawns in his hand, you can actually like steal it quickly. It's like a almost frame perfect grab, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, here we are, Gala Knight, Zanza's favorite world.
How much longer is that fight if you missed the quick kill?
It's honestly not too bad, but you kind of get like a few chances, you know. It's like if you grab the gavel immediately on like 2 of them, but like miss on the like 1 of them, it's not too bad. Yeah, here's Gala Knight, which is
So are the penguins like a hive mind, or how are they able to form like?
I guess, I don't know, I guess they might be, or they're just very coordinated. Maybe they're like also performers, so they're good at rolling in balls and stuff like that. I don't know.
I respect that, yeah.
But I really like this. Thematically, I really love this world. Playing it it's sort of like a combination of a bunch of mechanics. So you have these like pipes that we saw in Dublin that like you like go into and shoot you up. You have these like electric fences that we saw in Industria, and these light bulbs where you need to smash them to deactivate them. But yeah, the theme of this world is pretty cool because it's Vanilla Town again, but it's at nighttime, and it's a remix of the first stage.
Oh,
okay.
Pardon?
I see what he was trying to do. He was trying to like kind of skirt around that electric fence, but it's, yeah. Sometimes that will happen in this game where you'll sort of like go for a wall and just be like, oh, I'm not supposed to be here.
Downsides of everything having collision, I guess, is sometimes you find yourself standing on the inside of a wall that you don't know how to get out of.
Yeah. I mean, what game, like, yeah, every game needs a bit of jank, you know, that adds character.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's get around this electric. That's a very, like, not easy. Yeah, nice. That's not
Ain't
an
that
easy
always the way?
to do.
You
But,
die
yeah,
one or two times on a trick, and then when you do get it, it's like first try, easiest thing you've ever done. You're like, why did I die twice?
Yeah. Especially
Every
like this
time.
late in the run, it's like, oh, come on, why am I doing this?
Oh,
here we go again.
little
Here we
penny
go.
wireframe.
And some fun shenanigans. It's okay, we got the checkpoint. This is why everyone loves Gala Knight.
Yeah. If I recall, didn't Zan say this is their least favorite?
It's not one of my favorites either, but it's so close to the end of the game, so it's like, let's just get through this. Okay, this is interesting. Nice. I'm scared he has that 1 HP. There is like health pickups in this game. They're like lollipops, but we'll see. I don't know if there is any coming up. Nice. And yeah, just ignore that electric fence.
Oh! Oh!
Damn. I could see
so
why he
close.
Yeah, that's fine. That zip line that he tried to skip right there is actually the slowest zip line in the game. That's a very nice one to skip. Oh, nice. You somehow managed to ledge grab that like cylinder. I didn't know you could do that.
Learning new backup strats every day.
I learned something new. Yeah, just take the
I see why you would want to skip this though. That's a really slow one.
Yeah. I think in SGDQ, the SGDQ runner, they intentionally took that zip line. They're like, oh, let's just relax for a second and take.
Let's just
nice
chill, stretch your hands a little. Yeah, I respect it. It's a marathon run. You're like,
exactly.
I just want to show off the game, and sometimes that means taking a breather, getting some water. I respect that.
The pace of this run is still really good. Like,
oh yeah, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah. We're coming up to the last world now, so.
Wow. How long usually does the last world take? Like, how far would you say we are off of time?
Like maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're zooming.
Oh wait, sorry, we have Galanite 10-2. I forgot.
You were being optimistic. You're like, there's no more Galanites.
I was so ready to get out. It's not that bad, but yeah. The last world is probably my favorite, so I'm just very keen.
Fair. Nice. Movement in this level looks really fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just really combining all these like gimmicks like that you've done throughout all the game with the like diving board and these hoops and riding on water. It's just all coming together now. Yeah, there's not a huge amount to say about Galanite. There's not too many like crazy skips. It's just really just solid movement, just getting through these levels and just, you know, a test of
it
like.
Is fun to watch.
Yeah. This end part of this level is actually pretty fun, where we'll get a spicy pepper. It's been a while since we got one of those, and ride up this like giant building, which is really cool. Penguins breaking out of the walls. Nice. Now we're done. Now we're done.
Now we've done it.
Yes.
Nice.
Now we're free to move on to Editorium, which is an awesome level. Emperor Eddie's.
Emperor Eddie.
Yeah. I don't
know his title.
What's the difference between a king and an emperor? I guess it's kind of the same thing. But anyway.
I'm not a historian. Chat, help.
But yeah. So now we're moving to his kingdom, I guess. His empire.
I believe an emperor has like multiple kings within their reign, right? Like an emperor rules over several kingdoms. But I'm going to be fully honest and say that my understanding of that comes exclusively from reading fantasy novels. So it may not be historically accurate.
This skip in this world is so cool to me. For a while, people were like, "Oh,
nice.
this is like a zip only skip," but it's actually possible to just jump and go all the way to the end of the level. Come on! Nice! You actually got so much speed there. But I love doing that skip.
Super fun.
Yeah, I love doing that one. But yeah, for a while when sort of before I started speedrunning this game, but there was during the time trials, people used to zip across that huge thing, and people were like, "Oh, you know, we'll just do restricted normally," but some genius, I don't know who figured it out. It might have been Zans, I don't know. someone figured it out where they were just like, no, it's actually possible to launch yourself normally in restricted and make it across that gap.
Very nice.
I also love these. This like giant carpet that just like rolls out and creates a platform. This whole level is really cool.
Yeah,
these like trumpets or that you could go through.
They've got little like saxophone style key covers. I can't remember what those are called.
Lids?
I only teach band for a living. It's fine. Don't tell my kids.
It's riding up this thing, just fun. This is like sort of like the Sonic-y sort of. You can tell it's like, oh yeah, these devs definitely worked on Sonic, where you have all these like ramps and like, you know, loops and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And also like, yeah, all this like momentum with the swinging. It is very like, you can tell it's like built off of the like Sonic Mania engine, where it's like, oh yeah. And yeah, get a bunch of speed here and make it on top of this roof. There's a very slow bit there where it wants you to shoot these bombs into these like breakable blocks, but you just fly right over.
Jeez.
Yeah, I love Editorium because it's just so much of these.
Looks awesome.
Yeah, it's just so much of these huge swings in this world.
God, it looks so fun. It feels like the last level is just kind of satisfying. Like you earned this. You did.
Yeah,
you survived everything else. Now just have a good time.
Yeah, it's very triumphant. Penny like storming the Empire, you know. Oh, that's probably why it's Emperor Eddie, because it's like Emperor Penguin. That makes so much sense.
Yeah, probably. Although I do think King Penguins exist, but
maybe
significantly less. Like, I feel like people associate Emperor Penguin more than King Penguin as a penguin word.
So many penguins today.
I'm fine with it. I love penguins. Penguins are great.
Yeah. Oh, the crowd are going crazy.
Yeah, I want to know what they're chanting. Do we still have any of our French speaker friends hanging out in chat? I'd love to know what's the chant right now.
Yeah. Really nice skip there as well, doing a sleep bounce to make it across that gap. It makes me happy. It makes me happy this crowd is loving this game, because I don't know, I feel like it's so underrated. I'm just like, bring a smile to my face whenever I see Penny.
The music in this area is so good.
Oh yeah, I love this music. I remember when this game was coming out, they were like slowly releasing all of the like music on the YouTube channel, and like every time there was like a new song, I was like, oh, that's a banger, oh, that's a banger. It's like there wasn't a single song where I was like, this kind of sucks. So it was like, I loved every song.
All killer, no filler, as they say.
Exactly. Oh, okay, he got out of that net really quick. Yeah, this whole world is just a giant showcase of how cool the movement in this game is. And yeah, ignore that carpet. We do giant swings here.
That's just bad luck with the timing. The fire didn't go down yet.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, it's not easy to get like the perfect amount of like verticality. Like if you want like a vertical swing or like a one where you're going to get a lot of distance, it's like you need like a perfect in between. There you go. That was really nice.
Yeah, the physics engine feels pretty like realistic, I guess is the best word for it. Like it feels like if you let go at the bottom of an arc it reacts the way you would expect if you let go of something at the bottom of a parabola, right? Like it's
yes, definitely like a perfect like apex swing.
Yeah, it feels intuitive playing casually for sure.
Yeah, I feel like that was sort of like Penny's like when this game came out, people were like sort of expecting like Sonic, where they're like, oh, why is she so slow when she's running? And it's like because all of the speed in this game comes from the like swinging and the momentum and riding. Penny just like sort of running around is a pretty slow character, but when you put all her like moves together with the swing and the ride, she can go really quick, and it's really satisfying.
Build up some good momentum.
Yeah.
And it feels like the levels are kind of designed so that either way you can like the intended level design works if you are building up a bunch of momentum and zooming, or if you're just like platforming through it.
Yeah.
Like the devs did a really good job of making it work, even if you don't have the skill set to like chain together a bunch of really good moves and go quickly. It still feels pretty solid.
Yeah, they like still like let you have some fun with the speed. There's like a lot of slopes and stuff like that where you can take advantage of it. Oh, did we see a mini zip? I didn't notice. Don't say it. Don't tell anyone. That is a thing that can definitely happen in this game where you'll accidentally zip. Because I didn't really describe how zipping works, but it's when you sort of stand at the edge of a platform and you do a short double jump and then ride like as soon as you land, sort of, and then the yo-yo will trying to catch up to you, but it's stuck behind the wall, so it'll sort of like snap and like go into your ride and just get you a ton of speed. So it's very easy to like accidentally do it if you're standing near a ledge and double jump and ride and just accidentally launch yourself. When that happens, you just got to restart or like run back to where you were before the zip. I didn't notice, so we're all good.
Yeah. If you didn't see it, it doesn't count.
Exactly.
The dream's still alive. It's still.
I love this bit here where you go on the half pipe and just go all the way up and then make it.
Oh, and then just jump on top of it. Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
But yeah, we're really nearly done with editorium now. Just have the final boss.
Wow.
Went really quick, actually.
Yeah, we are indeed zooming.
This is nice, yeah.
The little bow during the zip line. I love that.
It leads you right to the end, so that's
fun.
Awesome. Oh, there you go. He did the busker bonus. He cleared it.
Aw, chat deserves it.
Yeah, it's the last one. Let Penny have this. Oh.
No!
So funny.
Oh no! You know, the crowd is fickle.
So yeah, here's the final boss, Emperor Eddie again. So it's sort of a repeat of the one that we did in Bubbling, but we have the burger now. And he has a few new moves with these penguins that he's going to throw around.
Now, as somebody who follows the sport of sumo very closely, fun fact, it is against the rules to throw penguin balls. Yeah. Penguin bombs definitely against the rules. Yeah. The more you know. It's a fun fact for chat there that you cannot throw penguins into the ring in sumo.
Oh no, it's a.
But I suppose you also can't bring a yo-yo, so.
Exactly. Yeah, this is like all bets are off with the sumo fight.
The street rule sumo.
Exactly.
Like 3-on-3 basketball with a double rim. Nothing matters.
Penny has her like Mario 64 moment or she's gonna throw him.
Very nice.
Yeah. But it's not done yet. It's not done yet. We have a giant road of penguins where we need to... And
flat penguins?
Yeah, flat penguins. And Eddie has like spawned this giant... I guess it's a robot. It's like a big hologram. And we just need to ride up and avoid these penguin balls. And there's a really big skip coming here, which is very scary because it's right at the end of the run. I have had runs where I've messed this up and been like, well... But you ride and then you dash against the camera and do a big... Oh, nah, you missed it.
Nah.
That's not easy to do. But it saves a bunch of time because if you do this regularly, there's like a big loopy-loop that like takes like 20 seconds or something. It takes so long. But yeah, that's not easy to do. You need to like dash against the camera, have a certain amount of height. You're basically blind judging like how much you should swing, and it's not easy to do. And also, like, you need to turn the control stick backwards as well. Like, you'll like be holding backwards so Penny goes towards the camera, and then the camera will flip, and then so you need to suddenly move the control stick forward just to keep your momentum. So it's really difficult to do. And right at the end of the run, it is brutal.
Ooh, I thought that was gonna collide.
Yeah,
that was.
Yeah. Just barely, but yeah, you can get the idea. Oh, he's only got one more try, so
that's wild.
Yeah, it is cruel right at the end of the run.
While we are waiting to run this back and hit this, do you want to, since we're coming up on the end of the run, do some shout outs and such? If
Sure,
anyone wants to find you and watch some Penny, do you stream Penny?
Sure. I don't. I'm just like a random guy. I just play this game by myself and post runs. But yeah, it's been awesome doing this commentary. I love showing this game to people. And well, I mean, I'm not playing it, but I love this game just getting out there. But yeah, I'd just like to shout out the like Penny speedrunning community. Zan's obviously who's in chat. Mildew. Just all these rotisserie sandwich. He does like so many of these like routes where it's just like, how did you figure this out? But yeah, and everyone's really friendly. So yeah, if this game looks cool to you, just try it and do the time trials, have fun, and maybe try a speedrun. But yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a super kind community. This is the second time I've been able to be either on comms or hosting or something for Pennies, and the community's always been super, super nice and welcoming and answering questions for me, and yeah, they've been fabulous.
I forgot to say it's like the speedrunning Discord is on. You can find it on speedrun.com. It'll be there. But yeah, that's the end of the run. You just unscrew that. There's something funny about that screw actually that I need to quickly mention. Like screws are usually like you turn them right to like tighten. It's like righty-tighty. That last screw in the game was actually left to go tight, and then they patched it. But that's so funny.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways. And that's only like 20 seconds off of PB for Cha-Cha. That's an amazing time for a marathon run.
Yeah, that's a really good run. Got it under the, that estimate was so generous. Like, he had this. I had full faith. And yeah, awesome run.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Cool. Thank you so much for hanging out, answering my questions about Pennies.
No, I had a really good time. I was nervous, but we locked in and we commentated some Pennies. So
You're fabulous. Thank you, chat, for hanging out. Yeah, I guess I haven't said who I am, but I'm Happy by 3. I'll be on later commentating more stuff, so you can come hang out with me there. Keep watching SpeeDons, keep watching the English Restream, and yeah, we will be back very, very soon with more of that good content.
Hello, everyone. You are watching the English restream of SpeeDons here on Games Done Quick, raising money for doctors of the world. My name is Clinkit, and joining me now is Jamu, a talented Belgian speedrunner and a familiar face in both the Super Mario Kart community and here at SpeeDons. Today, she's competing in the All Cups 2-player Grand Prix 155cc NTSC category in a 3-player showdown where the second player slot stays inactive. Jamu, welcome. How are you feeling going into this race?
Hello, thank you. I'm very happy and thank you for the interview. I realize listening to it that we have very long names for the category because we have so many. We have to be specific. So
it is a very long. I practiced it.
GG, you nailed it.
Thank you. So, what is the vibe going into this race? Is there a friendly rivalry here? Are you all just aiming for a clean run? What do we got going on here?
So we are, all the three of us, we're very excited because we have been submitting Super Mario Kart for years now. So finally it made it to the schedule. And we have known each other for, more than a decade. Wow. And because we meet every year for the Super Mario Kart championships, because this community has a history of IRL competition, and this is really like what matters to us for our ranking and everything. So for the marathon, we are just super excited, and we just hope that we will get, the three of us, as many items as possible so we can show everything that's possible to do in Super Mario Kart in ways that people probably do not suspect. So we just hope that we can put up a good show, rather than, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to win. This is really like, I really hope all of us, we get balanced items. So it can be like, there can also be some tension, because if only one of us gets all the items and not the two others, it's also going to be one-sided. So we just want it to be super exciting and to try for all the tricks.
Are there strategies in the character that is picked to play and the second player? Like, is everyone today going to be running the exact same character? What are we going to see?
So we are all going to drive with Bowser. So in Super Mario Kart, there are eight playable characters. So the brothers Mario and Luigi, and then Peach and Yoshi, Bowser, Donkey Kong, and Koopa and Toad. And they are all the duos have the same characteristic, but I really think Bowser has more swag, so this is why I pick him up. And so do KVD and Lafungo, by the way. But it's not only about swag, it's also because as an AI, Bowser throws fireballs and they move on the track, so they have the worst hitbox of the entire game. And the second character that is going to be picked, we differ there, because they are going to pick Donkey Kong to be the non-movable character. And it's funny because this way, it gives them the rivals that they have when we play in competition. Because in competition, of course, we both play Bowser and Donkey Kong, and there is no other characters. So at least it puts them in practice mode for the championships. But I am going to pick Peach as the non-playable character, because Peach throws poisonous mushrooms, and if they hit you, they shrink you for like 10 seconds. It goes on forever, and you're very vulnerable, because if any other CPU hits you, you're just going to be a pancake. So it's very dangerous. And in the CPUs, Peach and Toad both throw those mushrooms. So I prefer to remove one mushroom thrower of the list and try to survive only with Toad's weapons.
That's so interesting. So much strategy goes into picking an unused character.
It's there is so much meta in SMK, and I could info dump about this game for hours. So apologies if it's too specific. But everything happens for a reason. Every choice happens for a reason in that game.
This is a long race with a lot of, when you're going through all the cups. Which track do you think is going to be the biggest make or break for this race?
So there is an answer for that. If we get the right RNG, because we really want to have mushrooms and feathers to manage to get to do shortcuts. So in terms of shortcuts, I think it's going to be Bowser Castle 2 and Choco Island 2, because those feathers like save you 10 seconds if you get them, and if you succeed, because they can also cost you more than 10 seconds. But in terms of driving, we all agree to hate Vanilla Lake 1 because it's icy. So the assets, the feeling of the driving is different, and it's harder, and there are ice blocks. And yeah, it's really tough to keep full speed during the entire track. So yeah, I think Vanilla Lake 1 could be difficult. You know, Special Cup has very difficult tracks everywhere. And the thing is, there is not a particular track, especially not at that level, because so KVD Lafongo is a vice world champion. I'm not talking about speedrunning leaderboards, but Lafongo is vice champion. KVD is third. I am sixth. And so, because we are top players, like the driving is okay, but the CPUs can be the problem and the true nuisance anywhere. So anything could really happen. You could be trolled. You could get sniped by a Yoshi egg or a mushroom. And in the NTSC version, they tend to be meaner than on the PAL version, like their throws are more accurate. So anything can happen to any one of us. So it's really going to be interesting and a surprise and a lot of tension.
Wow, so a lot of RNG that we'll be waiting to see. Sharmu, this has been so great. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your insights with us. It's such a joy to hear about someone so passionate about this game.
Yeah, it is something I do when it comes to Super Mario Kart, I've been told. But thank you. It was really, really a pleasure, and we are so happy that the Restream is happening. Like it's an honor, and it's also like coming full circle. But because I'm also part of the team that restreams the GDQs in French. So it's really cool. It's really cool to see, and a lot of people that are at SpeeDons are also a part of the French Restream team. So yeah, we're really excited. So thank you guys for all the good work, and yeah, we hope you will enjoy it.
Yes, best of luck in the race. We'll be cheering for you, and we're so excited to see you again next week at Frost Fatales with another Super Mario Kart showcase. To everyone watching, so much. To everyone watching, stay tuned for more incredible runs coming right up.
Non, il n'y a pas marqué ça. Ah non, ça y a pas. Ah, ok. Bon, très bien, en tout cas, donc ça sous-entend qu'il y a déjà un SpeeDons 6 qui est annoncé. Je suis ravie de l'apprendre, c'est génial.
Voilà, c'est un leak en fait.
C'est un leak.
Je sais pas si quelqu'un avait déjà lu ça, mais trop tard, hein, c'est bon, on a lu.
OMG leak, on y est. Et une nouveauté cette année, livraison à l'international, ce qui n'était pas le cas des autres années. Donc voilà, vous pouvez faire livrer plusieurs t-shirts identiques en un seul colis, ce qui réduit les frais d'expédition. Voilà, les t-shirts de SpeeDons ne sont vendus que sur la boutique officielle de SpeeDons. Attention, pas de scalper, hein. Ceux qui achètent des cartes Pokémon par pelleteuse, là, hein, faites pas ça avec les t-shirts, hein, ok? Ça coûte le prix que c'est censé coûter. C'est à l'envers, mais vous voyez ce que je veux dire, hein. Voilà.
C'est vrai, dis-leur bien.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils nous ont dit à l'oreillette?
Je sais pas, on me chuchotait des trucs à l'oreille, j'ai pas compris. Non, mais non, vous parlez pas. Non, excusez-moi, on me chuchote des trucs à l'oreille.
Non, très bien, on n'a rien compris. Bon, bref, en tout cas, voilà, acheter le t-shirt, c'est très très bien.
Ouais, et puis il n'y a pas quelque chose aussi pour le t-shirt où plus il y en a d'acheter, à un moment, plus on reverse d'argent.
C'est ça, ouais.
Si on atteint, on n'a pas
je crois qu'on n'est pas censé dire ce chiffre-là, mais par contre, on peut dire qu'à partir de 50 000 t-shirts vendus, la partie reversée à Médecins du Monde augmente en raison du grand volume. C'est le cas.
Hello, people of Earth. My name is Sargoth, and I am so honored to be here to bring you words with Obio, specifically for SMK and this lovely Restream. of the three-way race. Obio, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, as you said, I'm Obio. I'm super happy here to be commentating this, what will most likely be an amazing Super Mario Kart race. Why don't you introduce us, the runners?
Right, we have three excellent and very different runners here today. It's going to be a fun race, let me tell you. So we have Lafungo. He's the analytical engineering expert who is going to be like a perfectly planned drone strike. Low risk, maybe, but very high execution, very few mistakes. We have KVD, or as it may say on stream, SMK Machine. So I'm going to call him Carol or KVD. He's like the drunk professor on a bike, but he also has an atomic bomb on his bike, so he can take out absolutely anyone, including himself. And then there's Jarmu, the most colorful sniper you'll ever see. She can take them out with precision in her pride flag one piece, if she wants to. And it's just going to be carnage from start to end. I am so looking forward to this. And I think there may be some need to explain the race. So there is a three-way race.
Three-way race
and
go ahead, that's fine, sorry.
Yeah, sure. So it's a two-player three-way race. And that's because playing two-player, one controller-ish, is slightly faster because you can skip some menuing. And in this specific category, we do not skip the ceremony because it's the Japanese ceremony and we get some extra Easter eggs actually. But it saves quite a bit of time through the run to play two-player, even if there's just one player, in case you're wondering why that's on screen.
There's also some like side effect that we're going to talk about later, I guess, when we get there in some levels of playing in two players that are pretty interesting that I think most people don't know about. So we're going to be pointing them out when we get there.
Yeah, because you pick your character and all of the players are going to pick heavyweights. I think Bowser for all of them. And they're also going to pick one dead character to just stand still at the finish line, which is player 2. But which character you pick does have an impact. So most are going to pick another heavyweight just to get them out of the way. But I think Carol is going to pick Yoshi because he hates him with a passion. There's a rivalry going on there. And that is because each character has a special that they use to interrupt others' play, like throwing an egg or a mushroom or shells. Mario and Luigi have stars, but they're going to have to deal with 6 of these characters no matter what. So they're just going to pick one to not deal with. And it makes a difference.
It really does, because some of these characters are like for example, I think the star ones are pretty annoying if you get behind them. And the problem too is these CPUs, they can get their special item, I believe, in any position. So like, it really can be tough sometimes to get past them. Like, especially I would say the stars, because if you if you try to get past a CPU and then they're in a star and you hit them, you lose a lot of time. Or sometimes you can get sniped by like Toad's small mushroom and stuff. So you gotta be careful.
Yeah, the game might seem simple. You just press gas and turn, but if you make any mistakes, you're going to be eating wall and gravel in no time flat. And getting back up to speed will cost you like 5 seconds, depending on your mistake. It's a very, very punishing game.
Especially because the optimal characters are the heavies, so obviously they go fast, but their acceleration is very, very slow. So every mistake is like a big time loss, actually.
Yeah, I think most players, or kids, as we were once, played this game with the lightweights as kids. They have a lot faster acceleration, less top speed, but the fast acceleration does something to give the playing field, gives you some advantage as well. But here we gotta go fast, so we use the heavyweights.
Yeah, I remember when I was learning this game, I was using Yoshi because it was like way easier to play. But obviously now that I try to go a little faster, I use Bowser, which comes with some challenges, of course. But you're a speedrunner, you always gotta use what's faster. So
Yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword.
Exactly.
All right, before we start, there are zoom starts in this game, or hitting the green light properly, which is like a 5-second mistake if you miss it. And these are top level players. You're still only gonna see like 18 or 19 out of 20, because people always miss one. And then there's a meme in the community. For each one you miss, you have to make 10 push-ups afterwards. So we'll see if they honor that rule.
Ooh, I've never heard of that, actually. That's interesting.
It usually applies to KVD more than anyone else, but we'll see.
It's actually, I guess, important to note the boost start in this game are actually like quite different than the other games, because like when you start in the bottom half of the field, you have like, I believe, 8 frames to get the start boost. But once you're in the top half, so from position 1 to 4, you actually only have 4 frames in Grand Prix mode, which is why it's like pretty tough to hit, actually. Like you gotta hit the right 4 frames every time, and you know, I guess that's why sometimes you do see runners miss one of them.
That is correct, and it does feel slightly different on some tracks. And there's some differences between Grand Prix, match race, and time trial. Battle mode should be the same, but you kind of have to learn different strategies. So some people master it, like Lafongo, he kind of never misses. And then there's others.
Yeah, and it's really weird because, you know, when you think about all the Mario Kart games, I believe this is the only one that has like a different timing depending on your position. At least as like far as I can remember. So that's quite a little funny quirk that this game has.
Yeah, it is. It is the one that started the franchise, but I think for some people it's the odd one out, the one everyone knows but nobody plays. And for me, it's a love-hate relationship, as it should be, I think, with this game. It really does not hold your hand in any way.
Oh, it is really difficult. It really, like the other Mario Kart, so like, you know, when you play them casually, they're like, you know, they do help you a little bit. They're not like that difficult to drive around and stuff, but Super Mario Kart, you really have to know what you're doing, especially in 150, because otherwise you're just gonna be like in the grass all the time and in the walls. Like it's really tough. All right, the race should start soon, as I think our runners are getting introduced.
Too soon.
Really excited to see how this one plays out with these 3 fantastic runners.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be colorful, let me tell you. Like I thought I had the other day, you can go into this game with the best of intentions and ethics and everything, but once that light goes down and Akito says go, even the mute starts swearing like a pirate stepping on Legos. It is rage-inducing, this game. So hopefully we'll get the face cams as well.
I mean, as you're going to see, there is a lot that can go wrong with this, especially like there's a lot of item luck for like shortcuts and stuff that we're gonna talk about. That can go, you know, very well for some runner, but maybe completely the other way for some other runners. So, you know, this race could like change who's in the lead a lot.
Yeah, shortcuts can save 6 to 8 seconds, and missing them will cost you 10 to 12. It's pretty crazy. Well, that was loud for a minute. Oh, we're actually only seeing the top screen. I like it.
No, maybe they're just all playing exactly the same. But yeah, so normally you would have more than just, you know, the top screen. Because you're playing in 2-player, you have also, you know, the screen's kind of like in half, right? But because the bottom screen is just your second player, which you're not going to be playing, because, you know, you're only playing your first character and you only use the second character for the skips at the end of the race. This style actually works really well. And
yeah, it does.
Now we go, and actually, we start in this game from the main menu, so we got to see the character selection.
All right, here we go, people.
And nobody missed the start boost. Yeah.
Like
so we're gonna be seeing the first bit of tech here with our runners going through the dirt here. What are they doing?
Well, they are making turbos, which is not very easy in this game. You have to zigzag, which means you have to press left or right and the jump button uninterrupted, which is much harder than it sounds. And you have to do that for about 2 seconds. Once you release your turbo, you can cross a small patch of sand or grass or whatever without losing speed. And this is a key technique for going fast, basically.
And already we see Jarmu with a 45 amazing time, and all the runners with sub 50s. Yeah, great time.
You're looking for like a 47 here, so all of them are doing good, but Jarmu out in the lead.
Yeah, early lead. Still within like 2-3 seconds, so still very close, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's see if anyone misses the start boost here.
Jarmu gets it. Carol gets it, or Jarmu too. And
you have 3 Jarmus on the layout, but
it's gonna get fixed at some point.
Yeah, you see more turbos through the grass. Something you might see is like players are gonna be like, while they're charging their turbos, they do a lot of like left to right movement. What's that about?
Yeah, you have to press left or right all the time. If you have one frame where you're not pressing left or right, you miss your charged boost. So it's not like mini turbos in the other Mario Karts. It's a bit more complex. And when I say a bit more, it's going to take years to master it.
Yeah, and there's actually something that the player do with their controller, where they actually modify their controller so that they can press left and right at the same time.
Yeah. So you have to either have a very worn down controller or modify it, as you say. Yeah. Jarmu gets a 59, which is what you want. Carol gets a 108, which is what Jarmu wants, I'm sure. So she's getting some distance between herself and the rest for now.
Yeah, some early lead. Keely actually had a very unlucky shroom from Toad there that shrinked him. So a little bit of time lost there. Alright, Ghost Valley 1. This one, our runners are pretty much going to be doing the shortcut every lap. You don't actually need a feather or anything for that. As long as you have the speed, you can just jump over the gap.
Yeah, so this is 150cc. These players can do the jump every time. Even if you're a casual player, if you have 10 coins, which means you have max speed, you can do it quite easily with a little bit of practice. But these players have a lot of bit of practice. Okay, something is changing here. Some technical issues, but I'm sure it's going to get worked out.
Yeah, and so far, very good Ghost Valley 1 so far by Jarmu. With a 40... Oh, I thought it was last lap. One more lap.
There was a darkness dip for Carol there. But I think... What happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Jarmu's feed is a bit behind for some reason. But very good time from our runners. Another sub 50 by Jarmu on the GV1. That's really good time.
50 as your goal there. Okay, the first track with the real shortcut. So we want to see feathers here.
Yes, because feather is very useful in a lot of track. Pretty much on every single boss or castle, it's very useful.
Oh yeah. Also, you can see the players jumping across the yellow bumpers. Hitting them will lose you some speed and a lot of time cumulatively. So you want to avoid those, which is quite easy on this track. It's a lot harder on BC 2 and 3.
Oh yeah, and this is the first time you might have noticed a difference from playing 2 players. when you play on 2-player mode, there's actually less swamps on buzzer castles.
Right, something about how much the SNES and cartridge can handle.
So it does make it just a tiny bit easier because you have less swamps to dodge, although I'm sure the runners wouldn't really care if there was more, you know, they're so skilled that they would probably be able to dodge them no problem, but it still helps a little bit, you know.
Yeah, unless there's something else happening, like one of the CPUs throwing something, the thwomps are not an issue. 109 is spot on for a feather less from Carol. It's pretty good.
Yep. Sadly, I don't think any of our runner got the feather, so we didn't get to see the shortcut, but hopefully we'll get to see it on other tracks.
Oh, definitely.
That's a little unlucky. Usually you do see at least one feather. But...
Yeah, the chance is 6% every time you pass an item box, or catch an item box, rather.
Yeah, with 3 runners, multiple item box, you would think that we would see one, but the game just not giving it to us.
No, not yet. We won't see one on Mario Circuit 2 because they don't exist on this track.
Oh, and we get to see this strat with the booster.
Yeah.
What just happened here?
That is a very technical strategy where you have to do a mini turbo and then crash into the wall behind the zipper and then hit the bumper. And if you watch Carol's screen, he's really going banana hammock on this track. I don't know why. He doesn't have to, but he likes it. And
yeah, he kept an insane amount of speed.
So you had to forgo one, but that's the one speed trick on this track, basically.
So I believe you have to jump right before you hit the wall and then get stuck, and then you can kind of just like get that state where you can keep all your speed.
Yeah. That was an excellent dodge by Jarmu, actually.
Yeah, and almost
Very
sub
nice.
1. This is a fantastic time.
That's a very good time. Yeah, absolutely. So I think at some point our feeds got desynchronized, but they should be correct now, and Jarmu is in the lead by about 5-7 seconds.
Yeah, definitely in the lead after the first cup. But obviously, those are the, I would say, easier track, so we'll see how things go for when we start getting some tougher tracks. And there's also a lot of tracks coming up with feather shortcuts, so the items are going to be a lot more of a factor, I would say, the next couple cups. So
Absolutely, and this is my favorite cup. Just it's a bit early, I know, but Flower Cup is the best cup for me. And this track is so much fun. Let's get a mushroom.
all right, nice start boost. Oh yeah, we really want to see a mushroom here. Also, we did get to see a little corner cut here by Jarmu. You can use the little ramp on the floor to just kind of, with your speed, to cut this corner here and save a little bit of time.
It was a bit controversial at first if it was going to be allowed for the time trial and everything for this game, but it's, I mean, you can do that almost by mistake, so it's allowed.
Yeah, it almost feels like the designer wanted us to do that, you know. It's so easy.
Then
It is
again,
right there.
most of this game seems unintentional in some way. Oh, we got a mushroom for Carol, but it's getting a sideways one, so it's not going to save as much time. If you get a really strong mushroom here, you can keep it for like a lap and a half. It's quite spectacular. 48, still good.
Yep.
Lafango
with a 50,
slightly
50,
behind
very
with a
good.
50.
Oh, and KVD missing the start boost. Yep, maybe we'll see some push-ups actually.
Oh, okay. There's actually a very, very insane feather shortcut on this track, but I hope Carol doesn't do it because it's so difficult. Don't do it, Carol.
I mean, we
Don't
need
do
to
it.
see the swag, you know?
It's only on lap 5, and it's absolutely bonkers.
Well, we'll see if he decides to go for it, but in the meantime, he is destroying this track really well.
He is. After that missed start boost, I believe.
Oh, and he misses the little shortcut there.
Now he's definitely gonna try the big shortcut.
Oh, we'll see how it goes. If he goes for it.
He does.
Oh, and he goes, and he got it. Nice.
He got it. Oh my lord!
He actually
that
pulled
is
it
so
off.
hard. So
Amazing shortcut.
And a dip in the black, he still gets a 52.
Oh, and Jarman gets it.
Too late to do anything with it, really.
Sadly, already lap 5. Couldn't go for it. But yeah, actual incredible shortcut by KVD there.
Oh yeah, that was sick. It didn't even get the correct setup, I believe, but it was backup setup. And now Donna Plains 2, which is pretty bland after that GV2, but there's a very fun mushroom shortcut. It's just that it's so tiny.
Yeah, I believe you can like cut over the lake with the shroom.
Yeah, but only in, we're gonna see it from Carol.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, and Mario has something to say about it. Okay. But that's still quite a few seconds.
So how exactly was he able to get over the wall there?
Right. It's a rather complicated trick that only works in the American and Japanese version. So when you hit the water with enough velocity, you'll bounce, and the walls are not suggestions, but they're not that tall in this game. So you kind of just bounce over them, and it happens on donut planes mostly. 111 is very strong here.
Oh, and Nepungo does it as well with the shroom shortcut. Yeah. Just about made it. 110, very good.
Nice. Alright, feather on this track.
There's the obvious feather shortcut here that the game actually intends you to do, but I believe there's another one. Yeah, there's another one that's way cooler that if we get the feather, we might see.
I think there are two more, and Carol is going to treat us to one of them.
We'll see if he decides to go for it.
There's one that is basically only on lap 5, and there's another one he can do on this lap. Oh, he's waiting for lap 5 feather, which is very strategically safe, which is not very Carol-like, but, you know, it's correct. Yeah, that's a fair thing to point out in chat. Carol is getting the items for once. It's not usually his shtick.
Oh, he's usually the unlucky one?
Well, definitely according to himself, but also according to statistical probability, I believe.
I will see.
There's something called French MG in this game. Here we go. No, we're taking a dip in the tomato sauce. No shortcut.
That was very, very close.
Okay. That's one he doesn't usually miss. Much easier than the Ghost Valley 2 one we saw.
I don't believe the other runner also got the feather, so I think he's fine. Even though he missed it, he should still be in the lead, roughly.
Yeah, he lost about 7 seconds there, or so. Shamu must have had some trouble here, but still in contention. I mean, all of the players are still within one item of each other. It's pretty crazy still.
Oh yeah, everything can change with one good feather shortcut or good mushroom usage, so.
Okay, so there's one thing to say about MC3, and that's all I'm gonna say, because this is very bland. In the last corner, there's a zipper. And if you release a boost as you're passing the zipper, you can do an infinite boost. However, you cannot make all the corners afterwards. So this is one of the tracks where playing as Mario would be beneficial, or Luigi if you're that way inclined, which I am. However, they're just going to do a slightly extended boost and then cut it short instead of going infinite, since it would mean crashing.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably like the most like classic Mario Kart track from this game. I mean, it comes back in so many other Mario Kart games.
That is true.
I believe it comes in like what 5 other Mario Kart games or something, like a 5 total.
I'm not sure I understand quite why. It's definitely not my favorite from this game, but it's probably slightly iconic then.
Yeah, I think this is. I mean, I think personally that this is the most recognized track from this game, even though it is definitely not, in my opinion, the better one. But it just seems to be the one that always comes back in all these games. So.
Right. That's a fair point in chat. If they are about to hit walls, they jump into the walls on purpose, which makes your deceleration slower. So you lose speed at a slower pace or slower rate. And that's a trick you kind of have to learn. And sometimes you do this on purpose to get sharper corners, but they'll mostly avoid the walls if they can.
Yeah, this is actually, I believe, also something that happens in Super Mario Kart. It's like a 2D Mario Kart kind of thing.
Oh, you mean Super Circuit?
Yeah, Super Circuit, sorry.
Right.
Now we have the beach level. We're gonna see a bunch of little shortcut here over the deep water.
The last corner is called Carol's Corner for a reason. He'll always drown there on the last lap, so let's see.
I mean, I saw a specific practice race that you sent me actually, where Jarmu actually missed it once as well, so we'll see.
Ah, well, most people miss it, but Carol always goes for it.
So far, so good. 5 out of 5, I believe.
Got him.
Very, very good.
42. We'll take that. Right, and here we also have a new mechanic that we haven't seen much previously. It's called water sliding. So if you jump into the water at an angle and then release your direction, you also lose speed at a slower pace, which is very beneficial on this track. Because once you stop losing speed, that's when your turbo is going to come out, which is hugely beneficial.
All right, and I believe our runner did not fail the deep water shortcut once, so that's very good. No swimming today.
Had a snag, but no swimming. No, pretty good. Okay, I want to see a mushroom here as well. Feather is very good, but not very fun.
Oh yeah, we absolutely need a feather on this track. It is quite insane. We need some RNG here.
I'll take a mushroom. Come on.
You know, I want the mushroom too. Oh, we got one on Jarmu.
Jarms, let's go. She needs to jump as much as possible. It makes it extend the mushroom, but she missed a few jumps. Carol has a much stronger one going. Come on.
Oh, the speed is incredible.
Yeah. He kept it a little too long, but I like it. Wow. We're getting a 52.90.
Very good time.
Lafongo is getting no items. That is a sad state of affairs.
Unfortunately, getting Mario Karted as it seems.
Very good time though. You must have missed something. And here, the track of all tracks.
Vanilla Lake 1.
Yeah, the track even a mother couldn't love.
Yeah, probably the track that most people dislike in this game, like the most. Probably myself included. I don't really like this track either. It is kind of interesting though, with the very slidey surface, obviously with ice. Makes it quite a challenge.
At top level, you can probably make this track feel okay, but I'm never gonna have that feeling.
Ooh, a little bit of swimming. Yeah.
And then it gets wrecked. Okay.
You know, since he skipped it on the beach, you know, he had to take a little dip here.
I guess so. Got thirsty. So there's one item that's quite good here, and that's the star.
The
We're not gonna be
fungal
seeing
getting
that.
stuck on the corner there. He was doing really, really well, and then he just kind of got stuck on the corner on the last lap.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Jarmo with a 50. I believe this is the fastest time of our three racers. Very good job with that. Oh, and KVD missing the start boost again. So that's 20 push-up, I believe.
It is. Now you have to pass all the CPUs, but that's already done.
Yeah. And BC Tour is probably the most infamous track in this game.
Feather.
Oh, with the feather. Let's see the shortcut here. No, I jinxed it. I'm sorry.
Oh, the mega jinx. That's usually my job.
I'm sorry. I completely jinxed it.
Well done.
You can blame me,
It's
chat.
quite easy too.
I'll take the blame.
He'll blame me anyways for being here. He knows I'm a jinxer.
But yeah, I was about to say, one thing that you might have noticed is because we're on two-player, like I said earlier, there's less twomps, which means that section, which usually have 4 very annoying twomps, only has 2 now, making it way easier to traverse.
Sure. Even if all 4 are down, you can get by, but you will lose speed and time. So keeping it at 2 is pretty good. Yeah.
Also, something I noticed is that runners usually will jump over the boost on the left side. I assume for a better line on the last corner.
I know Lafongo does that on purpose. Carol probably does not do that. Oh, he does. Okay. Yeah, it's for a better line, definitely. Lafongo with a very good BC3. I'll take a 115 any day.
Oh yeah, very good time. Oh, and Jarmu getting stuck by the twomps, unfortunately.
Come on, Jorms. Stay within striking distance. And then there's MC4. There's not too much happening here, I'm afraid.
Oh, and the third miss start boost. He's struggling right now.
Carol tries to make it interesting.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, that is very unfortunate. So something we haven't talked about yet. When you have 0 coin in MSMK and you get hit by when you make contact with another racer, you do spin out like that. And because he had a lot of quick contact, yeah, exactly. And because of all the quick contact, he lost so many coins that he just had to spin out like that. And obviously, huge time loss.
What a slow lap one that must have been for Carol. He's no longer in first place, I believe.
I believe Lafongo might actually be in the lead.
Yeah, after having trailed behind for quite some time.
Yeah, perfect example as to how. Yeah, perfect example as to how the lead can quickly change in this game. It really doesn't take much.
This is basically just pure driving skills. So the missed start from Carol is huge.
No, Lafongo does have a mushroom for the end cut. Oh, and KVD, I believe, got egged. Really, really unfortunate.
Yoshi, always.
Yoshi taking the payback, it seems.
Those two don't get along, let me tell you.
Very, very unfortunate for MC4 for KVD, but seems to be very, very good for both Lafongo and Jarmu.
All right, we're going to Special Cup, the bane of every kid's dream. I mean, 150cc Special Cup is no joke.
It is rough. I mean, Donut Plane 3 is, always super difficult in my opinion. Obviously, Rainbow Road.
I think maybe Yeah, I think KB2 is the bane of most of these players' existence. Carol usually very strong on DP3, no jinx.
I believe there's actually like a really cool shortcut on this track if you have a mushroom on lap 5.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So hopefully we do get to, some of our runners to get the shroom here so we can see it.
We haven't sampled too many shortcuts, I feel.
I mean, we've had some attempts at some of them. Oh, but Lafungo with the mistake in the wall. It's going to be a huge time loss here.
Yeah,
basically allowing KVD to catch up.
Yeah.
Very
It is very close still. Make no mistake about it.
I mean, one mushroom could be the difference between who is in the lead at the end of this track. So far, no luck. See with KVD, no, he gets the banana. I believe there's one more attempt at Jarmu for the mushroom here. And no. Super Marker not giving us. Yeah,
Definitely
5 whole
not.
seconds. But yeah, Marker not being nice to us with the items right now.
It is not. Jarmo is still pretty close. What are we looking for here? KB2. This is known as Jarmo's private resort or underwater research facility. Hopefully she stays very dry.
So why is this track like such a problem for runners, as you mentioned earlier?
I mean, keeping full speed means you have to drive a very tight line between the deep water in the middle section. And if you just go slightly away from that line, which you may have to because of the fish, you have to improvise, and it's always, you know, a tough time.
So is the fish like random on this track, like where it is, or?
I mean, these old games don't have complete randomness, but yes, for all intents and purposes, basically.
And a very good end for Lafungo.
Yeah,
KVD.
very good.
So one thing that's kind of weird with this track is as you could see, like the finish line is like super tilted to the right for some reason. So you can just like finish early in the deep water.
Which Jarmo made a point of showing off, but you know, didn't quite work out. Okay, here we go. Feather hair is big.
Yep.
Also the platform jump here, easiest in the game, as they say. Oh, and I forgot, there's a long boost here, which saves a lot of time, but it is not easy.
Yeah, especially because you have to, get yourself in the wall to kind of get it going. And as you know, Ghost Valley, the way they work is that once you hit one block of the wall, it falls down and is no longer there. So you can't hit the same spot every time. You gotta be careful with that.
Oh, and Lafungo got the short stick on that one. And now Carol is within a second. Oh, this is so tight. It's a half
very,
second
very
difference.
close.
Carol had to forego the zipper. No plume. No feather for anyone. Carol going safe. He must have become ill or something.
And
Jarmo deserves a feather. Come on.
That'd be very nice. But yeah, KVD actually catched up a single second there, so still very, very close.
This is KVD's track. This is why he is called SMK Machine, because often you'll find him hunched over in a corner playing this track ad infinitum. Oh my lord, this is brutal. This track is so brutal, but playing it like this, demolishing this track, should not be allowed.
Yeah, this is such a pure display of skill. Oh my god.
Carol, you can't do this. I'm not jinxing, but are you pulling this out now? Really? Holy Ghost. That was an excellent run by both
Wow,
players.
41.
Jesus.
That was fantastic.
Lafongo's race was fantastic, but Carol beat it by a second somehow. That was so good. I have very few words for that. You're not going to see two players play like that side by side many times in your life, let me tell you.
I've never seen Vanilla Lake 2 done quite like this.
It's coming down to this, Rainbow Road, feather or bust. On this track, there's actually 7 chances to get an item. So you have a pretty good chance of getting a mushroom or a feather. Both will save you a lot of time.
Oh, but there's one.
A feather. It's in his court. He can win this with the feather. I don't know if Carol can see his screen, but that feather is basically game, set, and match for Lafongo.
I mean, we've seen some runners miss feather shortcut before, so you still gotta hit the shortcut.
I don't think Lafongo misses this, but his heart is going to be pounding something fierce.
Yeah, with the pressure, you never know what might happen. Hopefully he does get it. So far, KVD not getting the feather or Jarmu either.
Yeah, KVD needs Lafongo to miss it. Lafongo knows this.
Alright, last lap. Let's see if Lafongo can get the feather.
One corner left. Here's the feather.
And done. Nice.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Very, very well played. That was coming from way behind up until like Star Cup and then even then some, I think.
Oh, and Jarmu maybe with the feather shortcut?
Yeah, let's end it with a feather, Jarms. Please.
Alright, last lap. Let's see. The feather shortcut.
2 more corners. Last corner. And just feather it.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. Show it all off.
Fantastic race.
Absolutely amazing.
Tons of lead change. You know, we started with Jarmu in the lead, and then KVD came charging, and then Lafongo took it in the end. Fantastic.
Ah, that was amazing. Yeah, you can't ask for more. It's not that fun if the same guy or girl or whatever stays in the lead.
For sure, for sure. Well, big GG's to everyone. Congrats on Lafongo on winning the race.
Yeah, good games.
And to the other runners, KVD and Jarmu, big GG's. Do you have any shoutouts you'd like to do?
I guess I have to shout out the SMK community, which is Super Mario Kart Players page. It has been updated weekly by the same guy since 1998, I believe, Sami Chetan. And the community is still thriving. We have two world tournaments a year. One is either in America or Japan, and one is in Europe. And yeah, I think that's it for me. Those are the important parts for this game. Still, there's an online community, but there's also the offline, which is amazing. Everyone should go once.
All right, perfect. Well, thanks. Well, I don't really have any specific shout out except big thank you for being my co-commentator. It was amazing. I've enjoyed it a lot. And thank you for GDQs for having both of us on here. It's been a great experience. And obviously, want to mention the charity for SpeeDons, which is Doctors of the World. So if you enjoyed what we did or any of the other runs, obviously consider donating to that. It's an amazing cause. Otherwise, I think it's good for us. So yeah, thanks for having us and enjoy the rest of the runs.
All right, bye-bye then.
So Lafongo, do you have anything to say?
Last word. J'aimerais profiter un peu de cette occasion pour remercier la France d'accueillir enfin des joueurs internationaux d'avoir un peu de speedrun dans dehors de la sphère francophone. Et puis faites votre emmerde.
Merci Lafungo. Eh bien...
Désolé de te dire, on a eu des Anglais, il y a des Belges aussi qui ont revenu ici. Donc...
on fait des efforts, promis. On va continuer d'en faire. Et bien sur
voilà.
ce, on va vous laisser et on va rendre l'antenne à nos ambianceuses.
Profitez de la suite.
Bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup. Très très drôle ce finish. On y a vraiment cru à l'accent.
Ben moi personnellement oui.
Et voilà, donc tout à l'heure on va avoir donc prochain speedrun, ça sera donc Super Monkey Ball 2, ça sera joué par Haven d'ici quelques minutes. Et pas mal de dons qui ont été faits pendant cette course incroyable, comme par exemple Dimonateur qui a donné 250 €, Eran pour les 10 €, Jarmou à fond les champignons et Lou qui a donné 100 €. Bravo à tous pour l'événement, big up à Polochon qui regarde.
Et on a Stagiaire Gozulting qui donne 10 €. Ah zut, c'était ce week-end. Ah oui, alors là, fallait un petit peu en retard, Stagiaire Gozulting.
Internet Explorer.
On a Bitenka qui donne 800 € sans message.
Pas mal, pas mal.
Pas besoin de mettre de message.
Tout ce que ça vous fait, 800 balles, c'est tout ce que ça vous fait. 294 000 d'ailleurs.
C'est vrai.
On y arrive sur les
300 000. À 300 000, en plus, il y a une dinguerie qui se passe sur scène.
Ah ouais.
Il y a une dinguerie qui se passe sur scène. Donc n'hésitez pas, là, faut vraiment que ça arrive là, maintenant. Là.
Tu apprends le yo-yo, c'est ça?
Pas du tout.
Allez, on a les cocos d'encre, 276 €. 138 personnes qui donnent 2 €. Ça fait combien?
Ça fait 276, mais je suis pas sûre.
Ah mais alors c'est la rêve, c'est bon, je l'avais. Abiline, 100 €. Croyant en l'âme des cartes et la RMG sera avec vous. Donnez.
On a Nicotine qui donne 250 €. Allez, les 300 cabales. Allez, on y va.
Et on a Juliette qui a donné 10 € avec un message un peu long, mais je vais quand même vous le lire. Je soutiens l'aide aux personnes qui subissent la faim, la soif et toutes les blessures que leur infligent les guerres menées par des hommes de pouvoir. J'embrasse ma fille Roxane qui travaille chez Médecins du Monde et que j'admire dans sa volonté de faire ce qu'elle désirait depuis son adolescence, aider ceux qui souffrent du désir de domination et de pouvoir sur leurs semblables. Speedons pour eux avec un grand cœur à la fin. Merci pour ce
Mimi. Merci Juliette.
Et on a Lenny Len qui a donné 50 € pour la magnifique headpiece de Jarmou qui aide à aller vite. Lenny, c'est la petite mascotte, bien sûr, de Jarmou.
Et on a Vif qui donne 25 €. C'est marrant, votre jeu, on dirait Super Mario, mais avec des cartes. C'est quoi exactement? Faites vos temps. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Merci Vif. Et on a Dame Dab Live qui donne 500 balles. Les dabs, c'est bien, mais les dons, c'est mieux.
C'est que j'ai honte de l'avoir fait tout à l'heure.
Tu regrettes?
Un petit peu.
Tu regrettes? C'est quoi la discothèque dans le casque? On a Bébito qui donne 200 €. Merci pour cet événement merveilleux. Bourrez les dons.
Et puis Jean, 100 € de la part de Jean et Charlie, 12 ans, présents dans la salle. Comment ça, à 12 ans?
Mais ils sont les petits bébés. Comment ils s'appellent? Jean et Charlie.
Jean et Charlie.
Ils sont où, Jean et Charlie?
Ouais, c'est vrai, ça, vous êtes où?
Vous êtes venus avec vos parents?
Là-bas.
Ils sont là-bas. Ils sont où, Jean et Charlie?
Là-bas.
Tout le monde me les montre. Coucou!
Ah ouais, on les voit.
Coucou les petits bébés. Alors, on s'amuse bien,
Salut, ça va? Trop cool. Allez, merci Pascalou. Oh non, mais Pascalou qui me fait un message émotif. Je vais plutôt lire Cookie Pouf, 100 €. Merci à toutes les personnes qui rendent cet événement possible. Des bisous aux membres de la tribu présents dans la salle. Ils se reconnaîtront.
Non, mais le message de Pascalou était très mignon. Dame avec mon amoureux, on adore trop quand tu ambiances Speedon. 25, c'est pas grand-chose, mais heureusement. Non, il n'y a pas de petits dons, mais heureuse de donner quand même. Et on va acheter le t-shirt. Merci pour la super programmation cette année. On se régale. Merci Pascalou. Et on est prêt pour la suite.
Pour Super Monkey Ball, c'est parti. C'est joué par Haven. Ça va aller très vite. Motion Sickness, attention.
Et salut SpeeDons.
Salut.
On a fait la même en même temps. Comment ça va?
Hello everyone, I hope you all are enjoying the SpeeDons Restream. I'm Helix, joined by...
Hello, I'm Peas.
Yeah, and huge shoutouts to GDQ for even doing this at all. This is a really cool thing. When I saw this announced, I was excited, which I imagine many of you were. That's really all I can describe it as, but I was excited.
Likewise. Moment that I saw Super Monkey Ball on the schedule, I was like, oh, you bet everything I want to get in on that.
Yeah, that too. When I heard the call for commentators, the very first thing I did was go to their schedule. Is there monkey ball? Yep. All right. Yeah, lots of fantastic runs this event so far, and there's still plenty of event left as well. I love their production value. The things that SpeeDons does with their production, it is all very cool.
And the whole layout of playing on a big stage with an audience in the back, it almost feels like you're giving a concert of some sort. It looks really cool.
It does, yeah. It's a fun way of putting it. So of course, Super Monkey Ball 2 about to start in probably just a couple of minutes here. For those of you who, maybe you're just joining us, maybe you don't know anything about Monkey Ball, this is a game where the entire goal is to get the monkey into the ball, into the goal at the end of the, I think the game likes to call them mazes, or at least that's what Dr. Badboon says in one of the cutscenes, devious mazes. They're like obstacle courses in a way, and of course there's no jump button, which is part of the, oh, and there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, no, part of the gimmick is that there is no jump button. And there is Super Monkey Ball 2. We're on that name entry screen right now. This is story mode. There are 100 levels in this game's story mode, and as this is all levels, Avin will be playing all of them.
It looks like we're just about to start.
I'm so excited to actually commentate Monkey Ball. Usually I'm the one playing it.
Yeah. Oh, the crowd's already
as they should
popping
be.
Off.
And they're gonna pop off so much for this run. And here we go. All right, skipping that cutscene and getting right into the first stage. It's simple. So the first thing you're gonna see Avin do here, well, is a retry, and we'll talk about menuing in a little bit. But you're going to see them boost back and forth diagonally, also hit the walls. It's called boosting and wall boosting. This game pulls inputs in a square, meaning that diagonals are the strongest input. So, therefore, we will accelerate more quickly when holding diagonals. And then we also sort of run into the walls like that to get a little bit of airtime, a little bit more speed. You want as little friction as possible, so getting some airtime by running into the walls means we build up speed just a little bit more quickly. There's a nice skip there on Hollow. The collision was very mean to them and did not want to give them the right bounce on the first attempt of that stage, but that's okay.
This stage is another good example of this game's collision. Something you'll be seeing very shortly in the run is something called a pause strat. So this game doesn't have any RNG whatsoever. If we look at the timer, well,
right as you're talking about the game not having RNG, that is not RNG. It is what I like to call human input RNG. Yeah, that's very unlucky that the button didn't hit. The buttons in this game are really finicky. Please, as you were saying, pause strats.
So if we look at the timer, the femtoseconds, and if we use the start button and the B button, we can buffer to a certain frame that we want. And whenever we hit that frame and input our stick in the direction, we're always going to get the exact same result. So pause strats, they're super complex. They're not for everyone, but you'll be seeing some of them throughout this run.
Yeah, it's almost like we get to be a task. Legit, exactly. just look at the in-game timer, pause on a certain frame, because that timer is frame accurate, and then, follow a list of instructions, basically. Pause on a certain frame, hold a certain direction, and the notches in the GameCube controller really help with holding those specific directions. Mm-hmm. Building up enough speed is really important on that stage to get that skip. That's why you saw Avin there do a full 360. Love this skip on sliders. Oh, this is savable. Almost.
Unfortunate. And to answer the age-old question, are we controlling the monkey? Are we controlling the camera? We're actually controlling gravity. So if you look closely at the party ball, it actually moves in the direction that you're pointing the stick. So we have a term, getting party balled. If you hit the party ball and you get knocked in a different direction, that's not breaking the gold tape. That's pretty much that.
Yeah, that party ball is basically solid. If you hit that, you're not going in the goal, most likely. Unless you get very lucky. So here's a curve bridge. There are a few different ways to make this go relatively quickly, but regardless of what is done here, this is a relatively long stage. Like 30 to 40 seconds, depending on the strat.
Exactly. I guess we can use this time to talk about what kind of stages that you'll be seeing. So, story mode is actually, in this case, 90 of the 100 stages from beginner, advanced, and expert, with World 10 having some of its own exclusive stages. The bonus stages are replaced with the beginner extra stages from conveyor all the way through linear seesaw.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with Super Monkey Ball 2, when we say like beginner, advanced, expert, we're talking about challenge mode, as opposed to story mode. So yeah, we are moving into stages you would find in advanced now, starting with World 2. And that will last through World 4. Okay, there's going to be a really neat strat coming up here if Evan's practice was any indicator. Yep, hold up, get a clip there, and then they go for a really weird clip off of that square uneaten floor. That is not what most people do in that strat, but regardless of what's done there, those clips look very cool, and yes, it does in fact work. And yeah, I love how you can just hold up at the start of eaten floor and just get that set up.
This might be our first posture of the run.
Looks
yes,
like
indeed.
it. Right, looking for 58.60 on that timer, I believe. There it is. Go neutral, and then start holding up, yeah, right around here. And adjust into the goal. Nice, well done. No adjustment even needed, actually. Hit the second frame perfectly.
Yeah. Some pause strats require adjustments, while others, if you just hold the stick, again, you'll get that exact same result, which usually gets you into the goal.
Yes. And another pause right here on Bumpy Check. This one I have not actually seen before. Potentially even just for safety. That's another reason that people might use pause strats is just for consistency. You know, we've mentioned this game is deterministic, but to be entirely 100% deterministic, that means you have to be frame perfect every time, and no human's going to be doing that. So pause strats are also used for safety, just to guarantee certain collision, things like that. Because collision in this game is also, it's weird. It can be unpredictable if you're not doing pause strats. Nice little air boosting there on Gravity Slider. You can do boosting in the air as well, and that will actually slow down your fall speed very slightly.
Neutral is the fastest way to fall down, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, yes. Pause strat on Inchworms. I believe those are the frames. Oh, almost. I didn't realize there was a third frame there. I think maybe that is just an adjustment that I tend to do pauseless, but no harm in safety frames. There are a lot of adjustments that happen after, like, the main pauses in a pause strat. There it is, even second try, very flashy. You love to see it.
And the cool thing about this game is that new strats are being found for the most part. This game will be 24 years old this year, and the community is still pretty large. We're still finding new ways to enjoy the game, make things faster and easier, and get more people into, you know, finding their old GameCube disc and
yeah.
boot it up in their Wii and go from there.
I will say story mode is, I don't want to say solved, but it is rare for a new strat to be found in story mode. But for other things, especially the lesser played categories like challenge mode, all levels, or things like 999 bananas, there's a category where you max out that banana counter in the top right. Stuff like that. Yeah, there's still people discovering new strats for those on occasion as well. There are also plenty of custom level packs for Super Monkey Ball that I recommend looking into if you enjoy the game.
Like Deluxe 2?
I'll wait for the gear there to stop. Go in at the opening. Stepping Stones is mostly a movement level. Of course, as you may have noticed, we're into World 3. Coming up after Stepping Stones, I believe they will be going for a very flashy pause strat on dribbles. Solid movement on Stepping Stones, mid 49. Pretty good. So here we go. We're going to hold up until, I believe, 55-20. And then down right until 16. Oh, no, got 21, so we're doing a different set. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Nice, well done. I'm not as familiar with that set, but that was executed very, very well.
The pause strats are very full of backups, so like if you're gonna go for pause strats, make sure you know the backups. Oh! Shout out to Amusement Vision.
Tragically, I believe that link does not work anymore.
Yeah.
And in fact, I don't think it's worked in a long time. Amusement Vision was dissolved by Sega, sadly. Rest in peace, Amusement Vision. You gave us some bangers. Not only the Monkey Ball games, but also F-Zero GX, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. 07.
Going for a cheeky little clip here at the start of curvy options. Saves like a second or so. When we're not doing pause strats, a lot of runners will find other cues. Because, this game is timed RTA, pausing is slowing. So you want to avoid pausing if you don't absolutely have to. And so, there are other cues that we'll use. On curvy options, there is a cue when landing from the starting platform. Nailed downhill. That is a very, very difficult falling strat. Very well executed. You love to see first try on that.
Yeah, the walls can be mean on some of these starting platforms in particular. But Haven did a really good job of getting over that and getting to the goal nicely. And just like that, we're into the last half of, I guess, the advanced stages.
Yeah. Starting World 4, and World 4 can be an absolute menace.
Oh. I'm sure you've had your fair share of World 4 shenanigans.
Oh, absolutely. Pro Skaters? Anyone excited for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4? That's hopefully probably happening.
I forgot that they announced that recently.
I can't forget that they announced that. That's another part of my GameCube childhood, is the Tony Hawk games. Safety pause there on Giant Comb. That stage can be weird. There is a setup to do it pauseless, but if you mess it up even a little bit, you get smacked and it's not fun. So I completely understand the use of a safety pause there.
Ooh.
Beehive is an example of just perfect monkey ball stage design. They really knew what they were doing with these stages.
Mm-hmm.
You can go, excuse me, you can go so fast and build up so much speed and just fly into the goal. It's awesome. Another pause strat. Yeah. This is to stay on this middle wall here and then go into the goal. Nice. Nicely done.
Oh!
Exit game.
I did not.
That happens. Yeah, so something we didn't touch on that we probably should have touched on is the menuing. I very briefly mentioned at the very start of the run that, we started it by retrying. Every time we load into a stage, we need to retry. You're demonstrating that you can hold up and complete this entire level just by holding up. Nice.
There's more of those.
Yeah, oh yeah, it looks very funny. Here's launchers. This is a really important stage. I'll finish what I was saying about menuing soon after this. So we're gonna hold up here. Do some adjustments to get hit by these two launchers in particular, and then hold against that pillar to get as much friction as possible to slow down, and then go in the goal nice and clean. Well done.
Nice.
So as I was saying with menuing, we're retrying at the beginning of every stage to skip an animation. We are also stage selecting at the end of every stage also to skip an animation. But you need to menu up twice to get to stage select. And so what you saw Evan do a little bit earlier is accidentally hit exit game instead of stage select. That loses about 4 seconds. It's not a huge deal because there is like a weird glitchy pause menu that you can get when you're in like the exit game screen, and then you can just go to stage select from there. So it's not, you don't have to exit out entirely. Unless you are playing on the Japanese version of the game, then you do have to exit out entirely because that glitch was patched. Nice little pause right there on coin slots as well. That stage can be an absolute menace, so a safety pause there is nice to just not have to worry about it, honestly. There are lots of different ways to play coin slots. Speaking of different ways to play, going for a pause right here on seesaw bridges. This will be really cool if they can hit it. It is not an easy pause strat though. I'm not particularly familiar with this pause set, I will be honest.
I'm assuming that they don't want 16, so that's.
Yeah. I know about what they're going for. They're going for. They're gonna try to build up. Okay, yeah. Just giving up at this point. Gonna play it normally. That is entirely fair. Like I said, a really precise pause strat. The idea there was to get some really specific clips to build up a bunch of speed and carry that speed throughout the whole level. Again, very difficult. So now we are just gonna go ahead and play this normally. You can see how long the stage is. This is actually, I think, a really fun stage to just practice movement on, though.
Exactly. And also, this game does a really good job of using, of having seesaw physics.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think in Super Monkey Ball 1 there's any stages that have a seesaw. So SMB2 introduced a lot of mechanics that have pretty much become a staple of a lot of the Monkey Ball games, like the switches, seesaws. I think those are the only two big ones. Oh, wormhole.
Wormhole. Yeah. Going for another pause strat here on wormhole. It was important that we explain pausing because, as you can see, there is a lot of it in this run. At 65, now we can just hold up and then do an adjustment after getting this clip, and we will clip all the way up to the goal platform. Nicely done. That saves a good chunk of time.
Here's another quick fun fact. Some of these stages have different starting platforms than their challenge mode counterpart. So, for example, Wormhole has a shorter starting platform, so the pause strat for that is going to be much different. And,
yes.
And of course, the whole skip setup will be much different.
And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that save on freefall. That was awesome. That was a very narrow rail to bounce on to save that.
And here's our only 30-second timer stage, even though there's actually another one, but that's in the advanced extras.
Yes. Yeah, I keep forgetting that there's only one 30-second timer stage in story mode. Not too much happening on these past couple levels, but I believe we're going for a pause strat here on bead screen. I believe holding down until 5983 and then holding up. Yes, and then performing an adjustment. Okay, yeah, a safety pause for this is a good idea, actually. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe that was a down right input after that pause. As you can see, it gets you a really nice bounce off of the screen, I guess. We can call it the bead screen. That's a common trope.
Bead screen.
A common trope in Monkey Ball is to call the main obstacle whatever the stage name is, if that makes sense. So like the big structure on that last level, that was the jump machine. Or like if you remember dribbles, the orbs there on dribbles, I guess they're not really orbs, they're more ovals, but those are the dribbles, if that makes sense. World 5 is kind of a break world. Not that it's free or anything. It's not free by any means. But compared to World 4, it is a bit of a break, which is nice.
Yeah. Granted that these are the first 10 expert stages, which are pretty tame, if you will. Much better than Monkey Ball 1's.
I was about to say that. Yeah, Monkey Ball 1's first 10 expert stages are an absolute nightmare, so nice change of pace here. Thanks, Monkey Ball 2. Last stage of World 5, you might notice this is a beginner extra stage. Again, bonus stages have been replaced by beginner extra levels. So where you...
And they're actually...
Yeah, where you would normally see... We're both talking, you go.
Yeah, I was going to say. They're actually placed differently starting in World 5, considering that the bonus... I guess for some reason they... Actually, no. It's leading up to World 9, where...
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
We're not going to have that. Oh, yeah, that can happen. Okay, what were you going to say?
So yeah, like if you've played challenge mode, the stages are in the same order that they're in challenge mode, but they're where there would normally be a bonus stage, which is a stage where you just collect bananas, and if you fall out, it doesn't matter, it doesn't count against you. Of course, there are no lives in story mode, so that's not useful, so they just replace those with beginner extra stages, as we alluded to earlier. So yeah, where Fluctuation was in challenge mode if you were playing, there would be a bonus stage. We're on to World 6 now. And this is where the run starts ramping up again after World 5. You might notice multiple goals on some of these levels. If you're unfamiliar, those are warp goals. if you're playing challenge mode and you go into one of those differently colored goals, they will skip some stages. In story mode, that does not happen. So it doesn't matter which goal we go into, we just want to go into the fastest one. Really cool pause right here on Opera, and absolutely nails the adjustment. That is not easy to do. That applause is well deserved. Aim for the fish on brandished, that's the cue. Oh, just missed it. A little bit late on that upright input. There it is. Kind of ripped the goalpost there, got a little bit lucky with that. Here's
yes. Wires.
Lots of options here. Yep, going down to the fourth one. How do I explain this? Every layer you go down is slightly slower. So going down to the bottommost layer would have been the slowest. Second from the bottom is a nice blend of safety and speed. Going around the side here on cliffs. And gonna dunk it? Yes, nicely done.
Oh no, wires. Whatever shall we do? Just hold up. Do a quick neutral flick, and you're just like that. Yeah, Monkey Ball 2 isn't really too heavy on wire movement.
Yeah, that's Monkey Ball 1's deal.
Oh, nice banana bunches there.
Yeah, that was well executed. You might have noticed they went into a green goal there, and that's just because it's faster. The green goal is actually faster on that stage. There are a few levels where warp goals are faster. Switch Inferno is an awful level, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
If you aren't familiar, it is not RNG. You have to just know which of the switches bring up the goal and go hit one of those switches. So if you're playing that stage for the first time, you just have to guess and check until you get lucky. It's silly. Ooh, not quite enough speed here to get the fast cycle on folders. That's okay, though.
Yeah.
48 better than nothing.
Switch Inferno is kind of like Lieutenant Surge's gym in the Counter Region games. I totally did not reference one of the runs that may happen.
Good.
Yeah. You can actually skip a cycle on Spiral Bridge, but that's one of the more upper level movement stress to go for. But honestly, getting a 37 is not that bad, because even like if you miss it, you still get a 37.
That first cycle on Spiral Bridge is one of the hardest movement strats in the game. And for runners like really entering the top echelon, it's recommended that they practice it extremely often. It is so easy to mess up and so difficult to get consistent. World 7 is another one of the like big three worlds, I'm gonna say. It's really 4, 7, and 10 that are probably the most difficult worlds in this run, depending on strat play, but I think overall that is pretty much the case. Going for the first cycle here on Obstacle. Nice, got it. Really needed that clip there to cut that corner, otherwise they would not have had enough speed to make it to that cycle.
I actually did not know you can get a 48 just by getting that one. I usually, playing it casually, I would just get enough height to go all the way down and go from there. See, this stage makes me angry because I actually run Super Monkey Ball Deluxe Story Mode any %, and one of the stages that we can play in that route is Domino, and sometimes the Switch hates me. So
yeah, again, switches. Oh, this pause strat is incredible. Keep your eyes peeled. All right, we're doing it again. That's all right. Real easy to accidentally miss a frame. I believe this goes to 96 or 95. Yep, there's 95. Oh, so close. Just missed that last frame. Going for it again. Unfortunately, this pause strat does take a while to reattempt, but it's worth showing it off for sure. Nice. Now just finish it.
Nice.
Wonderful. That's such a cool pause strat. Just get squeezed by, I guess, the sieves.
This one is considered to be the mother of all pause strats. Oh, going for 60.
Yeah, I saw them do this in practice. 61 is the easier frame there, but they intentionally go for 60, and I don't know why. Hey, it worked out though.
Yeah.
But yeah, Flock was, I believe, the first pause strat ever discovered. That stage just takes so long normally. Here's Double Spiral going for pausing here as well. Makes sense. This stage is really annoying to play pauseless. It either takes forever or you have to do a very difficult strat that relies a lot on getting good collision.
Exactly. Nice.
Beautiful. That saves a lot of time over playing that stage casually, basically, the intended way. We certainly are not playing this the intended way. Gonna sneak into the bottom layer right away. Land it. Nicely done. This has been a pretty solid World 7.
Yeah, just a couple more, and then the last level of this one is like one of the hardest levels in the game, genuinely.
Yeah, very difficult. We gotta get past 8 bracelets first, though. Doing a pause strat here. Oh. It's like just a safety pause to set up the entry into the first bracelet there. I respect it. Oh, not bad. Alright, this stage is extremely difficult, so we'll see if they can get it quickly.
Yeah, well...
Oh, and doing it without even looking at the screen, even more impressive. Wow, unbelievable. Yeah, so if you didn't catch it, that's a hold-up stage.
The only way that it's not a hold-up is if your notches are out of whack.
Or if you're boosting. There is a strat you can do there where you can wall boost and build up some extra speed. And then you actually do have to worry about the cycles. But you can save, like, maybe around a second? I don't exactly remember how much it saves, but it is noticeably faster to boost. But it actually makes it quite difficult. So we weren't necessarily lying when we said it was hard. We just... they weren't doing the hard strat.
Just for the bit.
Yes. I believe they're pausing here on soft cream. Yeah, and now they can just do a hold up. It makes the stage relatively easy. Adjustment from there. And go in.
Nice.
Another pause strat on momentum. If their practice was any indication. I believe this is 58.33 is the frame they want. Yes, and now they can hold up and they'll get a really nice clip here and they can just adjust that and go into the goal. Really difficult strat coming up here. This time we are not joking with you.
Yeah. One would say we were playing the gauntlet set of stages.
Yeah, and this really concludes the gauntlet in a lot of people's eyes. Pistons through Entangled Path. Need a clip there to get some speed, bounce on the bridge, and then try to finish in the goal. But as you can see, the goal is sort of lying flat, and there is a platform right before it. The goal is underneath that platform a little bit, and that makes this goal entry extremely awkward. This strat, however, saves like over 20 seconds. So this is absolutely worth going for multiple times. This is one of...
also know?
You go.
I was gonna say, oh, there you go.
Nice.
Did you also know that that's the unintended way of getting the green goal?
Yeah, it is. And that Entangled Path is like the strat that we recommend even like mid-level players pick up first because it just saves that much time. And it actually does teach you a lot about air control as well, so it is a pretty good strat to have in your repertoire. Pause right here in Vortex. Get some clips from the spinning vortex itself and fly into the goal. Nicely done. I believe they will be going for another pause strat on warp. I think, yeah, 75 is the starting frame here, and then probably 81. Looked like they went for 81, and then... So what happened there was they were at 56.83, and they wanted 56.81, and that is a 1-frame buffer. And it's really easy when you're trying to buffer just 1 frame that you accidentally hit B to close the menu and start to bring up the menu on the same frame instead of 1 frame apart, and that will completely unpause the game. And that is likely what just happened. It takes a lot of practice to get pausing quick and consistent.
Yeah, just simply mashing the start menu is inherently slower than pressing 2 buttons to bring up the pause menu and to close it.
Mashing the start button just does not give you the accuracy you need to hit these frames. Oh, I wonder what happened there. Might have been a notch moment. Not sure.
Or playing it out, it seems.
Yeah, fair enough. That's like a 4-frame strat, so understandable. Yeah, if you are not perfectly in those GameCube controller notches, then that pause strat's not going to work. Which is unfortunate because as your controller gets worn down over time, it gets worse at doing pause strats. Thankfully, this game does have a controller calibration menu, which is incredible. This game is so far ahead of its time with the practice mode, a controller calibration, and things like that.
Didn't I mention that this game is turning 24 this year?
Yeah, this game came out in 2002.
Oh, I'm sorry, 23. My bad.
Yeah, that's true. 23. It's Monkey Ball 1 that's turning 24.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, this game was so far ahead of its time. And also, it got even better in the past few years with the release of the practice mod. Shout out to Complex Plane, and I believe Nambo worked on that as well. Maybe some other folks, I apologize if I'm forgetting your name here. But the practice mod is another incredible resource. It adds save states. You can use save states on console with the practice mod. It's absolutely phenomenal. And that's just one of the things it does. There's so much with the practice mod that's really cool.
That's how a lot of new and interesting ways to get adjustments have came about just by using the practice mod.
Yep. May have noticed a red goal there on serial jump. I mean, it's right there, so you can just drop into it much faster.
We have 2 more worlds left. Like, this is going by so quickly.
We're approaching the end of this run quite quick. This is going pretty well. This is, I think, close to PB pace, actually. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know exactly what their PB is. It has been difficult to tell, but when I looked at their splits, one of their fire streams, it was like a mid 35, which I believe we are roughly on pace for right now, depending on how World 10 goes. That's the thing with this run, is it always depends on how World 10 goes, because World 10 is an absolute menace.
Yes, there's going to be a lot of start button and B button usage in World 10. Beautiful flat maze.
That is much harder than it looks. Pause right here on Guillotine. This is another really cool one. Do not look away from the screen. There is a backup frame there. I don't believe they know it, and that is okay. There are a lot of frame trees to memorize. No shame in not having all of them memorized. It's a lot to remember.
Yes.
At 75, gets smacked by the guillotine into the goal. Awesome.
There we go.
Again, well-deserved applause.
Oh, honestly, we can use this time to explain the plot of this game for those who have never seen this game before. So all these cutscenes that we have been skipping, basically Dr. Bad Boon, he comes in his big ship, he takes all the bananas, and of course there's this subplot where he is trying to win Mimi's heart, but obviously Ai, the character that we're playing as, he's not having it. So the volcano erupts, they fall into the water, Bad Boon escapes into the whale, and then he escapes to a base, but then the monkeys have to go through an amusement park.
It's not that Bad Boon escapes into the whale, it's that the whale swallows all of them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I don't actually know that we can even do these cutscenes justice. You have to watch them. They are absolutely ridiculous. Please go look up these cutscenes, or better yet, just play the game and watch the cutscenes for yourself. They're absurd.
Yeah. And of course, we're at the point where he's going to turn them into curry, and now we gotta basically do pause strats in order to prevent him from turning bananas into curry.
Yeah. At this point in the game, Bad Boon is in his base and is going to fire a laser at Jungle Island to make all bananas taste like curry, which is an absolute nightmare for all the monkeys. So, of course, Ai and friends must put a stop to this. And they will do so by going for a pause strat on a Gimmick. This is a very long stage, 40 plus seconds. Will be made a bit easier with the completion of this pause strat. It is a 3-frame strat with a lot of backups. There's a lot of backup opportunity here. If any of these frames are missed, I don't know what the set is that they're going on for right now, but it looks promising. Need a clip off of this ledge here. Got it. Now need to land across this gap. Not quite.
Ooh.
And we run it again. There is actually so much lore for the Monkey Ball series, and a lot of it is locked behind the Super Monkey Ball Adventure.
Oh.
Which I would not recommend playing personally.
Well, there is one game that I would recommend. Actually, two games that I would recommend. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Actually, make that three. Banana Blitz HD or Banana Blitz Wii. Banana Blitz Mania, English, Banana Mania, and Banana Rumble. Especially Banana Rumble, because that's kind of the newest Monkey Ball game that's out there.
Banana Rumble, the newest one, is very good. I highly recommend checking it out. It is only on Switch currently, but yeah, I mean, you know, there's the classic Monkey Ball games, classic Monkey Ball community. Wow, incredible. I did not know what was going on with that last pause strat, but that was actually a really good IGT. Those pauses ended up getting a really quick finish. But yeah, there's, you know, not only the classic Monkey Ball community, but there is also a community for speedrunning the newer Monkey Ball games, if that's something you're interested in. Yeah, this run is quickly coming to a close, just a few levels left. I have never seen this strat on Disorder before, but it looks pretty cool.
It works.
It does work. Actually, looks like a really controlled way to get a good angle at that goal, which is quite valuable, and it doesn't even look that much slower than the faster strat.
Oh, okay. So 63, there is a backup for that one. The adjustment isn't that finicky.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's not like the worst thing ever, but
yeah, 65 is what you want.
That adjustment is also a little bit finicky, though.
Yes.
It is not as simple as just hold a direction and you'll get good collision. Like these frames are weird, and you have to do a little bit of manual adjustment there. All right, there we go. Exit game, not a big deal.
But since we beat the level, we can actually go to the next one. And real quickly, there's actually a category that uses the pause menu, which is the regular 80% category.
Yeah, there's a glitch in this game that skips stages.
Yeah, and we pretty much just use that pause menu for that particular purpose. But we can only skip like two. And one of the stations has to be like the last one, or else the game will freeze.
Yeah, there's a little bit more nuance to it than that, but it ends up being fastest in most worlds to only skip two stages, and it's labby pause strat as well. That's another huge time save. You love to see it. Coming up next on Postmodern, or as I like to say, Stairs and Ball Game.
Oh, my specialty.
they put stairs in the ball game, Piers. Why do they do this?
Well, if only we could press the A button to jump. Yeah, so the next couple of stages, I think from practice, this is one of the last ones that they pause.
I believe Revolution, they also do a pause strat. Which is coming up next. 41 is the frame we want there. Should be able to just take this to the goal. Awesome.
Oh, spectacular.
Yeah, really careful pausing on a lot of these, but it's working out. And that's, especially in the marathon setting, that's really important. If you want to show off these pause strats, gotta be careful. If you miss a frame, you gotta start over the whole thing.
Or in some cases, just play the stage out.
Yeah. Nailed Revolution, nicely done. Invisible. We'll see what happens here, but if practice is any indication, I believe we are spelling invisible. Yes, looks like it. So this platform is going to drop down, and then parts of it will be made invisible. This is the only stage in the game that does this. And I think while we are spelling it, we can do some quick shoutouts. Shoutouts to the community, of course. You know, you can go to speedrun.com/supermonkeyballchew. Join the Discord server. Lots of very helpful people in there, including myself. Oh, yeah, really easy to pull off there. Again, you can't see half the level. You might notice, like, it spells invisible, so that's why I say we're spelling invisible. But yeah, definitely get involved. Like, you know, not only do we play the original Monkey Ball games, but there are custom levels, there's Deluxe and SMB2, there's a lot of fun stuff going on. And huge shout out to the custom level community as a whole, actually. Ooh, S-clip, nice. I did not see them do that in practice. You can build up some speed there and get a quick clip.
They got it.
And Peas, any quick shout outs from you as we're playing the final level?
Yes. First time is going to be whenever the goal, whenever I crosses the goal. But of course, excuse me. Thank you. Shout out to the Monkey Ball community. And as Felix said, if you really want to get into it, join the Banana Era Discord server. We talk about a lot of Monkey Ball. We play the games a lot, and this should be time.
Yes. Sub 38, nicely done. Well underestimated. Good stuff. Peas and I both stream Monkey Ball runs ourselves, Helix13_ and Peas SMB respectively. Yeah, thank you so much for supporting SpeeDons, supporting the English Restream, and for watching some Monkey Ball. Yeah, hope to see you get involved with the community, play this game for yourself. It is an absolute blast. There is a 4-player Barbie race coming up next. Stay tuned for that. We will be back shortly.
Hello, I hope you are all enjoying SpeeDons 2025. I am Brian Otto. I am joined by Caligo, who's going to be running Baton Brutal, coming up here pretty shortly. Thank you so much for joining me today, Caligo. I am super excited to get to talk to you because this, Baton Brutal was not a game that was kind of on my radar before I looked at the SpeeDons schedule, and I spent a lot of time watching some runs of it. It's awesome. I mean, I'm sure you know this. A very, very cool, I would say, Minecraft parkour inspired game. I'm curious, like, what got you into it? How you found it? Like, what you like about it?
More like the general. How can I say that? The ambiance.
Yep.
The mood of the game. Yeah. The liminal. It's more. It's a liminal like game experience. So I was attracted by this. At first, and then when I played, I really enjoyed the mechanics of the game. This is very easy to learn, but very hard to master when you start speedrunning. And I've never done this before, like speedrunning a game. This is the first game I was attracted in the speedrun community. So yeah, at first it was just the ambiance. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact word.
No, that makes sense to me. I can think of a lot of games that I have played based on the ambiance and the environment.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
It was basically this at first. Yes.
That's awesome, and that's very cool that this is your first speedrun and you're getting to run it at a major event like SpeeDons. Have you attended SpeeDons before? Have you been before? Like, what's your experience with it?
I was just a spectator of SpeeDons, just looking at the event on stream, and I was not expecting to participate this year. I just submit my run like maybe it could be interesting on this event, but like 2 days before I was like on stream. I'm sure I will not be at SpeeDons this year, guys. I'm sorry. I don't feel it. And then 2 days later, my friends was like, bro, your name just appears. And I just look at the planning, and I saw Baton Brutal, but my name was not on it. They were just the name of the game. So I went on the website where I submit my run, and I read agreed or accepted. I don't remember, but I was like, oh my god! So this is it. I will do SpeeDons this year, so that's amazing.
Man, I am so excited for this. And we had for the GDQ Restream, we took in like commentary applications for for all the various games, and we had a ton of people that wanted to commentate this. And I think for me, Minecraft was a game I played a lot, but definitely not as much as a lot of other people. And so seeing a game that was entirely devoted to kind of like inspired by, I should say, the parkour mechanics of that game, I think it makes sense to me. And I have to ask, this is a game that, as far as I can tell, doesn't have any sort of like checkpoint system. If you fall all the way. So, I'm curious, do you have to adjust the strats that you use for like a marathon environment, or are there, how are you preparing for this exactly?
So basically when you speedrun this game, at every fold, you just reset the run. You have some backups, but no checkpoints. So this is very, very hard. Without speedrunning this game, this is very hard because there's just no checkpoints. So yes, I need to adjust all of this. I think I will try every hard skip, but I'm preparing backups. The more possible backups on the run. But this is it took a lot of time because there's like 3 maps and I don't know which map I will play during the event.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, there's a bid war, so this
that's an awesome bid war.
Yes,
awesome bid
but
war.
I don't know what I will run before going on scene. So there's so much pressure about this.
Not
so
only have you picked a hard game, you have also picked a difficult bid war. Do you have a level that you would prefer that you hope wins the bid war?
Yes, I think I hope it will be. So this is Béton Brutal and Béton Bath,
right,
or Béton Bidet. And I think I would prefer running Béton Brutal and Béton Bath because it's more interesting to see, to look at. The final of Béton Bath is really fun. It's really good to see. So I think I would prefer this one, but I'm like top 3 on Béton Bidet, and I think I can get before SpeeDons the world record.
Ooh,
so I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think Béton Brutal and Béton Bass for the show, but Béton Bidet because I feel more comfortable. I'm sorry, on this map today.
Yeah, I hope maybe when this is airing on SpeeDons, maybe you have the world record. That would be pretty. That would be pretty cool. I can only imagine the grind that it takes to get a good time in that game. It looks extremely difficult.
It's very, very hard. You reset like 100 times to get one good run without falling with all the perfect jump. This is very hard. But the problem is that there is very difficult skip when you have like a few frames to succeed your jump. So I will try to make all of them during the event, but I have backups on them, and I'm here for the show, but I've got like 25 minutes estimate time to do it, so it's gonna be very, very, very hard.
Hey,
There's so much pressure.
I'm sure you got it. I'm sure you got it. Like I'm sure you'll be nervous at first, but you're gonna lock in.
Yeah.
I have no doubt. Anyway, Caligo, that's about our time. I wanted to say thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. I wish you the best of luck with your run.
Thank you.
I will definitely be watching. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
C'est vraiment très drôle. C'est une compilation de plein de jeux qui en forment un autre, mais c'est assez singulier. C'est pas très connu, mais c'est très très cool. Un peu dans la lignée des Wannabe de Guy. Ok. Tu connais, c'est platforming un peu hardcore, mais là il y a la touche drôle en plus. D'accord. On va se fondre la poire, ma chère Gomard.
Là, je dis comme ça, c'est vrai que... Et je crois qu'il y a toujours des incentives. Il y a toujours des incentives ouvertes. Quand vous faites un don, vous pouvez participer à des défis. On a toujours, bien sûr, l'éternel débat, quel est le meilleur Zelda. Pour l'instant, c'est Twilight Princess qui est en tête de très peu. 17%. J'entends que ça pue dans le public.
Alors que Cadets of Hyrule existe, enfin bref. Et puis, pour WannaFest 22, justement, on a le défi, enfin l'incentive choix du skin du bloc de sauvegarde entre Floppy et Bananas. Et c'est Floppy qui commence à graver quelques pourcentages.
Ah bah il a pris la tête, non? Tout à l'heure, il avait pas la tête.
Ouais, c'était 50-50 tout à l'heure, mais les Floppy décisément. qui reviennent. Est-ce que certains ont connu les floppy disques dans l'assistance? Peut-être. Très bien. C'est la traduction, c'est qui a plus de 40 ans. Bon. Voilà.
Je ne sais pas ce que c'est.
Ah ouais, sérieux, ça, c'était des grosses disquettes qu'on mettait dans les ordinateurs. Vraiment les gros.
Non, moi j'ai connu les disquettes, les plates, comme ça quoi.
Ouais, mais c'est ça, c'est un peu ça. Ça, c'était l'évolution finale.
Ouais, bah ça, j'ai pas connu celle d'avant.
Enfin bref, ça devient extrêmement pénible. Ice 8, Lacrimosa of Dana, on a aussi donc, une incentive pour le All Story Bosses. Choix du costume d'Adol avec costume de pirate, armure argentée. Aussi un costume par défaut. Et je ne vois pas d'incentive pour Solar Ash, c'est que je pense qu'elle a été complétée tout simplement.
Ah bah peut-être.
Je pense parce qu'elle n'a pas vu dans mon tracker. Donc a priori on aura la True Ending.
Oui, moi non plus. Donc oui, je pense qu'elle a été complétée.
Parce qu'il manquait 3000, donc je pense que c'est bon. D'ailleurs c'est en train de bien monter, on est déjà à 302 000. Merci vraiment pour votre soutien. Je rappelle qu'on est ici. Si vous venez d'arriver, on ne sait jamais, un speedon. Mais où je suis là? Mais où donc je suis? 75 heures de speedrun non-stop, un jour et nuit, ça a commencé jeudi, ça finit dimanche très tard. Et voilà, on a des dizaines de speedrunners qui s'enchaînent sur scène pour présenter tout un panel de jeux vidéo très très large. C'est quoi le speedrun? C'est finir des jeux très très vite et incroyable mais vrai, c'est très cool à regarder. Donc on a des commentateurs, commentatrices, enfin vraiment on a toute une équipe. La technique, ils sont beaux, c'est incroyable, hein, vraiment cet événement. 5e édition, en plus on l'a dit tout à l'heure, restreamé de façon mondiale désormais. Et quel plaisir aussi de voir vos noms.
Ça Julien, merci pour cet événement, merci beaucoup Julien. Merci. Lénéa qui donne 10 € ici, ça speedonne, hâte de voir la reine céleste. Et si ce message est lu à voix haute, dédicace. Oh là là. Mais j'ai perdu. Dédicace à la SPDX, vous êtes les GOAT.
Bien, dédicace bien sûr. On a Chachou Jones qui a donné 150 € et qui dit I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. C'est ma voix télévision, tu sais. Speed Kings, 100 €, mon grand frère et moi, c'est notre deuxième speedon. Attendez ça avec impatience, la mascotte est trop marrante. Oui, c'est Mandarin Chan. On adore toujours autant les oui. Merci à l'organisation, à l'équipe, l'animation, les runners, les runneuses, médecins du monde. Bravo et toutes et tous pour votre engagement. On vous aime, Élise 7 ans et Simon 10 ans.
Oh, on a autant d'argent à leur âge. Bon, ils prennent la carte bleue des parents. Il n'y a pas pour.
C'est pour la bonne cause. Bon,
alors, en parlant des mascottes, on en a une à gagner. Alors, on l'a pas avec nous, mais normalement, peut-être qu'on peut la faire défiler. Mais alors, il y a la mascotte. La mascotte, quel est son nom?
Alors, moi je l'appelle Mandarin Chan, mais c'est Spignon.
D'accord.
C'est Speedon et c'est mignon.
Donc, le nom Coucouille a été abandonné.
Ah, je n'étais pas au courant de cette subtilité.
Moi, j'ai entendu dire que des gens l'appelaient Coucouille. Alors,
ah ouais.
C'est vrai que j'étais mal
avec Mandarin Chan, je suis un peu pipou. Hein. En tout cas, il existe une version beaucoup plus grosse de Spignon, du coup, voilà, effectivement, c'est peut-être mieux que ça s'appelle comme ça. Et qui est à gagner? D'ailleurs, c'est une question qu'on voit beaucoup passer dans le chat, c'est comment on fait pour gagner?
Oui, comment on fait pour participer sur
le vrai. Alors, c'est des tirages au sort pendant certains speedruns, et il y a certains tirages au sort où c'est pendant toute la durée de speedrun où littéralement quelqu'un sera pris au hasard. Je crois que c'est à partir d'une certaine somme ou pas, je ne sais pas.
Je crois qu'il y a ça pour un PC. Je crois que tous les dons de plus de 5 €, et 5 € inclus, tu participes à une tombola pour remporter un PC. Voilà, c'est ça.
Ah oui, c'est ça. 5 € ou plus pour avoir un PC gaming de gamer. Trop bien pour faire tourner Barbie sur NES. Par exemple, en émulateur. Bon, alors pourquoi pas? A-t-on vraiment besoin d'une 4080? Je ne sais pas. Mais en tout cas, voilà, ça fait partie des nombreux lots qui seront à gagner avec les moultes partenaires de Speedon. Et on les embrasse. Est-ce qu'on a encore un peu le temps pour lire des dons? Oui, ça a l'air... Oui, ils ont la tête dans les câbles, vas-y, c'est bon.
Il y a premier degré man qui donne 1 € et qui dit faut arrêter de dire d'acheter des t-shirts, j'en suis à mon 87e. Et ben pourquoi pas un 88e, j'ai envie de dire.
Sinon, tu donnes de l'argent.
On n'est plus à ça près. 88.
Allez, un viewer influençable qui donne 11 € et qui nous dit Romet, bien sûr.
On a Zapata qui donne 200 €. Le meilleur Zelda est bien évidemment Barbie. Merci 1 million de fois à Médecins du Monde. Le monde a besoin de vous.
Claire le brocoli qui donne 1 € symbolique. Je suis un brocoli et je fais partie de la team des 1 €. Pas de petits dons, mais tout à fait.
MJ qui donne 13 € et 12 centimes. Bravo Speedon, bravo les runners et runneuses. Bravo le cast et bisous à la team Slay.
Striximo pour les 15 € que ce DLC se fasse retourner. Un juste retour des choses. viewer influençable, on l'a vu. Mon pote Nathan, alors c'est Karen qui nous dit ça, hein, qui a donné 1 euro. Mon prof, donc Nathan qui est dans l'assistance, qui me l'a dit. Alors je donne.
On a Lulu qui donne 10 euros. Je le dis ça. Non. De quoi? Coup de queue, on dit ou pas? Coup de queue. Ouais, qui donne 10 euros, trop tard. Alors le meilleur Zelda, c'est Genshin Impact. Ah. Y'a rien qui va. Alors moi j'ai totalement. Là j'ai les dons qui sont.
Bon, et ben un joueur qui défiscalise a donné 200 euros pour qu'on renomme la mascotte Béboule. Ah, j'aime bien.
Ah, Béboule. Oh, Béboule. Ah, Béboule. Béboule, c'est un petit peu plus mignon, c'est vrai.
Béboule.
Écoute, Dame, je t'avoue que mon PC a totalement freeze, donc là c'est du meublage 100%.
Aïe. Et ben alors, regarde, je te donne un truc à lire si tu veux.
Je n'ai plus rien. Alex.
Est-ce que tu as le planning peut-être?
Oh là, attends, tout vient de se remettre. Ok.
Ah, c'est bon. Quelqu'un a appuyé sur le F5. Allez, Askilion, merci pour les 100 euros 11. Alors c'est comme ça qu'on rejoint la team des 1. Alors oui, hein, c'est une façon de lecture, bien sûr. Let's go Barbie, vous êtes super fabulous. Et la bise au papier plié, même si Sodarki doit me rendre mon chat. Il y a tellement de références obscures dans ce message que je n'ai rien compris, mais c'est pas grave.
Et il y a Chacha Max qui donne 5 euros et qui dit merci pour tout le monde, pour votre force pendant la run où vous êtes les bestes et bourrez les dons.
Ouais, Chacha! Trop cool, Chacha, qu'on retrouvera en host et aux commentaires demain. Legnus, 3 euros. Il n'y a pas de skin breton, alors va pour le pirate. Bourrez les dons, Moussaillon.
Anonyme qui donne 10 euros. Antoine qui donne 10 euros. 10 balles pour que Chemist explose. Radan Consort. Et le meilleur Zelda, c'est bien sûr Ocarina of Time. PS, achète.
Bon, alors attends, parce que moi, tout le monde me parle d'Elden Ring, là, mais c'est à quelle heure? 4h11 du matin, et oui, on est là. Mais alors, entre-temps,
on va falloir être réveillé.
Ouais, surtout que juste avant, après, d'un point de vue réveil, ça sera juste après Béton Brutal.